Preface of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. King John's Charter of AD 1215, the Great Charter as it came in later days to be specially called by those who looked back to it with reverence, is dealt with in so many of its aspects by the eminent writers who have contributed to this volume, that this preface need contain nothing more than a few general reflections on the place which it occupies in the history of English politics and English law. One such reflection is suggested by a comparison of English law with the only other legal system which holds an equally important place in the jurisprudence of civilized mankind. That system is the law of the Roman city, which ultimately became the law of the ancient world, and survives in the modern world as the basis of the codes of great nations like France, Italy, and Germany, and in a more diluted form of many other states. As Magna Carta is the first document of high legal significance for England, so for Rome the first such document was the Law of the 12 Tables. In no other country, ancient or modern, can we find any body of legal rules which, framed at an early period in a nation's growth, has so powerfully influenced its subsequent development as did the Lex Duodecim Tabularum. The nearest parallels are what we call the Law of Moses in the Pentateuch and the Koran of Mohammed, but the differences are so great that it is hardly worth while to pursue a comparison. The 12 Tables were enacted about 4 centuries before that remarkable expansion and modernization of Roman law which began in the last age of the Roman Republic, and Magna Carta 4 centuries before the days of Coke, Pym, and Selden, when the law and constitution of England passed into a new phase of development. Both the Charter and the Tables included what the Romans called jus publicum and jus privatum. Fons omnis publici privatique juris, says Livy. The distinction between these elements had not been clearly drawn either in Rome or in England at the time of their enactment. But it was the private element that turned out to be of most consequence in the Roman case, the public or constitutional element in the English. Both enactments arose out of political troubles. The 12 Tables were prepared and passed to meet the demand of the Roman plebs for some formal and permanent definition and limitation of the arbitrary executive authority exercised by the consuls, and they contained rules which gave some protection to the civil rights of the individual citizen. So likewise the Charter was demanded by those who complained of the irregular and arbitrary violence of King John, and the restrictions it imposed upon the Crown's action became the cornerstone of English freedom. Its provisions, never repealed, though varied and to some extent amplified in subsequent instruments similarly extorted from subsequent monarchs, were solemnly reasserted in the famous declaration by Parliament in 1628, which we call the Petition of Right, and were finally re-enacted in the Bill of Rights of 1689. Thus the Charter of 1215 was the starting point of the constitutional history of the English race, the first link in a long chain of constitutional instruments which have moulded men's minds and held together free governments not only in England but wherever the English race has gone and the English tongue is spoken. The Bill of Rights was in the thoughts of those who framed the first constitutions of Massachusetts and Virginia, when the North American colonies renounced their allegiance to the British Crown, and much of the document of 1689 was incorporated in those constitutions. From them the old provisions, largely in the original words of the Great Charter, passed into the Federal Constitution of the United States when it was drafted in 1787 and adopted, with the first 10 amendments, between 1788 and 1791. Nor does the chain of historical sequence stop here. the federal constitution supplied a model for republican constitutions enacted in later days. It was imitated by the republics of Spanish America when they threw off the yoke of Spain. It influenced the form which France, from 1790 onwards, gave to the successive frames of government she adopted, and led to the placing in most of them of declarations of the primordial or so-called natural rights of man. The positive and pragmatic phrases of Stephen Langton, if it was he who was the chief draftsman of Magna Carta, had now been transmuted by the spirit of Rousseau into wider and vaguer terms. Further influences may be traced in the constitution of the Swiss Confederation and those of other European countries. It seems not too fanciful to say that the prelates and barons of Runnymede, building better than they knew, laid the foundations of that plan of written or rigid constitutions which has now covered the world from Peru to China. The influence of the Law of the 12 Tables upon the development of legal thought and institutions in later ages need not be followed out here, as it worked chiefly in the field of Roman private law. But two resemblances between that code, if code it can be called, and Magna Carta may be noted. Both had the character, to those who enacted them, not so much of what we call legal commands, as of solemn covenants. Magna Carta is a series of engagements contracted by the Crown with the magnates of the realm, accepted by them, and authenticated by the King's Great Seal. So, among the Romans, one of the definitions of lex is communis rei publicae sponsio. It is a public stipulatio. The presiding magistrate interrogates the people in a rogatio whether they wish to be bound by what he proposes. The people, if they accept, answer uti rogas, be it as you ask, and thus the obligation is constituted. There is a real meaning in this, though it may seem a point of form. Both, moreover, purport, and this is a matter of substance, to be in reality and fact not so much enactments of new law as declarations, explicit and precise, of pre-existing customary law. The 12 Tables included some rules which were, if not new, at any rate doubtful, and some others plainly new. But in the main they were a digest of existing customs and regulations of procedure. Some of the liberties which the barons claimed, and some which the commonalty also desired, had to a certain extent been recognised in Henry I's Charter of Liberties, and John's concessions were not extorted grants of new rights, but rather the solemn renunciation of old abuses, abuses so inveterate that they reappeared under his successors and had to be again renounced. Neither the 12 Tables nor the Great Charter was established, like most modern fundamental instruments, in such a way as to make it unchangeable by ordinary legislative methods. That was a device reserved for later ages. And in point of fact, many provisions of both became by degrees obsolete because inapplicable to the conditions of a constantly developing community. One enactment of the Decemvirs was repealed within a few years, others were varied later. Yet down to the days of Cicero's youth, boys learnt these ancient texts by heart as a carmen necessarium, though Cicero adds quas iam nemo discit. Magna Carta had become so sacred that in the 17th century there would seem to have been lawyers who doubted whether it could be repealed by an ordinary statute. Parts of it have been in later times modified by Parliament, and we have just seen some of them infringed or suspended by the Defence of the Realm Act of 1914. Yet other parts may be quoted today as binding, not only in England, but in the courts of Australia or Illinois, just as the 12 Tables could be quoted in the courts of Thrace or Syria down to the days of Justinian, who made a clean sweep of all antecedent legislation. Both, it may be added, set in the directness and precision of their language an example which had a healthy influence on the form of statutory enactments for many generations, until a time came, after the Antonine emperors, when rhetorical diffuseness depraved the legislation of the later Roman monarchs, and when in England, especially in Hanoverian days, the effort to attain completeness induced undue prolixity and a tedious enumeration of particulars. It is a part of the service which may be credited to both documents that they helped to form exact habits of legal thinking and legal interpretation in both peoples, qualities to which the chief merits of both the two great systems of law that now rule the world may be ascribed. Passing from the legal to the wider historical aspects of the Great Charter, let us see what share may be assigned to it in the rendering of those services by which Britain has helped forward the cause of freedom and good government throughout the world. The first place among these services is often assigned to the development of representative government in the English Parliament. But the representative system, although more successful in England than elsewhere, was not peculiar to England. It may be deemed another service that she set in the 19th century, the example of an extension of the right of the masses of the people to share in self-government. In this, however, the ancient republics had anticipated her, and so had some few of the Swiss cantons. Rather, perhaps, may we find the chief contribution of England to political progress in the doctrine of the supremacy of law over arbitrary power, in the steady assertion of the principle that every exercise of executive authority may be tested in a court of law to ascertain whether or no it infringes the rights of the subject. Does the law of the land warrant and cover the act done of which the subject complains? Though it is now generally held that the famous phrase nisi per legale Iudicium parium suorum, vel per legem Terrae, does not, as used to be supposed, constitute the basis of what we call trial by jury, still it remains true that these words, and especially the declaration of the supremacy of the lex Terrae, are the critical words on which the fabric of British freedom was solidly set before a representative parliament had come into existence. It was this guarantee of personal civil rights that most excited the admiration of continental observers in the 18th century, and caused the British Constitution to be taken as the pattern which less fortunate countries should try to imitate. If it be said, and truly said, that this fundamental principle could not have been maintained in England without the assertion by the parliaments of the 15th, and again more forcibly and persistently by those of the 17th century, of control over the power of the Crown, it is to be remembered that their efforts might not have succeeded had not the earlier resistance to that power by the men who secured Magna Carta created and fostered in the minds of the upper and middle classes that firm and constant spirit of independence, that vigilant will to withstand the aggressions of the executive, which overthrew Charles I and expelled James II. Supreme power has now passed into the hands of the whole people, who not only enact the laws through their representatives, but supervise administration by their control of the executive ministers, so that conflicts between the law and the executive need no longer be feared. Where the people make the law, the risk of transgressions of the law by the servants of the people is but slender. Such dangers to liberty as may now be feared are of a different order. If they arise, they will arise from a tendency on the part of majorities to encroach, by the exercise of legislative power, on the sphere which ought to be reserved for the unchecked action of the individual citizen and the self-guided development of his own aims and purposes. We may hope that here in Britain that attachment to individual rights, which has now by long tradition become instinctive in our race, will preserve us, and preserve also those British peoples beyond the seas who have inherited our spirit and our time-honoured traditions, from any such dangers, making us and them prudently watchful to keep legislative authority within its proper limits. One may say of liberty what the Roman historian said of empire. It is preserved by the same methods which achieved it. The spirit of freedom is always the same, and has had and will have similar work to do for the welfare of mankind, whether at Runnymede in 1215 or 7 centuries later. End of the Preface to Magna Carta Commemoration Essays by the Right Honourable Viscount Bryce, OM DCL. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Section 1 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Introduction by H.E. Malden, M.A. The 700th anniversary of the granting of the Great Charter by King John occurred in June 1915. Some kind of celebration of the event was so likely to be undertaken that the Royal Historical Society determined that if such took place at all, it should be directed by competent persons, and early in 1914 organized a committee for a due commemoration. The Right Honourable Viscount Bryce consented to act as chairman of a committee, which representatives of universities and learned societies and leading historical scholars from the United Kingdom, America, and some other countries were invited to join. The Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Mayor of London represented the continuity of English life from 1215 to 1915. A small executive committee was appointed to arrange details, among which a visit to Runnymede and an address upon the spot were contemplated. By 1915 this intended celebration proved not desirable, nor indeed possible. The memory of the assertion of the principle of government by law was overclouded by the cares of the immense struggle to maintain that principle through force of arms. Several eminent scholars had, however, prepared papers upon certain points or aspects of the Great Charter, or upon matters of cognate interest, and these it is thought well to present to the Fellows of the Royal Historical Society, and to preserve in book form for the general use of historical students. These papers, it may be said, were not written with any idea of sequence, nor as aiming at any complete comment upon all points of the Charter. The authors were free to offer such contributions as they chose, but there will, nevertheless, be found, running through several of them, a line of general agreement. The old uncritical admiration which found in the Great Charter something more than the germ of all the more important parts of the Constitution and law of recent centuries has vanished from every place, except occasionally from Parliament and the public platform. The natural reaction which saw in the Charter merely the assertion of class privileges has begun to suffer from criticism in turn. Motives are indeterminate, even to those near at hand. Who knows all the motives of the Whigs of the Reform Bill of 1832? Who can confidently assert all those of Stephen Langton in 1215? But to those afar off the general tendency of actions is more clear. In effect, 10 years after the Charter was given, it was popularly accepted, when recast and repeated, as national, not only as baronial in its benefits, confirming liberties tam populo quam plebi. The barons did more than they knew, perhaps more than they would have intended had they known it, but whatever the interpretation in their minds of Liber Homo, the interpretation of the courts soon gave it a wider scope than has sometimes been allowed to it by commentators. As has often been pointed out, those who asserted the rule of law, and provided a sort of privileged civil war for the vindication of that rule, had travelled but a little way upon the path of constitutional progress. But the rude awakening of our own age has again forced upon us this unfortunate fact of a yet imperfect society, that liberties of a class, or a nation, or of a world, are only secure for those who can in the last resort venture their lives for their defence, and have the means to make that venture successful. The present struggle for the rule of law explains the absence of some names from the list of contributors, and of some subjects which might have been treated. A German professor, well known for his mastery of early English law, once a friend of England, had promised a communication. A courteous letter through Sweden, suam cuique tribuito, regretted his inability to contribute. The great French scholars, to whom we owe so much light upon the reigns of the Angevin kings, were necessarily preoccupied. It was hoped that from a Hungarian source we might have had a treatise on the likeness and differences between the privileges of the Anglo-Norman and the Magyar nobility. A Belgian professor might have written on the parallels between our constitutional laws and the joyeuse entrée of Brabant, and other Netherland liberties. We are fortunate, however, in securing the aid of Señor Rafael Altamira upon the analogies of English and Spanish liberties. What we at home owe to the pious interest in the antiquities of their motherland felt by the scholars of America, the following pages show a little. We all know how much has been done by them elsewhere. There is a peculiar satisfaction, however, in an English celebration of a 13th century document and event. Here, as elsewhere, in the course of 700 years all things have changed. But here, as not elsewhere, all things have changed by processes of development, which have often left names, offices, titles, and some more essential features of national life the same. Can any other country read at the beginning of its book of statutes a law in the form in which it was made 692 years ago? The national spirit and aspirations, which at all events adopted as their own the Articles of Runnymede, are the same today as then. While no peer of the United Kingdom represents in the male line any one of the barons of 1215, yet the blood of several of the latter flows in the veins of many Englishmen, Scots, and Irishmen, noble, gentle, and simple. The king wears, as the centre of a legal government, the crown which his ancestor John was admonished that he must wear in accordance with a law older than his dynasty. The titles of nobility, and of the archbishops and bishops who advised the charter, remain. In one case at least, an English peer, the Duke of Norfolk and Earl of Arundel, is now lord of manors and castles which his ancestors in the female line held in 1215. The bishops in 1917 hold in many cases the same houses and estates which their predecessors in title held when by their advice John gave the charter. Langton had his house at Lambeth, Peter de Roche at Farnham Castle, where their successors live now, in the latter case in some of the same buildings. Our race across the seas claims an inheritance in liberties which were declared to be ancient at Runnymede. There is something in this unbroken line of social and national descent akin to the ever-changing, yet essentially permanent features of the stage upon which the national drama was enacted. The face of the country has been changed since 1215, but it is the same land, and of all places in it Runnymede has probably changed among the least. Sir John Denham's Cooper's Hill looks across it, and up to Windsor and down to London, over more thickly inhabited distances. A few inns and boathouses, standing amid enclosures, fringe the river, but in the foreground a meadow by the Thames there was. Meadows by the Thames remain. In 1215 the hay of the commoners of Engham must have been ruined, unless the season was unusually early. The hay crop would now stand as an obstacle to a celebration upon the spot on the actual anniversary in the middle of June. Whether the place was the scene of any ancient meetings is unknown. Leland first advanced, with the boldness of the amateur etymologist, the derivation of the mead of counsel to explain the name. Certain topographical considerations, in fact, governed the selection of the place for a conference between John, who was at Windsor, and his barons, whose base was London. A Roman road ran from the south-west towards the valley of the lower Thames, and when London had become the great commercial city of Roman Britain, in London it ended. Staines must be on or near the site of the Roman station ad Pontes, or Pontibus. It would seem, from the name, that there must have been the earliest Roman bridge across the Thames, made perhaps before London was all important. There is another Roman road, recoverable in Sussex and Surrey in very short portions of its course. One of the longer is in Somersbury Wood, near Ewhurst, which if continued in a straight line would hit the Thames near Staines. But the undoubted road from Silchester, known locally as the Devil's Highway, crosses East Hampstead Plain and runs through Virginia Water, an artificial pond made in the 18th century, and heads directly towards Staines. When the succession, no doubt, of Roman bridges which crossed the low meadows subject to floods, as well as the river itself, fell into ruin, no one knows. But there is reason to believe that a bridge had been restored at Staines before 1215. In the patent rolls of Henry III, 29 July 1228, is a table of tolls which the warden, custos, of Staines Bridge may impose, in auxilium pontis de Staines, reparandi et emendandi. There is no reference to the bridge being newly made then, and the natural inference is that a bridge which needed repairs had been standing more than 13 years. Here then was the obvious reason for the baronial host coming to Runnymede on their way to Windsor. They had marched from London by the Roman road, and had crossed Staines Bridge. Runnymede was a good camping ground, with a good communication with London behind it. The local tradition which places the granting of the charter in Magna Carta Island in the Thames is contradicted by the charter itself. Data in prato quoad vocatur Runnymede. The erroneous tradition was fixed by the lord of a Buckinghamshire manor, the island is in that county, who put up a fantastic building with an inscription on the island in 1834, saying that it was the true spot. If there is any reason behind it further than the assumption by Mr. George Simon Harcourt that the notable event took place upon his land, it may be found in a passage where Matthew Paris, in Chronica Majora, adds to Wendover's account of the treaty between the French Prince Louis and the Earl of Pembroke in 1217, that it was negotiated quondam insula, near Staines. Buckinghamshire must not rob Surrey of its greatest event. Surrey has also its own baseless tradition, perpetuated by an inscription, that the barons arranged their articles in the caves under de Warren's castle at Reigate. Considering the attitude of John's cousin de Warren, this would be equivalent to the Reform Bill of 1832 having been concocted in the cellars of Apsley House. Moreover, the caves in question were made for getting fine sand, and were valued as sand pits in a survey of the manor of Reigate in 1622. Runnymede, with the adjacent Longmead and Yardmead, are in the manor of Egham, which formerly, and in 1215, belonged to Chertsey Abbey, and after the dissolution became the property of the Crown, though granted for terms of years to various holders. At the time of the parliamentary surveys of the late King's lands in 1650, it appears as meadow land belonging to Egham Manor. In 1811 there were some 10 tenants who enjoyed the use of the land for hay from March to Old Lammas Day. After that date it was thrown open for grazing to the cattle of the tenants of the manor of Egham. An Enclosure Act in 1814, 54 George III, c. 153, and the consequent award made in 1817, divided it among 19 holders and the Crown as lord. In Runnymede proper there were over 71 acres. The adjacent Longmead, of 76 acres, was divided among the Crown and 9 tenants. The whole might be stocked with horses and cattle from Old Lammas Day to 13 November, and with sheep from 13 November to 2nd February. From 2nd February to August it is to be left for hay. The central part was and is left unenclosed. But the Act stipulated that any enclosures which should interfere with the holding of Egham races upon the usual course at the end of August must be removed every year. William IV. gave a plate to be run for at the meeting, and on the first occasion, in 1836, being present, the races coinciding with festivities at Windsor for his daughter's marriage, made a speech in which a contemporary reporter found good feeling and patriotism equally blended. The King declared that neither himself nor any other could be present without calling to mind that it was here that our liberties were obtained and for ever secured, and that we were here to enjoy those liberties and sports which he would with his utmost power ever protect and foster. His Majesty forbore to specify which clause of the Charter secured the liberty of horse racing. The rather unusually disreputable crowd which frequented Egham races probably never at any other time recalled at all the more momentous gathering. The races ceased in 1884. But with Aristophanes we may say, "Ke tafta mendi isma cra copihoria," and revert to the studies of a great subject which follow. The first paper was delivered as an address by Professor W. S. McKigney in 1915 before the Royal Historical Society and some members of the Magna Carta Committee, the Right Honourable Viscount Bryce being in the chair. It was the only celebration in the 700th year. It justifies the title Great as applied to this charter, and explains how every succeeding age builded upon its conclusions to suit its own aspirations. When we read the glosses of the school of Coke, we may be reminded of an ingenious preacher, who founds upon a simple text consequences which were far from the mind of the original writer. With Molière's character we may exclaim, "Tant de choses en deux mots," but it is hard to deny a great value to that which contained a principle of such varied practical application. Professor George Burton Adams, of Yale, USA, follows with an article upon the Bull and the letter of Innocent III, condemning the Charter, and prints the letter itself in an accessible form. The grounds for the Pope's interference were not the feudal supremacy which John had conceded to him, but rather his position as ecclesiastical arbiter of European quarrels, and special guardian of the rights of a professed crusader. That the 13th century Court of International Appeal made a great mistake in its excursion into English national politics is more unfortunate than surprising. Dr. J. Horace Round contributes a penetrating criticism upon the distinction between the lesser barons, who by clause 14 were to be summoned en bloc to councils, and the melites of the Charter. It will be a reminder needed by some, to whom comment has become more familiar than the words commented upon, that barones minores are not so named in the Charter at all. The barons in 1255 are said to have appealed to clause 14 concerning the writ of summons, which was not repeated in the reissue of the Charter. Is it possible that the many copies of the first issue of 1215 were in fact more numerous, or more generally accessible, than the reissues which should have superseded them? Or, to draw a suggestion from Professor McIlwain's paper, was what had once been declared to be ancient practice considered binding, later laws notwithstanding? Professor Sir Paul Vinogradov and Professor F. M. Powicki deal with the famous clause 39, Liber Homo, legali Iudicium Parium suorum, and lex Terrae. Too much cannot be written upon it by competent people. The clause is considered from slightly differing standpoints, but not with very different conclusions. It is here that the expansible nature of the Charter, as society expanded, is so clearly to be seen. Liber Homo is a very Proteus with whom to grapple. He assumes many shapes, but he was not always a military tenant only. John had 15 years before 1215, in a charter, greeted as Liberi Homines the men of Kingston upon Thames, who had all in doomsday been merely villeins on ancient demesne. Professor McIlwain, of Harvard, USA, deals with Magna Carta and the common law, in an exhaustive treatise upon the whole subject of ancient custom, statute law, and ordinances. Dr. H. D. Hazeltine, USA, and Emmanuel College, Cambridge, treats the inheritance in the Charter of the American colonies before and after the Declaration of Independence. Signor Rafael Altamira, of Madrid, reminds us that in the early Middle Ages England was far from having a monopoly of constitutional liberties, and that there may be positive influence from the Pyrenean lands upon English constitutional developments. Certainly the elder Simon de Montfort, when in the November of 1212 he settled the affairs of the conquered Albigensian lands, called a parliament at Palmyre, which was attended by barons, clergy, knights, and citizens, antedating by 53 years his more famous son's parliament after Lewes. The device of a parliamentary committee to do the real business, not unknown in England and stereotyped in Scotland, was employed. 2 bishops, a Templar, a Hospitaller, 4 French knights, 2 Languedocian knights, and 2 Languedocian burgesses were the Lords of the Articles. Both the younger Simon and Edward I had ruled Gascony, and the latter had seen Spain. But we may hesitate to yield the palm to the Spanish kingdoms in the practical attainments of liberties. Spanish constitutional phenomena have yet to be studied as fully as those of England, and Signor Altamira admits that generalization is so far premature. When English constitutional studies were younger, the tendency was to exaggerate the evidence of the early popular liberties. When those of Aragon and Castile have been as exhaustively explored, a similar shrinkage of claims may follow. At any rate, moderation, slow advance, a practical sense aiming at the necessary and the attainable from time to time, with the continuance which was the fruit of these, were what made English constitutional gains solid. Finally, Mr. Hilary Jenkinson, late of the P.R.O., now Captain R.G.A., gives an extremely interesting review of the financial organization, or disorganization, of the reign of John, drawn from the records. It tends to show that by someone, perhaps by the king himself, some effort was being made to introduce method into business which had outgrown its earlier machinery. The editor must return hearty thanks to Mr. F. A. Kirkpatrick, M.A., F.R. Historical Society, for the translation of Signor Altamira's paper, and to Mr. C. Johnson of the Record Office for the correction of Mr. Jenkinson's proofs, and to Professor McKitchney for invaluable help in the reading of proofs, doubly useful when it was impossible to send some of these across the seas for the final corrections by the authors. Nor is his debt to the greatest authority upon the Charter confined to this alone. By arrangement, Dr. Hazeltine's paper has appeared already in the Columbia Law Review, Volume 17, January, 1917. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Magna Carta, 1215 to 1915, an address delivered on its 7th centenary to the Royal Historical Society and the Magna Carta Celebration Committee, by Professor William S. McKechnie. 700 years ago, at a meadow on the Thames between Staines and Windsor, known as Runnymede, a spot thereafter hallowed for all lovers of England and of freedom, King John, bending before a storm he had raised but could not lay, set the Great Seal of England to a charter of liberties. The event proved memorable in many ways, but preeminently because of its clear enunciation of the principle that the caprice of despots must bow to the reign of law, that the just rights of individuals, as defined by law and usage, must be upheld against the personal will of kings. John Lackland, in acceding to the demands of his barons, under picturesque and memorable circumstances, tacitly admitted the doctrine of later constitutional law that rulers are accountable for the use they make of their sovereign powers. The royal surrender at Runnymede thus presaged the darker tragedy enacted at Whitehall 4 centuries later, when the chief exponent of the Stuart doctrine of the divine right of kings died a martyr to his faith. In 1215, King John, sorely against his will, was forced to take the first painful step on that road of constitutional progress that led, in the course of centuries, to the firm establishment of the modern doctrines of the royal impersonality and the responsibility of ministers for the actions of their king. The events that led to so notable a surrender must be briefly told. John's father, Henry Plantagenet, a prince endowed with a double portion of the untiring vigour, the ability, and the hot blood of the race of Anjou, had prepared strong foundations for his English throne. In organising an efficient administrative system, he had strained to the utmost every prerogative of the crown, and reduced to the narrowest limits the franchises and privileges and independence of the great feudatories, his earls and barons. With one hand he had increased in frequency and amount every one of the galling feudal services and incidents performed by his vassals. With the other he had curtailed their profitable franchises, their rights of holding courts and trying prisoners. These, then, were the two chief sets of feudal grievances felt in the 13th century increase of feudal burdens and curtailment of feudal privileges that made the barons restive under even the indomitable energy of the formidable Henry. Under Henry's hot-tempered sons, Richard and John, both forms of oppression were pressed home more ruthlessly on the tenants of the crown, and a third set of grievances was added in the failure of both these princes, for different reasons, to continue the efficient, orderly system of government for which the barons under Henry had paid so heavy a price, and in the employment of a class of unscrupulous foreign adventurers who were placed as officers of the royal household and as sheriffs or bailiffs in every county of the land. Every feudal service and incident was made more galling by the stringent methods of enforcement John adopted. Scutages in particular, or money paid in commutation of actual military service in the field, increased in frequency and in amount, and became more burdensome from the rigorous manner of their exaction. Every rule of the unwritten but well-recognised feudal law was broken by John and his horde of unbridled mercenaries, such as Engelard of Cigogne and Geoffrey of Martigny, and their associates branded by name in the 50th chapter of Magna Carta. Cruel private wrongs inflicted by John as a man added to the growing flame of resentment kindled by his extortions, lawlessness, and inefficiency as a ruler. By 1213, the barons, seething with discontent, only waited an opportunity to demand redress, with weapons in their hands. Direction and point and unity of action were given to their endeavours when Archbishop Stephen Langton, a name ever to be honoured by the heirs of English liberty, produced a copy of the Coronation Charter, granted in the year 1100 by John's great-grandfather, Henry I, as a model from which they might begin, at least, to formulate their claims for reform of abuses. Only a fit occasion was needed for the rebellion to break forth, and that occasion came in the autumn of 1214, when John set sail from France, vanquished and humiliated by the complete failure of his grandiose schemes for winning back from Philip Augustus the lost French provinces of the Angevin inheritance, by means of a grand alliance, with the Emperor as its central figure. Returning discomfited on 15 October 1214, John found himself confronted with a domestic crisis unique in English history. The northern barons took the lead in demanding redress. Their cup of wrath, that had long been filling, overflowed when a new scutage, at the unprecedentedly high rate of 3 shillings for each knight's fee, was demanded. Roger of Wendover narrates how, after a futile conference with John, on 4 November, the magnates met at Bury St. Edmunds, as if for prayers, but there was something else in the matter, for after they had held much secret discourse, there was brought forth in their midst the charter of King Henry I, which the same barons had received in London from Archbishop Stephen of Canterbury. After binding themselves by a solemn oath to take united action against the king, the barons separated to prepare for the resort to arms, the muster being fixed for Christmas. The Covenanters kept their tryst. A deputation from the insurgents met John in London at the Temple on 6 January 1215, and a truce was patched up till Easter. In April, the northern barons again met in arms and marched southward to Brackley. They were met there by emissaries from the king to inquire as to their demands, who took back with them to John a certain schedule, the rude draft that was afterwards expanded into the baronial manifesto that is today exhibited to the public in the British Museum, in the same case with Magna Carta, commonly known as the Articles of the Barons, but describing itself more fully and accurately as Capitulaque Barones petunt et Dominus Rex concedit. John's consent, however, was not to be easily obtained. When the embassy bore back these demands to Wiltshire, where the king then was, John, livid with fury, declared, with his favourite blasphemous oath, that he would never grant them liberties that would make himself a slave, asking sarcastically, "Why do not the barons, with these unjust exactions, demand my kingdom?" On 5 May, the barons, having chosen as their leader Robert Fitzwalter, acclaimed by them as Marshal of the Army of God and Holy Church, performed the solemn feudal ceremony of diffidatio or renunciation of their fealty and homage, a formality indispensable before vassals could, without infamy, wage war upon their feudal overlord. Absolved from their allegiance at Wallingford by a canon of Durham, they marched on London, on the attitude of which all eyes now turned with solicitude. When the great city opened her gates to the insurgents, setting an example to be immediately followed by other towns, she practically made the attainment of the Great Charter secure. The Mayor of London thus takes an honoured place beside the Archbishop of Canterbury among the band of patriots to whose initiative England owes her Charter of Liberties. John, deserted on all sides and with an exchequer too empty for the effective employment of mercenary armies, agreed to a conference on the 9th day of June, a date afterwards postponed until the 15th of the same month. It was on 15 June, then, in the year 1215, that the conference began between John, supported by a slender following of half-hearted magnates, upon the one side, and the mail-clad barons, backed by a multitude of determined and well-armed knights, upon the other. The conference lasted for 8 days, from Monday of one week till Tuesday of the next. On Monday the 15th, John set seal to the demands presented to him by the barons, accepting every one of their 48 articles, with the additional forma securitatis, or executive clause, vesting in 25 of their number full authority to constrain King John by force to observe its provisions. This was merely a preliminary measure. Numerous minor points had yet to be adjusted before the final settlement, which took place on Friday, 19 June, when the completed charter, containing the substance of the articles in an altered sequence, and with numerous additions and amendments as to points of detail, was also sealed, not merely in duplicate or triplicate, but in considerable numbers, each of the great English cathedral churches in particular receiving a certified parchment for its own. 4 of these originals still exist, 2 of them in the British Museum, 1 at Lincoln and 1 at Salisbury. The more famous of the museum copies, originally posted in Dover Castle, is now scarred by the marks of fire and in part illegible. Throughout the conferences, as in the discussions and embassies that preceded them, Stephen Langton played the leading part, alike in giving direction and unity of aim and moderation to the councils of the barons, in preventing complete rupture of diplomatic relations, in pressing the barons' just claims upon the king, while remaining a faithful servant of the best interests of the crown, and perhaps also in focusing the baronial demands, and thus accepting in some sort the responsibilities of an editor in the drafting of the actual clauses of Magna Carta. The Great Charter, whose weighty declaration Quod Anglicana Ecclesia Libera Sit, has helped to build into one whole the rights of the national church with the constitutional liberties of the nation, so that they should act as mutual buttresses, was thus merely repaying the obligation it owed to the greatest of English primates. When John, on that Friday morning of a memorable June, set seal to the completed record of his surrender, known to contemporaries as Carta Liberatatum, or Carta Baronum, or Carta de Runnymede, and to after ages simply and preeminently as the Great Charter, he had no intention of being bound by his promises longer than circumstances compelled him. The wax on which the Great Seal had been impressed had scarcely hardened when John appealed to Rome for leave to repudiate his consent, alleging his intention of going on crusade. In response, Innocent III issued a bull, in which he sternly forbade, under ban of anathema, that John should observe the charter, or that the barons and their accomplices should exact its enforcement. At a Lateran council, Innocent excommunicated all those English barons who had persecuted his liegemen. John, King of England, crusader and vassal of the Church of Rome, by endeavouring to take from him his kingdom, a fief of the Holy See. Meanwhile, the points at issue between the English king and his feudatories had passed from the sphere of conferences, legal documents and diplomacy to the sphere of civil war. The insurgents, in their urgent need, invited the aid of Louis, son of the French king, offering him the rich guerdon of the crown of England. The fortunes of war still trembled in the balance, when John's death at Newark on 19 October 1216, and the consequent desertion of the French prince's cause by many of the English barons, paved the way for the healing of internal discords on a peaceful and permanent basis. William the Marshal, acting as regent for the boy king, son and heir of John, accepted and confirmed the Great Charter in young Henry's name, subject to certain omissions and modifications, as the basis of his future scheme of government. Confirmations of the Charter were accordingly issued in 1216, on Henry's accession, and in 1217, when it was arranged by treaty that Louis of France should renounce his pretensions to the English throne and depart from England, and finally in Henry's third Great Charter, impressed with his own seal in 1225, Magna Carta took its definitive shape, assuming the form, word for word, in which it stands today as the earliest enactment on the statute rolls of England. Thenceforward, the almost sacred text of the Great Charter has remained fixed and stereotyped, together with that of the Forest Charter which, issued in 1225 for the first time as a separate document, formed its natural complement, the two being confirmed together in future reigns, without suffering variation in one jot or tittle. New confirmations in 1237 and 1253 were accompanied by solemn ceremonials, repeated on several occasions during the reign of Edward I. The constitutional importance and results of the Confirmatio Cartarum of 1297 are known to all, and of later confirmations, Coke has counted 15 under Edward III, 8 under his grandson Richard, 6 under Henry IV, and 1 under Henry V. No further confirmation was required thereafter, for the Great Charter had by that time been woven inextricably into the fabric of the national law and the national life. Such, in brief, were the stages in the genesis of the Great Charter of English liberties. From even the hastiest examination of these facts, one question emerges and presses for an answer. Whence did the Charter acquire the right to be described, without qualification and without rival, as being great? Why did the granting of it mark an epoch in English history, and perhaps in the history of civilization? Whence came its worldwide fame? To begin with, it is obvious that its title to distinction cannot be exclusively derived from any one of its isolated characteristics, for its chief merits, in the eyes of different ages, have not always been the same. Gazing backwards over the crowded centuries that separate the present from the day when John surrendered to the mail fists of the feudal host at Runnymede, is it possible to estimate the stages by which the prestige of Magna Carta has slowly been built up? The task is no easy one, but it would seem that 3 separate periods may be distinguished, in each of which the chief merits of the Charter have been differently rated, being found respectively in its reference to the present, the future, and the past. The first epoch. The importance of the Charter for the men of 1215 did not lie in what forms its main value for the constitutional theorists of today. To the barons at Runnymede, its merit was that it was something definite and utilitarian, a present help for present ills. To them it was by no means what it became to the English lawyers and historians of a later age, who looked on it as something intangible and ideal, a symbol standing for the essence of the Constitution, a bulwark of English liberties. To the barons, every clause was valued because it gave relief from a current wrong. Little they thought of its influence on the development of constitutional liberty in future ages. The individual crown tenant smarted under the steadily increasing burden of feudal exactions. His scutages were more frequent and at a higher rate. On succeeding to his fief, he had been forced to pay a relief of an amount bounded only by the limits of John's greed. If his father's lands had fallen into wardship, on coming of age he found them exhausted and laid waste. When he died, his widow and children would be subjected to a host of harrying and unjust exactions. In Magna Carta he sought an immediate remedy to these embittering ills. The same crown tenant found that by the insidious extension of the use of certain royal writs, the profitio able jurisdiction of his court baron was being infringed, and his authority as a local magnate undermined. He found too that where the royal justice was beneficial it was fitfully administered, and that the same upstart aliens, on whom John bestowed in marriage the best dowered heiresses of the realm, were given a free hand to abuse the powers of the lucrative offices that were showered upon them. To Magna Carta the Baron looked as an immediate end of all these abuses and irregularities. No contemporary estimates of the value of Magna Carta, considered as one whole, are extant. The biographer of William the Marshal excuses himself from discussing the Charter and the Civil War on the ground that there were too many incidents which it would not be honourable to recount. The chief contemporary source of information is a chronicle composed by a minstrel who visited England in the train of Robert of Bethune, one of John's familiars, who gives a fragmentary catalogue of particular clauses rather than a general estimate. The provisions of the Charter which this troubadour found worthy of mention were the clauses that redressed three abuses, namely the disparagement of heiresses, the loss of life or limb for killing deer, and the encroachment on feudal courts, and the clause appointing the baronial executive committee. The selection of these four topics as of outstanding value gives point to the view already expressed that to the men of 1215 Magna Carta was an intensely practical document, valued as an immediate remedy of present ills, with nothing whatever of the glamour of romance. The second epoch. By the Stuart era, if not earlier, a marked change had taken place. After a period of comparative neglect, the Great Charter established new claims to popular esteem when it proved its usefulness as a shelter against the stretches of prerogative by a James or Charles Stuart. It is interesting to compare the glowing rhetoric of Coke with the colder estimates contemporary with Magna Carta. Speaking of one of the Charter's famous clauses, Sir Edward Coke breaks thus into rhapsody: "As the gold finer will not out of the dust, threads or shreds of gold, let pass the least crumb, in respect of the excellency of the metal, so ought not the learned reader to pass any syllable of this law, in respect of the excellency of the matter." By that age the Charter had become, too, a powerful instrument of reform in the hands of the leaders of the parliamentary opposition to the arbitrary government that accompanied the Stuart doctrine of the divine right of kings. It became indeed the strongest link that bound together past and future in the constitutional development of English freedom. It served this purpose all the better, because of the antique flavour of its language in redressing old-world abuses of which the 17th century had forgotten the meaning. The very fact that many of the feudal grievances of 1215 had died a natural death and been forgotten centuries before the struggle with the Stuarts began, that much of its phraseology was no longer understood, made it possible for Coke and Hampden, Eliot and Pym and Hakewell, to give to its numerous clauses meanings that favoured their own aspirations in the cause of constitutional progress. For its 17th century exponents, the Charter's great value lay thus in its bearing on the future. By discovering precedents for a desired reform in some obscure passage of Magna Carta, a needed innovation might be readily represented as a return to the time-honoured practice of the past. The veneration with which his contemporaries viewed the antiquarian and black-letter learning of Sir Edward Coke, that unrivalled master of the intricacies of the common law, secured the unquestioned acceptance of his declaration of what exactly had been meant by obscure chapters of the Charter. The Great Charter, as enshrined in the imaginations of the parliamentary leaders of the Puritan rebellion, was, to a great extent, the creation of Coke's legal intellect. It has been contended, indeed, in a brilliant and still recent article, under the startling title of "The Myth of Magna Carta," that no charter really existed to correspond with the conceptions formed of it by the leaders of the Long Parliament, and that Coke was the creator of the Charter, or of the myth, which alone had political significance or value. It seems safer, however, to maintain that there are two great charters, or two aspects of one charter, each of which, valuable in its own sphere and period, has rendered inestimable services to the growth of sound theories of government, the original feudal charter, and the charter of 17th century interpretations. Part, at least, of the greatness of the Charter would thus seem to lie, not so much in what it was to its framers in 1215, as in what it afterwards became to the political leaders, to the judges and lawyers, and to the entire mass of the people of England in later ages. The third epoch, in our own day, when the privilege of living under the best constitution in the world has come to be more lightly valued, by a generation who are prone to take their heritage for granted, Magna Carta is no longer resorted to as an indispensable storehouse of precedents for desired reforms. Its chief value is not now for its bearing on the present, as it was to the men of 1215, nor on the future as it was to the men of 1628 or 1688, but as a helpful means of reconstructing the past. The vivid glimpses that the Charter gives us of life in England in the early 13th century open, as it were, a window into the past. To understand the Charter aright in all the clauses of its 63 chapters, traversing, as these do, fields both wide and various, requires intimate knowledge of every phase of mediaeval England, whether feudal, social, economic, legal or political. From the many points at which it touches the life and customs of the Middle Ages, its elucidation affords ample illustration of the principles that must animate every teacher of history who seeks to gain the permanent interest of his hearers. That root principle is the necessity of never, for one moment, forgetting the closeness of the tie that binds the dead past to the living present. There is no document, however dry and obsolete it may today appear, which did not spring from a human situation that was once alive with hopes and fears. The pigeonholes of a lawyer's office, with their scores of uninteresting-looking documents, tied neatly into bundles with red tape, are, as it were, the fossil bones of human ambitions and passions and tragedies that have long since been struck cold. To the eye of imagination, however, there shines through every one of them some ray of the sentiments and emotions with which they were once instinct. The lumbering clauses of the articles of his deed of partnership cannot quite conceal the eager hopes of the young merchant making a first start in life. The proceedings in bankruptcy mark the close of a long-drawn agony. The last will and testament suggests thoughts that run through the whole gamut of the infinite pathos of human life. Similar results flow from the application of imagination to any historical document, and notably is this true of the interpretation of Magna Carta. Read this feudal charter apart from its historical context, and without any effort of imaginative sympathy, and taking it thus, dull clause by clause, you will find it wearisome to extinction. But read it in the light of all that is known of life in the Middle Ages, read it in the light of the human passions and ambitions and wildly beating hopes of the barons in whose interests it was framed, read it in the light of its magnificent historical setting, and behold, you have transformed the whole. What is the writ Praecipe, or the assize of novel disseisin, or the Crown's right of prerogative wardship to the men of today? Nothing, if we are ignorant of the once living context. Much, if we have the sympathy and historical insight to set them in their true perspective against a background of medieval life. The problem, then, for the historical teacher, as for the historical researcher, is how best to reconstruct the once full-blooded life of the past out of the dry bones that now cumber the ground. The Hebrew prophet Ezekiel, chapter 37, verses 1 to 10, has described how this miracle comes to pass. The hand of the Lord set me down in the midst of the valley which was full of bones, and said unto me, Prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, Ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied there was a noise, and behold a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. So I prophesied, as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived, and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army. So only by the spirit of sympathy and the breath of historical imagination can the dry bones of history be made to live again. The nature and the motives of the interest that is today taken in Magna Carta are thus widely different from those that influenced the men of the 17th century, and both are different from those of the 13th. It is therefore useless to seek for any one quality as the sole source of the Charter's fame. It is further plain that its value cannot lie in any principle of logical arrangement, for the chapters are grouped in a disorderly manner, as though they had been jotted down exactly as they occurred to the memory of the framers, and that hurriedly in case they might be quickly again forgotten. The time now available makes it impossible, if indeed it were desirable, to give a detailed account of the 63 chapters of Magna Carta, or even to attempt their classification, while a mere catalogue would serve no useful end. There is certainly no one clause to which the chief value of the Charter can be exclusively traced. No such monopoly can be claimed for the 12th and 14th chapters, limiting the king's power of imposing aids and scutages without the commune concilium of the realm, nor for the 39th, which gave security of life and property against John's arbitrary interference by affording the protection of Iudicium Parium, nor for the famous 40th chapter, that declared in oft-quoted words, "To no one will we sell, to no one will we refuse or delay right or justice," nor can it be claimed even for that extraordinary 61st chapter, which provided machinery for enforcing all the rest, by means of a committee of 25 of the baronial opposition, to whom John granted authority, under certain conditions, of coercing him by the forcible seizure of his castles, lands, and possessions. One who searches for the causes of the Charter's greatness must thus look elsewhere than to even the most famous of its isolated provisions. The elements, indeed, that have contributed to the constitutional influence of Magna Carta are numerous and varied. While an attempt to classify these elements on any principle of absolute mutual exclusion would be artificial and stultifying, they may yet, perhaps, be regarded as roughly falling under the 7 following heads: the inherent merits of the Charter, its historical setting, its continuity with the past, its continuity with the future, the number and solemnity of its confirmations, its flexibility, and its success in taking hold upon the popular imagination. The Great Charter is famous, first, because of its inherent merits, because of its moderation, the wide orbit of its range, its preference for practical details rather than vague generalities, its assertion of the existence of settled usages to which the king binds himself to conform. This is perhaps the cardinal principle of the whole, its insistence that there is something higher and more sacred than the will of sovereigns and rulers. Secondly, it is famous because of its vivid historical setting. Christendom was impressed by the spectacle of an anointed king obliged to surrender at discretion to his rebellious subjects. The fact that John was compelled to accept what previously he had passionately refused meant a loss of royal prestige and an encouragement to future resisters of oppression. The dramatic circumstances of John's humiliation were stamped indelibly on the minds of future generations. Thirdly, it is famous because of its continuity with the past. It was modelled in some measure on the Charter of Henry I, and that charter was in some respects an embodiment of the terms of the old coronation oath, under which the Conqueror and his sons had sworn to observe the laws of Edward the Confessor's reign, and that oath can in turn be traced back to the days of the early kings of Wessex. The demand for the confirmation of Magna Carta took the place of the older battle cry of a return to the laws of good King Edward, and the halo as of a golden age that surrounded the Leges Edwardi was transferred to their supposed new embodiment in John's Charter of Liberties. Fourthly, it became famous for its continuity with the future, because it stands directly in the line of development of English liberty and the reign of law, because it marks the first decisive step in the establishing of a system of government of great value to the whole of the civilized world. Slow and sure has been the motto of the builders of English liberty, and the influence of Magna Carta, and of the circumstances that gave it birth, have been woven into the whole fabric of our constitutional continuity. For one thing, The winning of the Charter marks the beginning of a new grouping of political forces in England. No longer, as in the days of those three master builders of our Constitution, William the Conqueror, Henry Beauclerc, and Henry Plantagenet, were Crown and people united, in the name of law and order, against a baronage that contended for feudal licence. All this was changed in 1215. The mass of merchants and yeomen, the small sub-vassals and the clergy had in that year formed a league with the barons, as the new champions of law and order, against the crown that had now become the chief lawbreaker. This association with new allies was accompanied by a change of baronial policy. Convinced that the complete feudal independence of each feudatory in his own territory was now impossible, the feudal magnates sought to control and guide the royal power they could no longer defy. Magna Carta was the first fruit of this new policy and thus stands directly in the line of constitutional development. Fifthly, it is also famous because of its numerous reissues and confirmations, and because of the solemnity with which some of these have been accompanied. It is true indeed that we are dependent upon an authority of some centuries later date for some of the most impressive details. Holinshed, embroidering on the narrative of Matthew Paris, relates how, in a parliament held at London in 1253, after Henry III had confirmed the Charter, sentence of excommunication was pronounced by the Archbishop of Canterbury and 13 of his bishops, revested and apparelled in pontificalibus, with tapers according to the manner, against all transgressors of the liberties of the Church and of the ancient liberties and customs of the realm of England, and namely those which are contained in the Great Charter and the Charter of Forest. Whilst the sentence was in reading, the king held his hand upon his breast with glad and cheerful countenance, and when in the end they threw away their extinct and smoking tapers, saying, "So let them be extinguished and sink into the pit of hell, which run into the dangers of this sentence," the king said, "So help me God, as I shall observe and keep all these things, even as I am a Christian man, as I am a knight, and as I am a king, crowned and anointed." Sixthly, the Charter was found valuable as a weapon in the hands of later champions of freedom because of its flexibility. The original meaning of many of its clauses was in later centuries forgotten, and after the decay of feudalism, new interpretations, as we have seen, superseded older ones. The process which substituted the redress of the abuses most bitterly felt in later centuries for those actually redressed in 1215 was usually a perfectly honest one, and thus even mistaken interpretations of Magna Carta have contributed to the advance of sound principles of government. This process of constantly adapting the half-obsolete provisions of Magna Carta to meet the changing needs of succeeding generations had been begun in the reign of John's famous grandson, if not even in that of his son, while the interpretations of some of its most famous clauses commonly entertained under Edward III would have astonished alike John and his opponents. But the process of modernisation culminated only in the reign of the Stuarts. If the inaccurate eulogies of Coke and Hampden have obscured the bearing of many chapters and diffused false notions as to the development of English law, the service these very errors have rendered to the cause of constitutional progress is measureless. What was originally an affirmation of the validity of feudal law and custom against the arbitrary caprice of John, became in time an affirmation of 17th century national law against the arbitrary stretches of prerogative by the Stuart kings in furtherance of their personal or dynastic aims. Magna Carta in this way became a bridge between the older monarchy, limited by the restraints of medieval feudalism, and the modern constitutional monarchy, limited by a national law enforced by Parliament. To the fame gained by Magna Carta in respect of its real and original meaning must thus be added to the fame gained by the imaginary Magna Carta, as evolved from the earlier charter by the learning of Coke and his parliamentary associates. We have seen how, in the 17th century, it became a means of cloaking innovations in the guise of a return to the past, and how, in an age averse from constitutional innovations, It enabled the opponents of the divine right of kings to gain for their policy the approval of staid upholders of the venerated past. The elasticity of the Great Charter has thus enabled it to adapt itself to the ever-changing needs of succeeding centuries, and each century that enjoyed its powerful aid has heaped upon it, in return, tributes of grateful veneration, and has read into it new principles of which its framers never dreamed. Seventhly and lastly, it has enjoyed an enduring fame because of the hold which, for these and other reasons, it gained and held for many generations upon the popular imagination. Its emotional and moral value is perhaps even greater than its strictly legal or constitutional value. All government is, at bottom, founded on public opinion upon sentiments, either of affection and veneration or of fear. Psychological considerations are often all-powerful in the world of politics and morality. It is no disparagement of Magna Carta, then, to admit that part of its value has been read into it by later generations, and that its power now lies in the halo almost of romance that has collected round it in the course of centuries. Sentiment counts for much in the most practical affairs of men. It is the sentiment that has brought the flower of Anglo-Saxon and Celtic manhood from the shores of the seven seas from Africa, Australasia, Canada, and India to fight the mother country's battles in Europe, and in Asia the twin sentiments of love of empire and love of home, and these men claim justly as their right a full share in the goodly heritage of the free institutions and traditions of the homeland, of which Magna Carta forms an essential part. The Great Charter is great because in ages long after its framers were dead and forgotten, it became a shield and buckler behind which constitutional liberty could take shelter. Fortified as it had been by the veneration of ages, it became a strongly entrenched position that the enemies of arbitrary government could safely hold. Apart from the salutary effect of many of its original enactments, its moral influence has steadily contributed to an advance in the national spirit and therefore to the more firm founding of the national liberties. The value of the Great Charter has continually increased in the 700 years during which traditions, associations and aspirations have clustered ever more thickly round it. In the forefront of this long catalogue of virtues, however, there lies the one great cardinal merit of the Charter, which has already been insisted on, namely that it is, in essence, an admission by an anointed king that he was not an absolute ruler, that he had a master in the laws he had often violated, but now once more swore to obey, that his prerogative was defined and limited by principles more sacred than the will of kings, and that the community of the realm had the right to compel him, when he refused of his own free will, to comply. Magna Carta affirmed the doctrine that kings are accountable for their deeds, and thus paved the way for the shifting of the responsibility from the king to his ministers, holding office at the will of a representative parliament. In conclusion, it may not be profitable to ask what valuable lessons, if any, Magna Carta and its historical context have for the men of 1915 in this time of unparalleled stress and anxiety. Here 2 lines of thought suggest themselves, one connected with our foreign relations and the other with our domestic troubles and reforms. One set of problems lies in the realm of international, and the other of constitutional law, and both of them turn on the possibility of substituting peaceful methods for brute force in settling acute differences of opinion. There are 2 ways, and only 2, of reconciling conflicting principles and interests. One is by the method of rational men, the other of savages and wolves and tigers. The one proceeds by the devising and enforcing of wise laws and the framing of constitutions, the other by the arbitrament of war. Take the international problem first. More than 19 centuries have elapsed since the Prince of Peace was born into the world at Bethlehem. War and the horrors of war should surely be obsolete and impossible in this 20th Christian century, and yet never has a more widespread, unremitting, or inhuman war been waged than is waged today. What hopes, then, remain for the priests of peace? Must they, with averted faces, renounce all hope of the long-expected time when wars shall cease? The events surrounding Magna Carta would seem to furnish them with a ray of hope, however dim. For in 1215 the granting of the Charter was the beginning, not the end, of a bitter civil war, and at that date the possibility of permanently superseding domestic strife by peaceful constitutional methods seemed as remote as the possibility of devising machinery to prevent recurrence of war among rival nations appears today. Yet, in 1215, in spite of the blackest of outlooks, the process had really commenced of substituting, in domestic troubles, the settlement by reason for the settlement by brute force. A constitution for England had already, in 1215, begun to be evolved. Similarly, may it not be possible that in 1915, when everything looks its blackest for the friends of peace, we may not be far from the coming of the dawn? International law may yet achieve what seems so impossible today, just as constitutional law has achieved what seemed equally impossible in 1215. The second problem or group of problems, for light on which we turn to the history of Magna Carta, affects the internal policy of Great Britain and the British Empire. The present generation of Englishmen, like the spendthrift heirs of an industrious father, show a tendency to underestimate the value of that priceless heritage of the British Constitution that has come to them without effort of their own, as a product of the labour and the forethought of the generations that have gone before. Why is it that constitutional privileges that are the envy of all civilized foreign nations, privileges that were esteemed alike by Pitt and Fox and Edmund Burke, by Blackstone, Hallam, Mill and Macaulay, by Wellington and Earl Grey, by Peel and Palmerston and Lord John Russell, by Gladstone, Disraeli and John Bright, have come to be cheaply held as airy trifles to be taken for granted, or to be lightly bartered away for the rapid attainment of the moment's transient and loud-voiced needs? Why was it that, even for years before the evil example set by Germany at the commencement of her war against the foundations of civilization, there appeared everywhere signs of a tendency at work to discredit the constitutional heritage to which so many generations of Britons have contributed, of a retrograde movement, away from the method of settling disputes by the discussion of what is just and right, to the method of self-help by organised violence? Whatever the reason, the facts are undoubted. A spirit of lawlessness, discontent and greed had, even before the fateful August of 1914, bred a quick impatience of every constitutional barrier that stood in the way of its own immediate gratification. It had ceased to be remembered that even red tape, whether of the moral or legal variety, is an excellent thing in its own place. This universal impatience with legal and traditional restraints, from which Great Britain can by no means claim to have been wholly free, was perhaps only part of a great wave of discontent with constitutional impediments, which culminated in the Felons' Act of Germany in repudiating the obligations of her plighted word and violating every accepted code of law and honour. The time will come, however, when the tide will turn, when public opinion will recognise once more the merits of the slow but sure constitutional methods of settling disputes, when the British Constitution, readjusted and amended, perhaps, to meet the new destinies that lie ahead, will return into sunshine of popular favour, when Magna Carta and other scraps of paper or of parchment will come to their own again. The centre of world interest will then swing back again from the work of the bayonet and the howitzer to the work of the pen. Then all eyes will centre once more on constitutional problems, of which 3 at least are likely to occupy the foreground of public attention: the framing of a new, perhaps federal, constitution for the British Isles, the framing of a new imperial constitution to bind the overseas dominions more closely to the motherland, the framing of some stepping stone, at least, toward a scheme of government for Europe and the world, capable of substituting the decisions of justice and reason for the grim arbitrament of war. For that new world, towards whose dawn we are peering through the darkness, Yet with stout hope in our hearts, Magna Carta has grave lessons, which it cries aloud with no uncertain voice. The part that the Great Charter has played in achieving the enduring reforms of earlier centuries is a sermon on the text of Slow but Sure. It teaches the value of continuity in all matters of constitutional development. It shows that ground, to be permanently held against the encroachments of the enemy, must be slowly and painfully acquired, and carefully entrenched yard by yard against the inevitable counter-attack to be openly delivered, or prepared more insidiously underground. Magna Carta and its historical context proclaim to all idealists who are in haste for quick results the danger of breaking with the past. Framers of new schemes of government, whether for the United Kingdom or the Empire, will find sure evidence of the strength given to national institutions by continuity when they look back on the long, slow, steady growth of the English Constitution through the vicissitudes of the 700 years that separate the conference at Runnymede from the present day. When the happy day has dawned on which Britons meet to celebrate, on bended knee, the restoration of peace to a tortured Europe, they will do well to return thanks also for the free land into which they and their sons were born, a land of settled government, a land of just and old renown, where freedom broadens slowly down from precedent to precedent. End of section 2. Read by Carol Box. In Surrey, England, 2015.
Section 3 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Innocent III and the Great Charter by Professor G.B. Adams, Ph.D. That John expected the Pope to release him from his obligation to the Charter upon some ground or other is, I think, reasonably certain. That the Pope honestly believed that he was acting with complete authority in doing so is even more clear from the evidence. But no attempt has ever been made, so far as I am aware, to show by an analysis of the evidence upon what basis of legal right the Pope supposed he was resting his bull of 24 August 1215, or to subject his right to annul the Charter to a legal criticism. I can hope in this paper to do no more than to make a beginning in that direction. To determine the legal basis of the Pope's action, one turns first of all to the bull itself, but the answer which it gives is too indefinite to be satisfactory. One naturally expects to find the Pope's action based upon the vassal relation of England to the papacy. This relationship is indeed clearly mentioned in the bull, but it is not emphasized. It is put forward as one fact among others, explaining the Pope's interest in the case, but his interest in the fact that John was a crusader is more strongly insisted on. Nowhere is the feudal relationship asserted as the ground of right on which the Pope was acting, nor is there any attempt made to show that the Charter reduced the value of the fief or its ability to perform the service by which it was held, nor are these facts even asserted. In the formal phrases of annulling at the close of the bull, it is the apostolic authority which is put forward, and there is no mention of the feudal relationship. So far as the language of the bull is concerned, there is nothing in it to prevent our saying that, if the relationship had not existed, the Pope would have taken the same action. If now we turn from the bull to the other contemporary evidence, documentary and chronicle, which has come down to us, the information we gain is no more definite, but certain things bearing on the question stand out rather clearly. 1. The feudal dependency of England upon the papacy was recognized by all parties during the whole period, with the single exception of Philip II of France and his son in their debate with the Pope. They, however, do not deny the fact of the relationship, but the right of John to enter into it and its legality. John, of course, makes the matter entirely clear in his two charters, recording his oath of fealty of 15 May and 3 October 1215. He there calls England for the first time Patrimonium Beati Petri, a phrase recurring again in connection with the Charter. In his letters in 1215, John also refers frequently and clearly to the relationship, as does also the Pope, and the phrase Patrionem Petri occurs several times. Too much emphasis has, I think, been placed upon the barons' recognition of the vassal relationship in their letter to the Pope in February 1215 for rhetorical purposes merely, but they certainly do recognize it, according to the statement of John's envoy. 2. In certain cases John had acted, or seems at first sight to have acted, as the Pope's vassal. 1. He sought a confirmation from the Pope of his grant of freedom of election to the churches of 15 January 1215. That this is the act of a feudal vassal seeking a confirmation from his lord of a grant which would be invalid without it, is exceedingly doubtful. It probably would have been sought in any case. The prelates would naturally desire this sanction added to the king's grant. The confirmation is Auctoritata Apostolica Confirmamus, and there is no reference in it to the feudal relationship nor to the feudal rights. The language of all the clauses of confirmation and sanction follows closely the model which had long been in use in the papal chancery for similar confirmations issued in large numbers to monasteries and churches with reference to lands and rights by whomsoever given. It is not possible to cite this case as evidence of action upon feudal principles. 2. Confirmation was also sought from the Pope of the arrangement made with Berengaria in 1215 in regard to her dower rights. In this case the papal confirmation is lacking, though one was sent to Berengaria in answer to her request, and one was no doubt sent to John. We have, however, John's requests, 2 separate requests of even date, in regard to the 2 distinct agreements. In these no reference is made directly or indirectly to the feudal position of the Pope. In the one which concerns the main agreement there is no request for confirmation, but, in the language of the agreement, the Pope is asked, ut praesenti compositione adat securitatis quas veredit experide, et nos retum habibimus quinquid indi statuerit. In the second the word confirmat is used, but clearly not in a technical sense, and the meaning of this request is the same as in the first, not that the Pope will make legal something which is otherwise beyond the capacity of the contracting party, but that he will add further, unknown, sanctions to the agreement. This is quite in accordance with what would at any time be normal, considering the question between the parties and the Pope's earlier interest in the case. In a letter on the subject addressed to John in 1207 he had clearly stated the grounds of his right to act in the case, his special duty towards widows, and commanded mandamus him to represent in praesentia nostra what he was going to do. This case is also clearly non-feudal. 3. In his letter of 29 May 1215, John said that he had declared to the barons that his land was the patrimony of St. Peter, held of him and of the Roman Church and of the Pope, that he emphasized to them his obligations and claimed his privileges as a crusader, and then appealed through the Earls of Pembroke and Warren against the disturbers of the peace of the land. Roger of Wendover states that John's messengers to the Pope, presumably those whom he says the king sent soon after granting the charter, in the account of events which they gave to the Pope, mentioned an appeal by the king before the entry of the barons into London. In his bull of 24 August, the Pope says that John had twice appealed to him. There is no further evidence for these statements, but there is no reason to doubt them. It should be noted that they give us no clear evidence of the ground on which the appeal was made. 4. Roger of Wendover, in the account just referred to, makes the king's envoys say that at some indefinite time before the granting of the charter, John publicly protested before the barons that, because the kingdom of England belonged to the Roman Church, ratione dominii, he could not and ought not to decree anything new without the consent of the Pope, nor to change anything in the kingdom to his prejudice. This same statement is also made by the Pope in the bull of 24 August. Here clearly is an appeal to feudal law. The Pope's attention was called to a principle upon which he might act against the charter, and that principle was clearly in his mind when the bull was drawn up. Nevertheless, it was not made the basis of the Pope's action. In regard to the point of law, we may so far anticipate the latter discussion as to say that in the first part of his statement John was quite wrong, and in the second more nearly right. 5. In the bull of 24 August, the Pope says that after offering to the barons secundum formam mandati nostri justitii plenitudinem exhibere, which they refused, the king ad audientiam nostrum appellans obtulit eis exhibere justitiam coram nobis, ad quos hujus causae judicium ratione dominii pertinebat. This is the first appeal mentioned by the Pope, and if the appeals have been correctly indicated in 3 above, it is the one made through the Earls of Pembroke and Warren. In his letter 29 May, John, in mentioning this appeal, does not add these legal particulars, and the source of the Pope's information is not evident. Judging by his general practice, however, he was probably following English information from some source. It is also quite possible that John, in order to confuse the situation, may have made an appeal in some such terms. It is out of the question, however, that any practical result should follow from such an appeal, or that it should be legally defensible. It is theoretically possible that the Pope could create a lay court of peers for the trial of an appeal by John, but not actually possible. The King of Sicily was in the midst of his campaign for the throne of Germany. The King of Aragon was a minor. The Pope's royal vassals in Hungary and the Balkans could hardly be expected to appear in Rome for such a purpose. A lay court of the Pope's vassals in Rome and its neighborhood could easily have been called together, but it would hardly have been a court of the peers of John. In relation to him, they would be in the position of those who held in England ut de honore instead of ut de corona. The legal difficulties are equally formidable. The language used by the Pope plainly implies a judicial proceeding. If the Pope states the facts correctly, and the evidence goes to show that he did, on the arrival in England of his letter of 29 March, John offered to the barons, quod in curia sua per pares eorum secundum legem et consuetudines regni suborta dissentio superitur. This, however, would not be a suit at law. With reference to the barons' complaints, the king would be in the position of a defendant, but as king he could not be sued. He states the situation with technical correctness in his letter of 29 May, which is probably the source of the Pope's information. He says, Et praeterea eis optilimus, quod de omnibus petitionibus suis, per consideratium parium, surorum justitiae plenitudium eis exhiberimus. That is, the baron's case could come before the curia regis only by way of petition, and the answer would be a matter of equity. That is, an act of the curia as council, not as court, if we may make a distinction perfectly valid in 1215, but which perhaps the men of the day could not have drawn. In such a case, John could have no appeal to his suzerain on technical grounds. Every action of the council was technically his action, and no decision of the whole baronage against him would have any legal validity if he withheld the Rechtsgebot. The only technical appeal possible would be by the barons. They, however, refused the king's offer, and then John appealed, on what grounds we do not know. It could not have been on grounds of legal technicality, but the general appeal to his lord for protection was always open to him, though it could have been made in this case only by a quibble. Equally difficult is the Pope's statement that John offered to do the barons justice before him to whom hujus causae judicium ratione dominii pertinebat. In the relation of England to the papacy, no right of judgment pertained to the Pope, ratione dominii, except in the cases brought before him by way of appeal. It is necessary to say that the Pope is here using language which is apparently technical, but which cannot be justified on such grounds, but only if it is regarded as used in the most general and non-technical sense. John's curia was as fully competent to judge finally every case between the king and the barons after as before he became the vassal of the Pope, and without any reference to his overlord. His position was not that of an English vassal of the king, but that of one of the sovereign great barons of France, and, under the terms by which the fief was held, he could not even be called up for court service as a matter of right. 3. Although John calls attention several times to his feudal relation to the Pope, and seems disposed to make what he can of it, he clearly does not trust to it as sufficient. On 4 March 1215 he took the cross, thereby gaining the ecclesiastical protection and extensive privileges granted to the Crusader, but also securing the interest of the Pope in regard to the plans which Innocent had most deeply at heart. In this new relationship John undoubtedly secured all that he needed, and the skillful use which he could make of it is shown in his letter of 29 May, in which he puts the situation in such a light as to make clear to the Pope his inability to take any steps towards the crusade because of the trouble the barons were making. On this ground alone the Pope would undoubtedly have felt himself justified by existing law and practice in acting as he did. Not merely did the privileges granted Crusaders relieve them from contracts which interfered with the carrying out of their vows, But the popes assumed the right to protect a crusade and crusaders from any interference with the undertaking. In his excommunication of the crusaders of the Fourth Crusade for their attack on Zara, Innocent based his action wholly on ecclesiastical grounds, and did not allude to the fact that the King of Hungary, whose territory was thus violated, was his vassal whom he would be bound to protect in the possession of his fief. 4. According to Roger of Wendover's account of the embassy to the Pope soon after the granting of the charter, Innocent was informed that the barons had demanded quasdam leges et libertates iniquias quas dignitatem regium nulli duceat confirmare. The same chronicler informs us that John, angry at the demands of the barons, presented in their preliminary schedule, cried out, Et quare cum istis iniquius exactionibus barons not postulat regnum, and attributes a similar exclamation to Innocent when certain clauses of the charter were shown him in writing. If these statements refer to specific demands, it would be exceedingly interesting to know which ones they were. If regarded as intended to furnish a legal basis in feudal law for the Pope's action against the charter, they are certainly much too strong for anything which it contains. The only clauses which demanded extreme concessions from the king I have discussed elsewhere sufficiently, I think, to show that taken altogether they would not justify such statements. If finally we turn to feudal law, as understood either in England or upon the Continent, to inquire if, by its principles alone, the Pope would have been justified in annulling the charter, the answer must be, I think, in the negative. The details of the law which would apply to the case differed in different countries, but the underlying principle was the same everywhere. Without the Lord's consent the vassal might do nothing with or in his fief which reduced its value to himself to such an extent as to endanger his ability to perform the service by which he held it. In some cases this principle was extended to mean that no reduction, however small, like the emancipation of a serf, could be made in the capital, or permanent, value of the fief, undoubtedly with reference to the possibility of escheat, as is stated in the English statute of Mortmain. In applying this principle to the case of Innocent III and John, it must first of all be remembered that John did not hold England by indefinite feudal or by military tenure, but by a clearly defined money payment only. That is, England was a feudium sensuale, which is the term applied by Innocent to the exactly similar relation of Aragon to the papacy. In both John's charters of 1213 making the concession to the Pope, and in the Pope's acceptance of 2 November 1213, the money payment is distinctly said to be pro omnis servicio et consuetudine, quod pro ipsis farcere demerimus, saving St. Peter's pence. This definition of the service is perfectly clear and normal, and it limits not merely John's obligations but also the Pope's rights. Under it the Pope would be in duty bound to protect the king in the possession of his fief against any outside attack or any internal revolution which would deprive him of it, but he could find no ground in feudal law on which he could object to any arrangement entered into by his vassal for its internal management which did not seriously affect his ability to pay the specified annual sum. If all the financial clauses of the charter being put together and interpreted as they must have been understood in 1215, the absurdity of supposing that they would justify the annulling of the charter by the overlord would be apparent. But the Pope and the King apparently understood the weakness of such a case, notwithstanding John's extreme statements and the Pope's seeming endorsement of them. Neither of them trusted the feudal relationship as a sufficient ground of action against the charter, and the fact accounts for John's assumption of the cross and for the way in which the Pope passed over his feudal rights in the bull of 24 August. It is upon his ecclesiastical rights that Innocent founded his action, and upon them alone. Appendix. The Pope's letter of 18 June 1215, to which reference is made above, is in the Public Record Office, Papal Bills, Box 52, No. 2. The upper left-hand corner has been destroyed at some time in the past, so that the entire address and portions of diminishing length of the first 10 lines have been lost, and a single word and portions of words, as indicated in the text, have been lost elsewhere in the letter. The lines contain an average of 202 letter and word spaces. The address was probably general to the people of England. The letter seems to have special reference to John's letter to the Pope of 29 May, and in the first portion it follows rather closely the Pope's letters of 19 March. The text was printed by Parium in his History of King John, 1670, page 27, who supplied the address Innocentius Episcopus Nobilibus Viris Universitate Baronum Angliae, hanc paginam inspecturas, salutum et apostolicam, benedictionem, which can hardly be correct, and portions of the missing words, distinguishing his editions in 2 cases only. Modern historians have mostly not noticed its existence. Ramsay Angevine Empire, page 486, note 1, refers to Pyrene's text, reference a misprint, and says the letter does not read quite like one of Innocent's utterances. Gasquet, Henry III in the Church, pages 13 to 15, gives a reference to the original, says it was addressed to Langton and the other English bishops, which it certainly was not, and gives an otherwise inaccurate abstract of its contents. There is no reference to it in Potthast. As the letter is highly characteristic of the method in which the papal letters were composed during this conflict, and may be called in some respects a first draft of the bull of 24 August, it seems worthwhile to print it in a new and more accessible edition. A comparison of the text with that of the other letters, papal and royal, of the crisis, beginning with that to the Justus de Vinci of 5 November 1214, Reimer, Romanet 1, 126, will show the characteristic borrowing of phrases of which I have spoken. I have referred in the notes by date to some of the more important or interesting cases. It will be noticed that in this letter the Pope says that he has given directions to the Archbishop and his suffragans to excommunicate the barons unless within 8 days they come to an agreement with the king according to the form which he had earlier recommended to their messengers. The only papal letter which we have corresponding to this statement is the bull Miramur Purimum, preserved without date by Roger of Wendover, Romanet 3, 336. The dating of this bull is admittedly difficult. Its place among the events of Roger of Wendover's narrative can give us no clue. In Walter of Coventry, Romanet 2, 223, a bull of similar purport is said to have been shown to the bishops at a meeting at Oxford on 16 August. It is dated by Potthast, number 4992, and of August, and most modern historians have accepted Walter of Coventry's date as that at which it was presented. Sir James Ramsay, Avignon Empire, page 478, concludes against August in favor of 16 July. The most serious objection to considering the bull Miramur Purimum to be the one referred to in the letter of 18 June is the definite statement that the barons were to be allowed an interval of 8 days in which to come to an agreement with the king. That statement is not in the bull Miramur Purimum. It may have been contained in a supplementary letter, or have been committed to the messengers to be made known orally, as not quite consonant with the dignity of a formal papal command. It should be noticed that the bull shows no knowledge of the charter. I am inclined to believe that it should be dated 18 June, and the meeting at which it was shown to the bishops 16 July, although I am not prepared to assert this definitely. Text of the Pope's letter of 18 June.
Blank. Partibus Angliae nuper auribus nostris. Blank. Odo regni Angliae, sed etiam aliorum. Blank. Quosdam inter eos et carissimum. Blank. Opus esset cum humilitate ac devotione repetere. Blank. Super hoc iidem barones suos ad nos nuntios destinassent, ut nos ve blank. Dedicemus litteris in praeceptis, ut conspirationes et coniurationes presumptas ad tempore suborte discordiae inter regnum et sacerdotium apostolica de nu blank es. Ne talia de cetero temptarentur, iniungerent baronibus antedictis, ut per devotionis et humilitatis indicia tam animum regis placare, quam recon blank es, quod ab eo ducerent postulandum, conservando sibi regalem honorem, et exhibendo servitia debita. Quibus ipse rex non debebat absque judicio spoliari, ac in super blank prefatam in remissione sibi peccaminum injungendo, quatinus benigne per tractans nobiles antedictos, justas petitiones eorum clementer admitteret, plena eis in uniendo, morando et recedendo secu blank, essa pariter atque data. Ita quod si forte non posset inter eos concordia provenire, in curia sua per pares eorum secundum regni consuetudines atque leges mota deberet dissensio terminari. Barones ipsi nostro non expectato responso, postquam idem rex signum crucis assumpsit in subsidium terrae sanctae. Contempta justitia quam ipse rex superabundanter offerebat eistem. Contra dominum suum arma movere temeritate nefaria presumpserunt, non timentes taliter crucis negotium impedire, ac regni periculum procurare, cum pecuniam quam pro liberatione terrae sanctae deberet expendere, in destructionem etiam terrae suae profundere compellatur. Quodque nefandum est et absurdum, cum ipse rex quasi perversus Deum et Ecclesiam offendebat, illi assistebant eidem. Cum autem conversus Deo et Ecclesiae satisfecit, ipsum impugnare presumunt. Sicque videtur quod conspirationem inherent detestandam, ut eum taliter de regno possint eicere. Hominio et fidelitate sibi prestitis penitus violatis, quodquam crudele sit actu et horrendum auditu. Cum perniciosi exempli materia sit, et causa nostris temporibus inaudita. Manifeste conoscit, quicumque judicio utitur rationis, unde valde dolendum existit. Cum hoc in injuriam summi Dei, Ecclesiae Romanae ac nostrum contemptum. Regis et regni opprobrium et periculum, et terrae sanctae ad cuius subsidium se devoverat rex prefatus, nimium detrimentum redundat. Cum igitur debeamus et libenter velimus pacem regni Angliae procurare, ipsius tubationes propellere, ac dicti regis qui vassalus noster existit conservare justitias et injurias propulsare. Maxime cum idem propter caracterem crucis assumptum, specialiter sub nostra protectione consistat. Prefatis archiepiscopo et suffraganis eos, in obedientiae virtute districte dedimus in praeceptis. Quartinus nisi prefati barones infra octo dies post susceptionem literarum nostrarum ab eis vel aliquo ipsorum diligenter ammoniti. Reciperint et servaverint formam descriptam superius a nobis nuntiis eorum presentibus cum multa deliberatione provisam, iidem omni cavillatione postposita, eos et fautores ipsorum sub lato cuius libet contradictionis et appellationis obstaculo, excommunicationis mucrone percellant et terras illorum ecclesiastico subiciant interdicto, facientes utramque sententiam per totam Angliam singulis diebus dominicis et festivis solemniter publicari. Ne igitur propter quosdam perversos universitatis sinceritas in Anglia corrumpatur, quae hac tenus ab infidelitatis contagio fuit prorsus immunis. Universitati vestri per apostolica scripta precipiendo mandamus, et in remissionem injungimus peccatorum, quatinus prefato regi adversus perversores, huius modi opportunum impendatis auxilium et favorem. Ita quod in confusionem ipsius et aliorum regnorum non possit tanta nequitia prevalere, sed tempestate sedata. Regnum ipsum optata tranquillitate letatur. Scientes procerto, quod si rex ipse remissus esset aut tepidus in hac parte, nos regnum Angliae non pateremur, ad tantam ignominiam et vilitatem deduci, cum sciamus per Dei gratiam et possumus talium insolentiam castigare. Dat Terentine, ante diem 14 calendus Julii, pontificatus nostri anno 8mo.
An endorsement in a later but 13th century hand, possibly not much later than the original, reads: Inocte turbactione orta inter regem 1 et baronis Angliae verbum ultimum compentus est. Examinator. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Barons and Knights in the Great Charter by J. H. Round, LL.D. The passage in the Great Charter on which I propose to comment is contained in its second chapter and is here italicized. Si quis comitum vel baronum nostrorum, sive aliorum tenencium de nobis in capite per servicium militare mortuus fuerit, et cum decesserit here sues plene aetatis fuerit et relevium debeat, habeat hereditatem suam per antiquum relevium. Scilicet heres vel heredes comitis de baronia comitis integra per centum libras. Heres vel heredes baronis de baronia integra per centum libras. Italics. Heres vel heredes militis de feodo militis integro per centum solidos ad plus. End italics. Et qui minus debuerit minus det secundum antiquam consuetudinem feodorum. If we view these provisions in isolation and endeavour to make the text here its own interpreter, we observe 1. That those to whom they apply are the tenants-in-chief by knight service. 2. That these are divided into 3 categories: A. Earls, barons, and others; B. Earl, baron, and knight. 3. That the holdings recognised are only 2, viz. The barony and the knight's fee. It is important to observe that in this chapter no distinction is made between greater and lesser barons. The difficulty presented by these provisions is that no one has been able to give a satisfactory explanation of the difference between the baron and the knight, or between the 2 holdings here specified, when their holders were alike tenants-in-chief by knight's service. The barons' returns of their knights, Cartae Baronum, in 1166, imply that all such tenants-in-chief stood on the same footing, and that the milites were not among them, but were the under-tenants whom they had enfeoffed upon their lands. The above difficulty was already felt in the 17th century, when Selden considered that the holdings of tenants-in-chief were originally alike in status, but were subsequently differentiated, some being classed as baronies and others as knights' fees. Maddox, on the other hand, boldly assumed that the difference in status of the 2 holdings went back to the Norman Conquest, that, quote, William I enfeoffed his barons of their baronies, or his knights of their knights' fees." End quote. While I do not presume to hope that I shall wholly solve a difficulty by which historians and antiquaries have been so long baffled, I shall endeavour to elucidate the problem to the best of my ability, and to clear away some of the confusion by which it is at present surrounded, for it affects an important development in our constitutional history. That problem is the status and fate of those lesser tenants-in-chief who ceased to attend the Great Council. Were these lesser barons known as barones minores or as milites? And if the latter, is it possible to trace any connection between these milites and the representative knights of the shire? There has been, if I may venture to say so, on the part of the commentators on the Charter, too much glossing and too much assumption. When we examine the text itself, we find 1. That in the second chapter dealing with reliefs, the two classes below the earls are the baron and the knight. 2. That in the 14th chapter dealing with summons to the council, the two classes below the earls are the maiores barones and all those others who hold of us in chief. It has been assumed, but not proved, that in both chapters and for both purposes the line of division is the same, and it follows, as a consequence of this assumption, that quote, "the barones of one clause of the Great Charter seem to be the barones maiores of another. It seems that the baro, who has a baronia in the one clause, is the baro maior, who is to have a special summons in the other clause." End quote. Maitland, The Constitutional History of England. Nor is this the only consequence which follows from that assumption, for it involves, we find, the still more improbable equation of the knight, miles, who held a knight's fee in Chapter 2, with the alleged barones minores of Chapter 14. I use the term alleged because, in spite of the freedom with which the phrase is used by the commentators on the Charter, it is not found in that chapter, or indeed anywhere else in the text of the document. This is no mere verbal quibble. The phrase barones maiores does indeed imply that there were lesser barons, but it certainly does not involve the gloss that, quote, "all those others who hold of us in chief," end quote, were barones minores. They might, and judging from Chapter 2 they would, comprise at least the knights as well as the lesser barons, in which case these classes were distinct and the alleged equation disappears. Let me endeavour to make the point absolutely clear. The tenants-in-chief by knight service include, according to Chapter 2, A. barons, B. knights. Chapter 14 introduces a further distinction by speaking of maiores barones. This no doubt implies the existence of barones minores, but it does not affect the knights, who would remain as before distinct from all barons, whether greater or less. Therefore miles cannot be used as the equation of baro minor. Putting the point differently, the line in Chapter 2, which is concerned with reliefs, is so drawn as to include the minor barons with greater ones. But in Chapter 14, which is concerned with separate summons, it is drawn athwart the baronage, and by excluding the lesser barons creates, so far as summons is concerned, a fresh class. Again, the phrase "all others who hold of us in chief" in Chapter 14 may include, in addition to the lesser barons, not merely the knights, but others such as tenants by serjeanty. Stubbs indeed admits in one place, when speaking of the greater and lesser barons, that quote, "the entire body of tenants-in-chief included besides these, i.e. the greater barons, the minor barons, the knightly body, and the socage tenants of the crown," end quote, all of whom he deems were entitled to be summoned by the general summons as provided in chapter 14. It is true that he writes in another place of the phrase barones secundae dignitatis, who are admitted to be identical with the barones minores, that, quote, Hallam rightly understands this to refer to the knightly tenants-in-chief, end quote, which virtually accepts the wrong equation, but this only illustrates the need of greater clearness in definition. No one, I think, will suspect me of imperfect appreciation where our great historian is concerned, but his work occasionally betrays a certain vagueness of conception, a lack of clearness in definition, which perhaps is sometimes met with in the work of English scholars. For instance, we first find him treating of the Great Council in Norman times and recognizing the barons, greater and less, and the knights as distinct classes among its members. But when he turns to the composition of this same Great Council under Henry and his sons, he appears to lose sight of the essential distinction between these classes. This, I think, was due to the influence upon him of Gneist, to whom we may clearly trace the fundamental error of confusing the line drawn by the Charter, chapter 2, between the baron and the knight, with that which it draws, chapter 14, between the greater baron and the tenants-in-chief below them. Gneist, quote, from the first, the distinction between barones majores and minores was known in the Exchequer. Reliefs, wardships, and marriages of the great feudatories formed the principal items in the financial administration. Whilst those of the single knight's fee were fixed at 100 shillings, those of the greater lordships were not until later times fixed at 100 marks. End quote. Stubbs, quote, Gneist points out that in the Exchequer the difference of relief between 100 shillings for the knight and 100 marks for the baron, in the court and in the shire moot, the interval between the two classes must have made itself apparent. Dialogus de Scacario 2:10. End quote. By the interval between the two classes, Stubbs here obviously means the distinction of majores and minores barones. Yet Dialogus de Scacario 2:10, so far from making that distinction, actually denies that there was any so far as relief was concerned. Here again, the identity of the knight with the minor baron is wrongly assumed. In the history of English law, Pollock and Maitland, it will be found, have fallen victims to the same confusion. They write vaguely of the greater men and the lesser men, and evidently treat as identical the two lines of division which we have to keep distinct. Another error traceable to Gneist is the connection of the distinction between greater and lesser barons with two passages in Domesday. Gneist, quote, at the time of Domesday Book the maxim held good that only vassals, tiny, who possess 6 maneria or less, should pay relevium to the vice comes. Those possessing more than 6 maneria pay immediately into the Exchequer. At all events, this principle is expressly mentioned in 2 counties, Domesday 280b, 298b, end quote. Stubbs, quote, it may indeed be fairly conjectured that the landowners in Domesday who paid their relief to the sheriff, those who held 6 manors or less, and those who paid their relief to the king, stood in the same relation to one another, end quote, as the greater and lesser barons. Professor Adams similarly refers to the antiquity of the distinction drawn in chapter 14 of the Charter. Quote, see the difference in the payment of relief in Domesday 1-280. Vinogradov, Society in the 11th Century, page 308, note 2, end quote. Now the 2 passages in Domesday to which Gneist refers relate only to Yorkshire and to Derbyshire and Notts, and I have explained in Feudal England, pages 72-3, that the practice described is part of that duodecimal system which is peculiar to the Danish district in the northern portion of England. It would not consequently be met with outside that district, that is to say, in the larger portion of the country. It could therefore have nothing to do with the later distinction between greater and lesser barons. This point is of some importance if, improbable though it may seem, we have here the origin of Stubbs' statement that the lesser tenants-in-chief paid their reliefs to the sheriff, but the greater ones direct to the Crown. This statement is repeated without question by Maitland, by Pollock and Maitland, and by Professor Medley. It is, however, at variance with the evidence of the Pipe Rolls, which proves that holders of a single fee or even less are found paying their reliefs as directly to the Crown as a great baron. Hitherto I have been endeavouring to prove that the line drawn in the second chapter between barons and knights by the Charter has nothing to do with that which it draws in its 14th chapter between the greater barons and the rest of the tenants-in-chief. A different and far more difficult question is that of the identity of the knights mentioned in the second chapter. For the wording of that chapter, as I contend, is sufficient to prove that they cannot possibly have been, as is so loosely assumed, the minor barons. How then did they differ in status from the barons, from whom the amount of their relief distinguishes them so sharply? It is usually endeavoured to interpret this chapter of the Charter by the help of A. Glanvill's book, B. the Dialogus de Scacario, both of them written in the latter part of the reign of Henry II. Now what Glanvill says is this, quote, Cum autem heres masculus et notus heres etatem habens relinquatur, in sua hereditate se tenebit, ut supradictum est etiam invito domino. Dum tamen domino suo sicut tenetur suum offerat homagium coram probis hominibus, et suum rationabile relevium alicuius juxta consuetudinem regni, de feodo unius militis centum solidos, de socagio vero quantum valet census ilius socagii per unum annum, de baroniis vero nihil certum statutum est, quia juxta voluntatem et misericordiam domini regis, solent baroniae capitales de relevis suis domino regi satisfacere. Idem est de seian Terraeis. 9, chapter 4. End quote. The obvious difficulty of this passage is that Glanville is here speaking of reliefs due to a lord, dominus, and yet includes among them the reliefs due from baronies to the king. Mr. McKechnie claims that, quote, Glanville's words are ambiguous, end quote, and there seems to be among the latest commentators some difference of opinion as to whether they cover the case of a knight's fee held in chief ut de corona. The authors of the History of English Law are alleged to hold that they do, though this is by no means clear. On the other hand, the learned editors of the Dialogus de Scacario consider that the holder of such a fee did not enjoy the privilege of a fixed relief, and in this they are followed by Mr. McKechnie and by Professor Adams, who considers him to be right. The view of these writers is based on the Dialogus, which undoubtedly limits the privilege to those knights' fees which were held ut de honore. Si vero deceserit quis tenens tunc de rege feodum militis, non quidem ratione corone regie, sed potius ratione baroniae cuius libet, quae quois casu in manum regis delapsa est, sicut est episcopatus vacante sede, heres iam defuncti, si adultus est, pro feodo militis centum solidos numerabit, pro duobus decem libras, et ita de inceps juxta numerum militum, quos domino debuerat antequam ad fiscum devoluta foret hereditas. 2:10e. Si vero deescita fuerit, quae in manu regis deficiente herede, vel aliter inciderit pro feodo militis unius hoc tantum regi, nomine relevii soluet, quod esset suo domino soluturus, hoc est centum solidos. 2:24. These statements are exceedingly precise, and the editors are justified in inferring from them that the tenant of a single knight's fee would be a baro minor, since the certainty of relief depends not on the extent of the estate held, but on its being held of a mean lord. On the other hand, this is at direct variance with the second chapter of the Great Charter, which draws its line of division between barons and knights, unless we restrict the latter to those who held ut de honore. This, we shall see, appears to be opposed to another chapter of the Charter, as well as to the obvious meaning of Chapter 2 itself. Unfortunately, Mr. McKechnie, seeking to produce record evidence that only the tenants of mean lords had their reliefs fixed, states by a singular error that Maddox 1:315-16 cites from pipe rolls large sums exacted by the Crown. In one case £300 was paid for 6 fees, or 10 times what a mean lord could have exacted. Pipe roll, 24th Regnal Year, Henry II. The reference is obviously to the entry which Maddox cites correctly, Ted Baldus de Walenes debet triginta libra sic de relevio sex militum. Magnus Rotulus, 24th Regnal Year of Henry II. The amount, therefore, was not £300, but £30, the very amount that a mean lord could have exacted. The knight's fees to which the Dialogus refers in the above parallel extracts cannot well be those mentioned in the second chapter of the Charter, because their case is specially dealt with in its 43rd chapter. Moreover, if that second chapter is read with care, it will be seen that the knight's fee there spoken of had been held not of a mean lord, but directly of the Crown, like a barony. Otherwise it would be tempting to identify the two, as it would dispose of the difficulty raised by the passage in Chapter 2. Mr. McKechnie, however, does identify the two, but admits that, on this hypothesis, the need for this reference, in Chapter 43, to relief is not at first sight obvious. It seems to be clear, at least, that the distinctive privilege of paying only £5 relief on the knight's fee extended to 3 classes of fees. 1. Those specially mentioned in Chapter 43, which were held of an escheated honour, such as that of Wallingford, etc. 2. Those which were held of a fief temporarily in the hands of the Crown, owing to wardship or other cause. 3. Those held of an ecclesiastical fief, which was in the hands of the Crown during a vacancy. For all 3 classes were affected by the same principle, viz., that the King stood in the shoes of the former holders of the fief, and could therefore only exact from the under-tenants the same dues as their former lords exacted. Speaking of this 43rd chapter, Mr. McKechnie admits that, though it only mentions escheats, the same rule applied to subtenants of baronies in wardship, which was analogous to temporary escheat, or of ecclesiastical fiefs during a vacancy. It is, however, conceivable that, as Mr. McKechnie suggests, John wanted to draw a distinction by which he could treat knights' fees held de escita as held of him ut de corona, and therefore liable, like baronies, to an arbitrary relief. but at least under Henry II, the Pipe Rolls do not show any trace of such a claim and confirm the evidence of the Dialogus. Nor has any evidence, I believe, yet been produced in support of the suggestion. With almost monotonous regularity, the Pipe Rolls record reliefs on fees held de escita at the rate of £5 on the fee. For instance, in 1172, Michael de Preston pays £22 10s relief on 4½ nights' fees de escitis regis. Similarly, on a lay fief, Nigel, son of the Chamberlain, pays £57 10s on 11½ fees held of the honour of Richmond, then in the King's hands, in 1175, while on an ecclesiastical fief, Homo Fitzwilliam pays £18 15s on 3 3/4 fees, and Robert Bruton £2 10s on half a fee, held in each case of the See of Canterbury in 1171. It is needless to multiply instances of the rule, but exceptions to the rule are worth noting, though they are not easy to find. And here it may be observed that the evidence of the Pipe Rolls is by no means so easy to use as might be imagined. Extreme care in identifying the fees on which relief is paid is constantly required, as there is often nothing to show whether they are held of a fief or an escheated honour, or directly of the king ut de corona. For instance, in 1181, 2 men are charged 30 marks relief for 2 knights' fees which had been Robert of Tilbury's. There is nothing to identify these fees, or to explain why the relief was £20 instead of £10, but they can hardly fail to be the 2 fees which a later Robert of Tilbury held of the honour of Rayleigh, forfeited by Henry of Essex, in West Tilbury and Childerditch, or Dengie, Essex. Again, Gilbert, son of Gerbert de Arcis, who pays 50 marks pro fine terrae patris sui in 1182, eludes us, though the mention of a fine instead of a relief leads one to look for his father and himself among the holders of baronies. Gilbert, however, is found only as holding 2 knights' fees of the honour of Tickhill in 1203. His name is not found in a feudary of the honour later in the reign, but we do there find Malvezin de Grave as the holder of 2 fees. This entry is explained by one on the Pipe Roll of 1209, which shows us Malvezin de Hersey and William Rufus charged 50 marks and 2 palfreys for the succession of their wives to the holding of this Gilbert de Arcis, their father. This holding was in Grove, Notts, which thus descended to the Herseys of Grove. Now, this case might possibly be claimed as supporting the view that John was trying to extort baronial reliefs from fees held de escita, but it has been shown that the holder of these fees had been similarly charged 50 marks in 1182, and moreover, the Pipe Rolls under John show him regularly paying scutage not as the holder of a barony, but only as a tenant of the honour of Tickhill. Mr. McKechnie's actual comment on the escheat portion of the Charter, chapter 43, is this, quote, "This chapter reaffirms a distinction recognised by Henry II, but ignored by John. John ignored this distinction, extending to tenants ut de escita the more stringent rules applicable to tenants ut de corona. Magna Carta reaffirmed the distinction." End quote. It appears to me that this conclusion is based on the assumption that, because the Charter limits the rights of the Crown, it was John who had attempted to extend these rights. My own position is that the Pipe Rolls show the Crown's right to feudal incidents to be already extended under Henry II. We have now seen that Chapter 2 of the Great Charter, from which this paper started, cannot apply to any of the 3 categories of knights dealt with by the Dialogus. that is to say, not to those who held of a lay or ecclesiastical fief temporarily in the king's hands, because the text forbids it, or to those who held of an escheated honour, because, in addition to straining the text, such knights are specially dealt with in chapter 43, which is concerned with escheats. Footnote: possibly the right conclusion here is one which has not yet been suggested, namely that the Charter nowhere provides for the case of knights' fees temporarily in the king's hand, owing to a wardship or a vacancy, because the rights of their holders had not been encroached upon by the Crown. Escheats, however, seem to have been recognised as a category apart. The reason for this may have been that in early days, e.g. in the case of the forfeited fiefs of the Bishop of Bayeux and the Count of Mortain, the holdings of large under-tenants had actually been converted by the Crown into separate baronies, owing the service of 5 or 10 knights, and appear as such in 1166. These constituted awkward precedents. End footnote. Who then are the knights that in chapter 2 are distinguished so sharply from barons by the relief on their succession? The ultimate and indisputable evidence on which the answer depends is found in the Pipe Rolls themselves, but that evidence has to be combined with that of the various returns of knights' fees, especially the Cartae Baronum of 1166. It may, however, be said at once that the Pipe Rolls do show a very marked distinction between the arbitrary sums charged as relief on baronies and those of £5 or some multiple thereof charged on the knights' fees. Normally, though not always, the former are further distinguished by the word finis, which is rightly used as implying a composition. The difficulty about the latter is that we have to make sure that the fees are held as strictly as the baronies ut de corona. Footnote: Professor Adams states that, quote, the relief of a single knight's fee, as recorded in the Pipe Rolls, seems to be frequently 100 shillings when held directly of the king. End quote. Origin of the English Constitution, page 214. End footnote. Although we are not here concerned with the reliefs on sergeanties, it is advisable to note that those on the Pipe Rolls confirm Glanville's statement as to their arbitrary character. For instance, in 1163, the charge of 100 marks on Ralph Fitzwigan pro relevio terrae suae was on a sergeanty of some value, though the fact is not stated. So also was that of 75 marks £50 charged to Robert Fitzhugh in 1186 pro fine terrae suae. This terra was at Upton, granted by Henry II. The tenure of his successors, the Chancellor's family, proves that it was held by the service of a sergeant for 40 days in war, which must not be confused with knight service. End of section 4. Section 5 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Barons and Knights in the Great Charter by J. H. Round, LL.D., Part 2. That baronies were liable to arbitrary relief is admitted on all hands. But in order to ascertain the sums exacted under Henry II, it is not enough to copy the extracts made by Maddox. One has to examine the Pipe Rolls for oneself. And even then evidence may be missed, for the phrase finis terrae is only indexed in some of the printed volumes of Pipe Rolls, though relevium is indexed regularly. It is for the former that we have, in the case of baronies, to look. It would be necessary, therefore, to read through the whole of the volumes in order to make one's list exhaustive. The table on the opposite page, however, will illustrate the nature of the sums paid under Henry II. 1156, Robert de Halion, fees 10, query, 100 marks. 1158, William Paynell, fees 15, query, 100 marks. 1165, Roger Doyley, 200 marks. 1166, Helia Skiffard, £100. Alan de Furneaux, 100 marks. Walter Brito, fees 15, £200. 1167, Humphrey de Bohun, £200. Richard de Siefrewast, 100 marks. 1168, John Dyancourt, fees 40, 100 marks. William de Scalariis, fees 15, query, £100. 1171, William Fossard, fees 33½, 80 marks. 1176, John the Constable of Chester, 400 marks. William de Montacute, fees 10, query, 100 marks. 1177, William Chendetuit, 200 marks. 1178, Robert de Lacy, 1000 marks. 1180, Hasculf de Tanny, fees 7½, £100. 1181, Hugh de Gournay, £100. 1182, Nicholas de Merier, fees 2½, £20. 1183, Guy de Rochford, 40 marks. 1186, Homo Fitzmainfellin, fees 15, 200 marks. Barony of Eton Hastings, fees 5, 200 marks. Hugh de Say, fees 15, query, £200. Richard Fitzjohn, 200 marks. The first point to strike one here is that most of these sums are either £200 or £100, 200 marks or 100 marks. This is an unexpected result, the more so as no relation can be traced between the size of the barony and the relief exacted. Moreover, of these four sums, only two exceed the maximum fixed by the Charter, while one is actually below it. This emphasises the contrast between the arbitrary fine from a barony and the fixed sum of 100 shillings due from a knight's fee. When we confine our attention to the figures for a single county, the contrast, we shall find, becomes striking. The evidence for Northumberland is of peculiar value for more reasons than one. In the first place, the proportion of single fees held in chief is exceptionally large, and in the second, we have copious information on the constituents of the holdings, together with notable evidence on the use of the word barony. Let us first take a typical 5-knight barony, that of the Bertrams of Mitford. Footnote: there was another Bertram barony in the county, that of the Bertrams of Bothwell, 3 knights. End footnote. In 1166, Roger Bertram certified that it was held by the service of 5 knights. Footnote: et sciatis domine quod feodum meum non debet vobis servitium nisi tantum de quinque militibus. Red Book. End footnote. In 1177, his successor William Bertram was called upon to pay pro fine terrae patris sui no less than £200. In 1212, another Roger Bertram is returned as holding the barony by the service of 5 knights. Footnote: Rogerus Bertram tenet in capite de domino rege baroniam sic de Midford per servicium quinque militum. Tester, page 392. Rogerus Bertram baroniam sic de Mitford Per quinque feoda, Red Book, page 563. Baronia de Mitford, Tester, page 383. End footnote. Here, then, is a clear case of an undoubted barony, by no means a large one as baronies went, charged exactly twice the amount prescribed in the Great Charter as the rightful and ancient antiquum relief. We have thus a striking illustration of the fact that, as I have insisted, the feudal extortions remedied by the Charter were not, as is so often implied, introduced by John, but are found in full existence under Henry II. Footnote: e.g. McKechnie, Magna Carta, 1914, pages 196-198. So also Petit du Taillis, Studies Supplementary to Stubbs' Constitutional History, 1908, page 129, quote, "Its most salient characteristic is the restoration of the old feudal law violated by John Lackland, and perhaps its practically most important clauses, because they could be really applied, were that, for example, which limited the right of relief." End quote. Also, History of English Law, 1895, page 151, quote, "John in these last years has been breaking the law. Therefore the law must be defined and set in writing." End quote. End footnote. Again, we observe that the sum exacted is rightly styled finis terrae, not relevium, for it represented, as the Dialogus and Glanville's book explain, a special commutation of the king's right to exact, in the case of a barony, an arbitrary sum. From this Northumberland barony we will pass to a smaller one, the story of which is more complicated and has to be reconstructed. In 1163, William de Granville was holding what we learn from evidence of 3 years later was a barony held by the service of 3 knights. Next year it had passed to 2 co-heiresses, of whom Ralph de Gaugy married the elder, and Hugh de Ellington, i.e. Ellington, the younger. This we learn from the same evidence, namely from their respective returns in 1166. The Pipe Roll of 1164 shows each of them paying a sum pro relevio terrae suae. Footnote: Pipe Roll, 8th Regnal Year of Henry II, page 11. The fact is obscured by Hugh's name being there printed as de Clenton. End footnote. Ralph pays 40 marks and Hugh 20, so that the whole relief exacted was 60 marks, £40, though the service due from the barony was only that of 3 knights. Hugh, however, admitted that his tenure was baronial, and the entire holding appears in 1212 as a baronia in the hands of Ralph de Gaugy. Footnote: Ego teneo dimidiam baroniam. See for its constituents, Tester, pages 382-392. Compare with this dimidia baronia, the baronia integra of the Great Charter, and observe that the baronial tenure is not affected by subdivision, though Ralph and Hugh each claim to owe the service of, quote, "a knight and a half," end quote, only. End footnote. This exposed it to an arbitrary relief, as the payment is in this case termed, in 1164, namely £40, in lieu of the £15 which would have been payable if the holding had not been a barony but 3 knights' fees. Let us now compare with these baronies 3 or 4 Northumberland holdings, the returns for which were similarly made among the Cartae Baronum in 1166. For these were similarly held in chief, though each of them owed the service of 1 knight at most. William, son of Siward, who made return in 1166 that he held a knight's fee by the service of 1 knight, is proved by his tenure of Gosforth to be a certes, and therefore identical with the William de Tesa or Tesia of 1161 to 1162. In 1174 his successor Randulph de Super Tese was charged 100 shillings, £5, de relevio suo. This was the fixed relief on a knight's fee. The next case is that of Ernulf de Morwick, who returned his holding in 1166 as a knight's fee, quote, of the old fiefment, end quote. In 1177 his successor, Hugh de Morwick, was charged 100 shillings, £5, for his relief. This Hugh appears as one of Henry's ministerial officers towards the end of the reign, and it is interesting to note that so early as 1161 he has a discharge, praecepto cancellarii, of 2 marks charged to his father, which suggests that he was already in official employment. The third case is that of Robert Caro, who returned himself in 1166 as holding 5 carucates as 1 knight's fee. In 1179, Peter Carhu accounted for 100 shillings for his relief. Even more notable is the case of Godfrey Bayard, who returned his holding in 1166 as 1/3 of a fee, and who had been charged the year before 33 shillings 4 pence, that is, just 1/3 of the regulation £5. The importance of this evidence is that in each of 3 cases where the holding was 1 fee or less, and where the holding was not part of an escheated honour, relief was uniformly charged at the rate of £5 a fee. On the other hand, a 3-fee barony was charged, we have seen, £40, and a 5-fee barony £200. Moreover, in 1168, an entry on the Pipe Roll runs, quote, "Idem vice comes redit compotum de feodis baronum et militum, qui de rege tenent in capite in balia sua, qui cartas de tenimento suo regi non miserunt." End quote. The sheriff was here dealing, as I was above, not with holdings on escheated honours, but with those which were held in capite ut de corona. If we now pass to the other end of England, we find in Devon Geoffrey del Estre paying £5 in 1183 as the relief on a knight's fee. There is nothing by which he can be identified in the Cartae of 1166, but an analysis of the scutage returns shows that the Robertus Filius Galfridi of 1166, Red Book, page 258, must have been Robert, son of Geoffrey de Lestre, and father of Geoffrey, who succeeded in 1183. Again, turning from Devon to Norfolk, we find William de Colechurch returning his small tenement as held by the service of half a knight. His son Richard, on succeeding him, paid for his relief 50 shillings, the sum due on half a fee. In these 2 cases, we can clearly identify the holdings among those held in capite in 1166. It has, at least, now been clearly established that those who made their returns in 1166, although then treated apparently as being all on the same footing, were not treated alike in the matter of their reliefs. Those who held, in the cases examined, 1 fee or less were only called upon to pay at the rate of £5 on the knight's fee. Are we then to infer that the distinction between the 2 reliefs was that if a man held a single fee or less, he paid £5 or less pro rata, while if he held more, he was liable to a relief of £100 as holding by barony? It would seem that such a proposition need only be stated to be rejected as absurd. There is, however, a remarkable case discussed in the reports on the dignity of a peer, and known to us from a petition to Parliament in 1354, the 28th regnal year of Edward III, which certainly seems to show that at this date that proposition was the law. Quote, "In the Parliament of the 28th of the King, Robert de la Mare suggested that after the death of Peter de la Mare, his father, he had returned to the king, and done homage, for a moiety of the manor of Lavington, for which moiety he came into the Exchequer and acknowledged his tenure, that he held the moiety of the said manor by the service of 1 knight's fee, and for that fee had paid 100 shillings for his relief. Nevertheless, for that in the Red Book of the Exchequer it was found that Henry II, to marry his daughter to the Duke of Saxony, demanded of every knight of his kingdom a mark in aid of that marriage, and commanded that every prelate and baron should certify to the said king in writing how many knights he held of the king in chief, among which prelates and barons one Peter de Mara had certified that he held Lavington by 2 knights' fees, the barons of the Exchequer insisted that Peter de Mara was ancestor of the petitioner, and that the petitioner held by barony, and for service of barony they charged him of his said relief, where he held only the moiety of the manor by the service of 1 knight's fee only. And he prayed a writ to the said treasurer and barons, that if they could not find, by inquest or otherwise, that the said entire manor was held by greater service than 2 fees, and that there is another tenant of the other moiety of the manor, that then they would accept his relief for 1 fee only, notwithstanding the things found in the Red Book mentioned. A writ was accordingly ordered to the treasurer and barons of the Exchequer, that if they should find, by record or other remembrances of the Exchequer, or by inquest, or in any other proper manner, that the petitioner held the moiety of the manor by the service of 1 knight's fee, as supposed by the petition, and not by barony, that then, having received from him, selon l'afférent, of 1 fee for his relief, they should discharge him of the remainder, notwithstanding the name of the said Peter was found in the Red Book amongst the names of the barons. It seems from this entry that in the reign of Edward III, holding by barony and holding by knight's service only were so far considered as distinct that if a man held by the service of a knight's fee, he was subject only to a relief of 100 shillings, and if he held by barony, he was chargeable with 100 marks for his relief, though his barony consisted only of 2 knights' fees. The entry shows also that the Red Book of the Exchequer was then considered as a document of such degree of authority in the Court of Exchequer that the court had acted upon it. The whole proceeding, however, seems to show that a writ of summons to Parliament did not then necessarily follow tenure by barony, the committee not having found any person of the name of Mara at any time summoned to Parliament. Not having discovered what was done on the reference of this petition to the Exchequer, they are unable to give any further information on the subject." End quote. Volume 1, pages 325-6, from Rotuli Parliamentarii, Edward III, page 263. As this is an unsatisfactory comment on the case, it seems desirable to state the facts. In 1166, Peter de la Mare returned himself under Wiltshire as holding Steeple or Market Lavington by the service of 2 knights. Footnote: Habeo Laventonum vestri gratia in dominio pro servitio duorum militum. Red Book, page 246. End footnote. He was succeeded by Robert, and Robert by Peter de la Mare, who paid scutage on 2 fees. A notable entry in the Wiltshire Inquisition of 1212 records the Baronia sic Roberti de la Mare, duo feoda, though in what is printed as the same list we find Galfridus filius Petri unum feodum in Lawintone, Robertus de la Mare unum feodum in Lawintone. In any case, the manor came to be held in 2 moieties some years later, for William de la Roquel sued Peter de Mare for it in the 5th regnal year of Henry III, 1220-1221, and must have obtained a moiety of it, as we learn from the tester, the evidence of which is confirmed by the 100 rolls. Footnote: the entries on page 151a are decisive. Confer page 141b, where Peter de la Mare's holding is given as 1 fee. End footnote. The Inquisitiones post mortem bear similar witness. That on Peter de la Mare gives the holding as 1 fee, and so does that on a later Peter de la Mare in 1292, though that on Robert de la Mare in the second regnal year of Edward II records it as half a fee. It is clear, therefore, that Peter de la Mare, as he claimed in his petition, did not owe the service of more than 1 night, and therefore, by the admission of the Crown, he was only liable to a relief of £5, and not to that of £100 which would have been due from a barony. On the other hand, there is a decided case of earlier date, 1306 to 1307, which points in quite a different direction for the legal interpretation at its date of the clause about reliefs. William de Braosa, son of William, raised a question as to the relief due from him for the Castle of Bramber, Sussex, and the land of Gower, i.e. Gower, the South Wales Peninsula. He boldly claimed that in the host Bramber had only returned the service of 1 night. Footnote: Wilhelmus et antecessores sui defenderunt castrum et terram de Brembre pro servicio unius feodi militis. End footnote. The barons of the Exchequer decided the question, 1. by reference to the Book of Fees, 2. by evidence that William and his predecessors had always been immersed as barons without protest. They found that in libro feodorum Brembre repertum est sub titulo de honoribus, and that tantum debere solvi pro relevio de honore, quantum pro relevio baroniae. The reference to the Book of Fees must apparently be to the Testa de Neville, page 222a, where the tenants of knights' fees de Brembre are all entered as holding de eodem honore. But it is difficult to understand why these entries should be chosen, when on page 223 the same list is headed Isti tenent de Baronia de Brembre, Johannes le Cunte tenet quatuor feoda de eadem Baronia. Moreover, on page 226b we read In rapo de Brembre Wilhelmus de Breuse et antecessores eius tenuerunt rapum de Brembre in capite de domino rege et antecessoribus eius ex conquestu Angliae per servicium decem militum. The barons decided quite rightly that William should be charged relief for Bramber as for a barony. Footnote: Honoretur de relevio suo de castro praedicto, tanquam de relevio baroniae. The whole proceedings are printed in Madoc's Exchequer, 1711, pages 372 to 4, from the plea rolls. See also Baronia Anglica, page 39. But far more important for our purpose is their decision as to Gower. William pleaded Dicta terra de Gower tenetur de rege in capite per servicium unius feodi militis de dono et feofamento regis Johannis. In proof thereof he produced a Charter of John, 24th of February 1202 to 1203, the 4th regnal year of John, granting to his predecessor William de Braosa the whole land terra of Gower, with all its appurtenances in Wales, per servicium unius militis pro omni servicio. This was accepted by the barons as proof that he held Gower pro uno feodo militis, and he was accordingly charged only the £5 relief, pro terra de Gower in Wallia, quae tenetur de rege in capite per servicium unius feodi militis. In In this case, the barons seem to have deemed the documentary evidence decisive. We must therefore conclude that in all the cases in which such evidence could be produced, the tenure was admitted to be knight's fee, not barony. Now this class of knights, those who were enfeoffed by charter, must have formed a fairly numerous body, who could all claim that they did not hold by barony, and were therefore not liable to the relief due from a baron, i.e. the holder of a barony. It was the custom under Richard and John, and even under Henry II, to grant considerable estates as single knights' fees, as we learn from the entries in the Red Book of holdings created subsequent to 1166. Footnote: This charter is printed by Maddox among the Proceedings, ut supra, and also in Calendar of Charter Rolls, 1908, 346. End footnote. The existence of this class of holdings seems to have been overlooked by those who have discussed the subject. The only point that remains doubtful is whether holdings so created as knights' fees, but owing the service of more than one knight, were called upon to pay relief as baronies or not. In the case of those who held by the service of a single knight, there would seem to have been no question. Some support for the view that a line was drawn, as in the case of the de la Mare holdings cited above, between those who held by the service of more than one knight and those who only held a single fee or less, is afforded by the returns of 1236, in which the sheriffs are directed to make separate returns of these two classes. Perhaps the most remarkable return for its bearing on Chapter 2 in the Great Charter is that made by the Sheriff of Shropshire in 1212. In this return the first entry relates to William Fitzalan, who is described as holding in capite de domino rege per baroniam. The second states that Roger Mortimer baro tenet in capite de domino rege. The third and fourth show us Walter de Lacy and Robert Mortimer holding similiter. In the next 5 entries each holder baro similiter tenet. In the 10th, William Botrealus baro tenuit in capite de domino rege per servicium dimidii militis, which was also the service of Peter Fitzherbert, the last but one in the first portion of the list. Then come 6 entries, in the first 4 of which we have the formula miles tenet in capite de domino rege, while in the 5th and 6th the word miles is omitted, though in the 6th the service is that of one knight. This list suggests several considerations. In the first place, it obviously identifies baro with the man who holds per baroniam. In the second, it names the 10 barones first and the 6 milites after them. In the next we find 2 barones who hold only half a fee apiece, in Shropshire at least. Certainly we have here a list that seems to have unique importance as bearing on the barons and knights of the Great Charter 3 years later. It is, however, unfortunate that Shropshire was a county which had only come into the hands of the Crown on the downfall of its Earl's house early in the reign of Henry I. If their fief was deemed to constitute an escheated honour, the status of their tenants after the forfeiture might be that of those who held in capite ut de honore. This question arose in 1225, only 10 years after the Great Charter. Hugh Pantulf appears in our list as a baro holding in capite, whose service was that of 5 knights. His son William was charged £100 for his relief, as for a barony, but he protested before the king, quod non tenet de rege in capite, nisi feoda quinque militum de terra quae fuit Roberti de Belesme. His contention was allowed, and his payment reduced from £100 to £25. On the other hand, Robert Corbet, the subject of the next entry, who similarly held as a barrow 5 knights' fees, contended in 1250 to 1251 that none of his predecessors had paid relief on them, but was made to pay the baronial fine of £100 on his barony of Cowes. This singular contrast affords a further illustration of the difficulties and confusion by which this subject is surrounded. Even so far back as the 17th century, Dugdale acutely observed that Hugh de Morwick had the reputation of a baron, but his barony consisted of no more than that 1 knight's fee, by which service he held the manor of Chivington. His holding is carefully distinguished as a villa, not a baronia, in Tester, page 392b, but is styled the Baronia Hugonis de Morwick on page 382b, though the said manor is there entered as held per feodum unius militis. In spite, however, of much confusion and contradiction on the subject, it is clear that the Great Charter, by drawing the line it did between the relief due from a barony and that which was due from a knight's fee, must have led to a definite distinction between the two kinds of tenure. In spite, however, of much confusion and contradiction on the subject, it is clear that the Great Charter, by drawing the line it did between the relief due from a barony and that which was due from a knight's fee, must have led to a definite distinction between the two kinds of tenure, and the ever-increasing subdivision of baronies must have accentuated that distinction. We have seen that even under Henry II, the 2 moieties of a barony of only 3 knights' fees were each of them called upon to pay relief on a higher scale than that of the £5 due from a knight's fee, because the tenure was baronial. Whether this arrangement favoured the tenant or the crown depended on the number of knights due, servitium debitum, from the barony. For instance, in 1236 to 1237, the barony of d'Aubigny, de Albany, of Cainhoe, was divided between 3 co-heirs, each of whom was called upon to pay 50 marks, the third of that £100 which was due from the baronia integra. As the service due from the barony was 25 knights, each third was reckoned at 8 1/3 fees, on which the baronial relief was £33 6 shillings and 8 though at £5 on the knight's fee the sum payable would have been £41 13 shillings and 4 62½ marks. Similarly, the Essex barony of Montfichet was divided into 3 portions, one of which fell to Richard de Play, who was charged 50 marks, ut pro tercia parte baroniae, baronia integra tunc temporis onerata fuit versus regem de relevio suo de centum libra. Again, in the 21st regnal year of Edward I, Alice de Musgrove had paid 25 marks for the 6th part of a barony, but her heir, in the 35th regnal year of Edward I, was only charged £11 2 shillings 2½ for the same, 2/3 of the amount, because the relief on a barony had been reduced in the interval from £100 to 100 marks. Eventually, the complications caused by these tenures became very great. In the 18th regnal year of Richard II, 1394 to 1395, Robert de Todenham admitted that he held certain property by the service of the 3rd part of the 18th part, i.e. the 54th part, of the barony of Beauchamp of Bedford, and part of an advowson by the service of the 7th part of the 3rd part of the said barony, together with a Suffolk manor, which he held in capite ut de honore Bolognae by the service of 2 knights. For this last tenure he paid £10, but only small fractional sums for his 2 baronial tenures. No wonder that Maddox summed up his evidence as proving that "land baronies were divided and subdivided till at length they were brought to naught." At last we are in a position to arrive at some conclusions with regard to the difficult problem dealt with in this paper. As I observed just above, it depended on the service due from a barony whether it was in the tenant's interest to claim that his tenure was baronial or that of knight's fees. So, conversely, with the Crown. When the baronial relief stood at £100, it was in the interest of the holder or holders of a barony owing the service of more than 20 fees to claim that what they had to pay was the baronial relief. When that relief was reduced to 100 marks, the above statement would hold true of baronies or portions of baronies owing the service of 13 1/3 knights or more. On the other hand, the holders of small baronies would naturally try to pay relief at the rate of £5 on the knight's fee. In each case, the interests of the Crown were of course opposed to theirs, and thus there would often arise the question whether the tenure was barony or knight's fee. As to one class of knights there seems to have been no difficulty. Those who held of an escheated honour would always pay relief at the rate of £5 on the knight's fee, however many fees they might hold. The Great Charter provided for their case in its 43rd chapter. But as to tenants per servitium militare who held in capite ut de corona, questions would arise. Perhaps we may divide them into two classes. 1. Those who could produce a charter of enfeoffment from the Crown. 2. Those whose tenure was prescriptive. If a man could produce such a charter enfeoffing his predecessor to hold by the service of one knight, his tenure was admitted to be knight's fee, and he would escape with a relief of £5, as we saw in the case of Gower. But if the service due was more than that of one knight, it is difficult to state with certainty what his relief would be. Turning to prescriptive tenure, the rule seems to have been that if the predecessor in title in 1166 sent in his return among the Cartae Baronum, this was prima facie proof that the tenure was baronial. Footnote: on the death of Robert de Chandos in 1301, his lands, which were in Herefordshire, were found to be "held of the king in chief by barony, by service of 2 knights' fees." Calendar of Inquisitions, 4, No. 158, but the Inquisition is damaged. Roger, his son and heir, seems to have disputed the tenure, but without success, for compertum est in rubeo libro, quod inter cartas diversorum baronum annotatas ibidem continetur, quaedam carta Ricardi de Caundos, antecessoris praedicti rogeri de diversis feodis suis. The Carta will be found on pages 284-5 of the printed Red Book, and records prove that the fief paid scutage on over 13 fees in the 12th century. Roger thereupon admitted baronial tenure, and paid 100 marks relief accordingly in 1308-1309. Maddox, Baronia Anglica, page 127. It was shown above that a Carta of 1166, in the Red Book, was similarly relied on by the Crown in the De la Mare case. End footnote. But the presumption so created could be rebutted, as we saw in the De la Mare case, by proof that the service was that of one knight only. Footnote: this is also the inference to be drawn from the evidence on the practice under Henry II, given above. End footnote. Again, as we learn from the Bramber case, the formal entry of a fief in a public record as a barony, or even as an honour, was sufficient to establish the fact that the tenure was baronial, and there is nothing to show that this evidence could be rebutted. Finally, the keen and frequent discussion as to the amount of relief payable under the 2nd chapter of the Charter strongly confirms the main contention in this paper. For the line drawn by that chapter could not be left undefined. the question whether a tenure was baronial or not had to be determined before it could be known what was the relief that it was liable to pay. On the other hand, the line drawn in the 14th chapter between the greater barons and other tenants was of little or no practical consequence, and could therefore be left undefined. Footnote: the latest learning insists on the vagueness of this line. In the Origin of the English Constitution, 1912, page 227, note, Professor Adams writes, quote, "As to when and where the line was drawn between the major and minor barons in either military or court service, seminary work on the available material in 2 different years in connection with other topics leads me to feel sure that if the statement in Pollock and Maitland 1-280, quote, 'we shall probably be nearer the truth if, in accordance with later writers, we regard the distinction as one that is gradually introduced by practice and one that has no precise theory behind it,' end quote, is to be modified at all, it must be in the direction of a more unqualified statement that there was no fixed line." End quote. Mr. McKechnie, Magna Carta 1914, page 251, similarly holds that, quote, "a rough division was drawn somewhere in the midst, but the boundary was vague, and this vagueness was probably encouraged by the Crown, whose requirements might vary from time to time. The Crown tenants on one side of this fluctuating line were barones majores, those on the other barones minores." End quote, end footnote. My reason for saying so is that the right of the lesser barons to summons to councils was not taken away by the Charter, but was even asserted. Whether they looked on such attendance as a privilege or, as is more likely at that period, a duty laid upon them, they would have no occasion in practice to raise the question of the line and where it should be drawn. For they could attend if they wished. The future developments of the principle could not then be foreseen. To sum up, I claim to have shown that the commentator's glossing of the text, by which the knights of the 2nd chapter were made identical with the alleged lesser barons of the 14th, creates needless difficulties and rests on no foundation. Footnote: it is essential to keep rigidly to the actual text of the Charter. On pages 248-9 of Magna Carta, Mr. McKechnie equates comites et maiores barones by earls and other greater barons, where the word other is an interpolation. And on page 251, quotation marks are given to minor barons, a phrase which is not found in the Charter. End footnote. The line drawn in the 2nd chapter was, in practice, sharply defined, because the relief payable to the Crown could only be determined by it. The line drawn in the 14th was, on the contrary, vague, and remained in practice undefined. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Martin. Magna Carta, Clause 39. Nullus Liber, Homo, etc. By Sir P. Vinogradov, FBA, LLD, DCL. By a curious coincidence, the year 1915 has been marked, among other striking events, by a revival of the controversy between arbitrary power and the rule of law, which, in the midst of heterogeneous particulars, formed the substance of the struggle of 1215. The discussion in the course of the elaboration of the Defense of the Realm Act and its amendment has led to extreme pronouncements. On the one hand, Lord Parmoor appealed to the principle of safeguarding the freedom and right of individuals, as expressed in the Great Charter and guaranteed by trial by jury. Lord Newton, on the other hand, took this occasion to pronounce in favor of a discretionary procedure untrammeled by lawyers, and declared that sensible persons in this country were not in the least worried about Magna Carta at this moment. We need not follow the details of this curious passage of arms and of the correspondence called forth by it, and may confine ourselves to the remark that if Lord Parmoor was not strictly exact in tracing trial by jury to Magna Carta, Lord Newton seems to have somewhat rashly discarded the inheritance of legality of which English citizens have been so proud for ages. Turning to the historical problem fringed by these modern polemics, one may say that the predominant strain in the analysis of the Great Charter by modern scholars may be characterized as a skeptical reaction against the great constitutional claims made for Magna Carta since the days of Coke. The note is sounded in a terse page of the history of English law, and Messrs. McKechnie, J.H. Round, E. Jenks, L.O. Pike, and others have followed on the same lines with great effect. They've taken pains to prove that the barons who forced the charter on John Lackland were guided by class interests and aimed at reaction and anarchy rather than at legality and progress. The feudal framework of their scheme is sufficiently clear and has been described very fully by G.B. Adams. There can be no doubt also that Coke, Blackstone, and Thompson were guilty of many anachronisms in their attempts to trace legal conceptions of a later age into these feudal beginnings, and that even Stubbs rather exaggerated the sentimental and institutional importance of the principles embodied in Magna Carta. Yet there is room for doubt whether the general effect of the modern criticism to which the text of the Great Charter was subjected has been altogether conducive to the proper treatment of the subject. Granted that the Charter has been prompted by the selfish considerations of the barons, and bears in every line the impress of their special aims, it remains to be explained why it obtained such a hold on national life, why it was reenacted and remanipulated in the course of several generations, why it became the watchword of English legalism, why it was accepted and developed by those very royal judges against whose encroachment its provisions were to a large extent directed. We cannot wonder Magna Carta was partially eclipsed by the arbitrary rule of the Tudors, but right through the Middle Ages and in the 17th century again, it was considered as the principal enactment of English law. And this fundamental fact deserves as much consideration from historians as the feudal environment of the Runnymede Agreement. Clause 39, which I've selected for particular examination, stands, as it were, in the center of the Magna Carta controversy, and is well adapted for an illustration of its characteristic features. So much learning and ingenuity has been expended on the interpretation of this text that I can dismiss in a few words a number of more or less important points, which seem to me have been definitely settled by scholars. It would be superfluous to refute Coke's view as to the meaning of nec habemus nec metema super eum, nor is it necessary to dwell at length on the meaning of outlawry, disseisin, or destruction. It is quite clear that the famous vel between Iudicium Parium and Legem Terrae was employed in a conjunctive and not in a disjunctive sense. But several points remain worth discussion, even when we have taken careful stock of the results achieved by the interpreters. The Nullus Liber Homo itself deserves a few words. The meaning attached to the term by the baronial party at Runnymede restricted the scope of the term to that of libere tenens, and it was further emphasized and developed in the Confirmation of 1217 and in later issues. Such an interpretation, far from being self-evident in the beginning of the 13th century, cuts right through the difficulties arising out of two firmly established views, namely, against the frequent combination of free birth with unfree tenure, of which the simplest case is presented by the freemen holding in villanage, and against the doctrine all men worthy of war and white, if not providing the security of free tenement, were to join the Frank Pledge, Plegium Liberale, and had to attend the public court twice a year at the sheriff's view. This arrangement was merely the expression of the fact that in criminal and police matters, the villain was on the level of the free. As the narrow conception of freedom aimed at in the Baron's Charter did not square with important doctrines well established in early common law, the interpretation given to Nullus Liber Homo by the judges was bound to take a different course from that intended by the originators of the document. It's been argued that the barons did not intend to bestow any of the guarantees of Clause 39 on people who did not belong to their order, that is, who were not tenants-in-chief. If such was their intention, it was not adequately expressed, because the class of liberi homines, even in the strictest legal sense, embraced all the free tenants, the vavasors, stockmen, and franklins, as well as the barons. The fact that Clause 34 applied only to barons holding courts of their own did not militate in the slightest degree against such an interpretation. Clause 34 merely said that when freemen had courts, they were not to be deprived of their privileges. Freemen who had no courts were not concerned in Clause 34 at all. But as soon as the line was drawn so low as to include all those who could prove their freedom, say by the action de libertate probanda, it became impossible to insist even on the restricted meaning of free tenants. This being so, possible cases of infringement of personal liberty, of illegal imprisonment, come very much to the fore, and the differentiation between the protection of the person, corpus, and of property and privileges, tenementum consuetudines, is carried out in later issues of the Charter. Again, when this personal acceptation of the term liber homo has obtained a firm footing, the transition from the feudal notion of liberty to the civic one becomes a matter of substitution. The fall of the stone into the lake calls forth automatically wider and wider circles on the surface. That this is no mere speculation of ours may be proved by textual evidence. In a statute of 1350, issued after the Black Death, it was expressly provided that nul homme de quel estat o condicion il sunt shall be imprisoned or deceased in infringement of the Great Charter, and this elaborate formula was evidently meant to remove all doubts as to the general application of the rule. In an earlier instance, namely in a statute of 1331, the term used is simply homme, but it stands in the place of liber homo, and the omission of the qualifying epithet is not likely to have been accidental. The wording of such clauses was the result of very careful consideration, and the change in terminology has to be taken into account at least as much in this case as the insertion of the words about free tenements and franchises in the earlier confirmations of the Charter. It may be noted in this connection that the defense of a person refusing to release a prisoner on bail in an action de homine replagiando was not that the prisoner was a villain, but that the prisoner was the villain of the lord who had imprisoned him. I should like now to examine a second point, the expression per legem terrae, which forms the conclusion of our clause. I entirely agree with Professor C.B. Adams that the only sense in which these words can be construed is that of an assertion of legality. Lex terrae means law of the land. It is amplified in some of the confirmations by the expression legale judicium, and both, in conjunction, would point to legality in procedure as well as substance. Of course, lex is used sometimes in the technical meaning of compurgation, but such a technical acceptance would square badly with the accompanying expression per judicium parium. What is more important, the general meaning of law of the land is conclusively established by two texts directly connected to the history of the Runnymede transaction. The patent of 10 May 1215, by which King John wished to conciliate the moderate among his enemies, and the papal letter, in which Innocent III exhorted the barons to cease their opposition to the king. No reasonable canon of interpretation could warrant a separate treatment of Legem Regni Nostri et Judicium Parium, of John's patent, or the Per Pares Vestros Secundum Consuetudines et Leges Regni, of Innocent's bull, from the Per Judicium Parium Suarum Vel Per Legem Terrae, of Magna Carta. The terms of the three documents are identical in substance and significant in their technical differentiation under two heads. At the same time, the slight variation of phraseology enable us to supplement to some extent the barrenness of the central statement in Magna Carta, Clause 39. Regnum Nostrum appears in the letter of 10 May as a welcome gloss to Terrae, but the reference to leges et consuetudines regni is even more explicit. It shows conclusively that a contemporary potentate, thoroughly conversant in the subject in dispute, and fully able to express his thoughts in a definite manner, understood the lex terrae in the broad and ordinary sense of the laws and customs of the realm. It would be inadvisable for us to dissent from this authoritative interpretation. The struggle was waged to secure trial in properly constituted courts of justice, and in accordance with established law. The latter requirement would apply equally to substantive rules as far as they existed, and to procedure. It was, in fact, a declaration in favor of legality all around. Here again, as in the case of the free man, the formulation was elastic enough to stand carrying over from class justice of feudal lords to the common law of the growing commonwealth. The mention of a properly constituted tribunal, however, discloses in a curious way a certain opposition between the views of the barons and those of the royalists, as expressed by king and pope. While the baronial documents merely speak of a judgment by peers, the royal and the papal pronouncements state that such a judgment should be given in the king's court, in curia mea. The omission of these words in the text of the charter is hardly accidental. One of the objects of this curtailment may have been the wish to extend the application of the clause relating to peers to the courts of the barons themselves, on the principle indicated by Clause 60. But there is yet another connection which the barons had an interest in avoiding a direct mention of curia regis. They wanted to make clear that they would not recognize as legal judgments not delivered by the peers of the accused. In this, they followed the feudal doctrine. Compare Conrad's II Edict and King David's formula, which had emphatically asserted, e.g. in 1208 by William of Braus. Now, as such an unadulterated feudal doctrine stood a view according to which the administration of justice was the outcome of royal power, and not a feudal contract. From this point of view, Pierre de Rocher in 1233 contested the very existence of peers in England. But there was also an intermediate position favored by the judges of the king's court. According to this compromise, the curia was not only a body with attributions delegated to it by the king, but also a meeting of the king's vassals, and it exercised its functions in virtue of the collective power of the assessors. In this sense, the justices derived their office not only from the sovereign, but also from the circle of peers. Indeed, both in France and in England, the Court of Peers was regarded as one section of the High Court of Parliament, which, in itself, was enlarged curia regis. One more step was required to reach the conclusion that the professional judges of the court might be taken to serve as a substitute for the cumbersome process of judgment by the full court. This step was not only actually made in both England and in France, but it was justified in both cases on similar grounds. I have in view the introductory sentence of Bracton's treatise on the connection of the single judge with the full court of magnates, and the chapter of Beaumanoir's Coutumes de Boisis on the jurisdiction of the baili. In both cases, stress is laid on the subordinate character of a decision given by a single judge. His action is important for practical reasons because it would be useless to overburden the full court with trials which develop on ordinary lines, and can be easily settled by reference to well-known rules. In all doubtful cases, however, the single judge ought to revert to the fountainhead of his authority, that is, to the curia. The expressions used by Bracton are exceedingly characteristic. It is as a member of the aristocracy and not as a learned delegate of royal justice that the judge is made to appear. By the Magna Curia may be meant either a sitting of the full Court of Regis or the High Court of Parliament, a body of rather uncertain composition in the 13th century. A characteristic complement to the jurisdiction of Parliament in the center appears in the shape of the commissions in circuit composed of local magnates by the side of ordinary judges. For our purpose, it is important to note that, in the main, the requirement as to justice administered by one's peers gradually resolved itself in the hands of the justices who founded the common law into potential appeal to a royal high court. It cannot be said this process of transformation took place without opposition and misunderstandings, or that it followed a perfectly straight course. It is well known how the higher baronage obtained a strict recognition of its position as a group of peers of the realm. A corollary to that purely feudal view appears in the claim of privileged exemption from trying the causes of lower people. It is also interesting to note that sometimes attempts were made to establish further gradations in the peerage, for example in the case of Gilbert of Clare, Earl of Gloucester, who wanted to be tried by Lord Marchers like himself. The process of affecting the free population below the exalted ranks of the peerage is more interesting. Here also we find an occasional attempt to establish group divisions. A Yorkshire knight seeks and obtains from an itinerant justice to be tried by fellow knights instead of a jury of freemen selected without distinction of rank. The justiciar, in this case, complies with the request of the accused and gets rid in this way of one of the latter's many objections. But as we know, such an exclusive point of view did not prevail as to the composition of juries, both grand and petty. The rule established by practice required merely that members of the jury should be impaneled from the country, patria, or the neighborhood, visnetum, that they should be free and lawful men of some social standing, and that their several appointments could not be challenged on personal grounds. Anyway, even when knights are selected for the recognition, it is evident that they do not belong to a circle of peers of the accused in any other sense but that of being his equals in rank. They do not constitute in themselves an ordinary court of peers to which the accused man would eventually be a suitor. They are members of the patria, in the case just quoted from the county of Yorkshire, and act in a representative capacity. One more characteristic feature has to be noted. The knights in question are selected to satisfy the requirement as to Iudicium Parium, and at the same time they are a jury, a petty jury according to the technical terminology of later days. Submission to the verdict on the part of the accused is enforced by means of the threat of applying the regime of hunger and thirst, which formed such an important element in the pene fortia dure. Altogether, the report of the trial looks like a standard case, selected for the purpose of illustrating all sorts of dodges, counter-moves, and exceptions which might be resorted to by an accused person. There can be no doubt in this way a criminal petty jury was taking the place of a batch of peers, and though we have no similar means of exact identification in other instances, the mere reading of crown trials in such collections as that of the Select Pleas of the Crown Pleas of the County of Gloucester, and the Notebook of Bracton affords ample corroborative evidence of the treatment of criminal cases on those lines. All cases of felony in these volumes are tried and decided in royal courts, either by appeals or by the recognition of juries. The latter mode becomes more and more common, and except in the case of a great man, depends not on a judgment by the feudal peers of the accused, but on a recognition by men of the same group, free and lawful men of the country. The question arises, is the treatment of that recognition as a judgment the result of mere confusion and looseness of terminology, or has it been brought about by the deliberate overriding of the Magna Carta provision by royal justices? Neither the one nor the other solution is likely to commend itself to modern students. In order to understand the process of substitution, by which the jury was put in the place of the circle of feudal peers, we have to attend, as it seems to me, not only to the existence and rapid increase of small freemen who had no standing as vassals, but also to the popular conception of a public court in 13th century England. The opposition between judgment and verdict developed only gradually in consequence of the growth of the jury system, and although, as has been convincingly shown by H. Brunner, the trial by jury was in truth the outcome of inquests held by professional judges under the authority of the king, yet in the popular mind there lingered the notion that jurors were delegates of a body of doomsmen. This is assumed in the Yorkshire case, under discussion, but it is also indicated by the frequent substitution of an award by jurymen for the doom or judgment of a popular court. One of the earliest extant records of a post-conquestual plea, the account of a suit in which Bishop Odo of Bayeux ultimately got the best of it against his opponent, contains the notice that sworn representatives of a county were substituted for the full court of the county. From a case inserted in Bracton's notebook, we can gather that the right to make dooms, that is, to pronounce judgments, was considered to be inherent in the status of a member of a county court, though its proper exercise depended on the holding of a regular session of the court. It could certainly not be denied that a suitor of the county, acting as an assessor of its courts, was able to exercise judicial functions by the side of the sheriff or of the royal justice who presided in the court. In the same way, a juror, representing the patria, was deemed to contribute in a certain sense to a judgment, although in another sense the judgment as a final decision of the case appertained to the royal justice. This manner of treating the question led to a rather ambiguous phraseology, but it helps to explain how the rule as to Iudicium Parium was applied by the royal courts in the case of freemen not belonging to the highest social rank of the peerage. It remains for me to consider the constitutional widening of the prohibition of arbitrary imprisonment and destruction. It has been currently held to be the germ of habeas corpus doctrine, and there is a good deal of truth in this view, although it certainly does not comprise the whole truth. The narrow class basis on which the rule was originally drawn up need not be insisted on. It is the initial assumption from which further analysis has to start. What I should like to emphasize is the fact that right through the Middle Ages, the rule was recognized by the judges and became one of the fundamental principles, not of the law of peerage, but of the common law. It was reasserted again and again by various parliaments, with slight variations in form, which showed that it was not treated as an empty formula kept up by meaningless tradition. In John de Lally's case, it formed the basis of the defendant's claim. In the quashing of Thomas of Lancaster's sentence, and in the proceedings as to Maltravers' pardon, royal officers and even the peers of Parliament were charged with flagrant breaches of the rule of law, safeguarding the right of free Englishmen to a fair trial. It must be conceded, at the same time, that there was a powerful doctrine which ran counter to a consistent application of Clause 39 of Magna Carta, namely, the exceptional power assigned to the king in virtue of his prerogative as sovereign ruler of the Commonwealth. Thomas of Lancaster was condemned to death without trial because Edward II had personally recorded the notorious fact of his treason. The personal command of the king is often recognized by judges to outweigh purely legal considerations. In the procedure of replevin as applied to accused persons, it was taken for granted that an arbitrary arrest might be justified by the personal order of the king. This point may be illustrated, for example, by the following extract from a writ de homine replegiando of Edward I's time. The sheriff of Cambridgeshire is ordered to replevin a certain Richard, and others, who had been arrested by the bailiffs of the Bishop of Ely. Nisi capti essent per speciale praeceptum nostrum vel capitalis justitiarii nostri. The passage implies, of course, to preliminary arrest and not to punishment. But it was well understood already in medieval times that such preliminary arrests might create the greatest hardship, and ought to be guarded against. How is one to reconcile these conflicting tendencies? They cannot be reconciled by logical construction. They represent, as it were, the two poles of English political development in the Middle Ages. The historical struggle between John and the barons, Henry III and Montfort, Edward II and Lancaster, Edward III and the Good Parliament, had its counterpart in conflicting legal theories as to the extent of the royal prerogative and the application of legal rules. But as one might say of English Judician Edward I, that he was eminent as a powerful ruler, and at the same time, as a most efficient promoter of legal order. So it may be said of the judges who shaped the common law that they were fully alive to the necessity of a rule of law, and regarded the modifying interference of the prerogative as an exceptional agency which ought not to affect the general administration of justice. The principle of legality as formulated in Magna Carta is one of the elements of England's constitutional growth, and it has certainly exerted an influence on the destinies of the nation which is not lessened by the fact that the roots of the Charter were embedded in the soil of feudalism.
End of Section 6. Recording by Patrick Martin.
Section 7 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. Per Iudicium Parium vel per Legem Terrae by Professor F.M. Poica. In his recent treatise upon the origin of the English Constitution, Professor G.B. Adams has pushed to its logical conclusion what may be called the baronial tendency in current interpretations of the 39th clause of the Great Charter. The barons, he suggests, were thinking almost entirely, if not entirely, of themselves. They were demanding that they should not be imprisoned, disseized, or outlawed, except after a trial in the king's court, by the judgment of their peers, and by the whole body of law and custom which such judgments are intended to interpret and apply. By the king's court The barons meant the magnates of the realm, not the judges alone. By the law of the land, they meant no particular form of procedure, certainly not the process of indictment and presentment. As I understand this view, the barons desired to place themselves beyond the scope of the judicial system elaborated in the reign of Henry II and Richard I. They were thinking of such trials as those of William of St. Calais and St. Thomas of Canterbury. This view is clear and intelligible. It is a good starting point. Without traversing the whole field of speculation fully described in Mr. McKechnie's commentary, I wish to put over against Professor Adams's view the old 14th century interpretation of the clause, and see what can be said for it. There appears to be no doubt that in the minds of politicians of Edward III's reign, the clause comprehended all free men, and the law of the land covered all the due processes of law, even indictment and the appeal. Whether there was a judgment of peers or not depended on the circumstances. We can all agree that the barons were thinking mainly of their own safety, and were not thinking directly of trial by jury. But if we accept the Edwardian view, we cannot hold that the charter is simply the program of a pack of feudal reactionaries. According to Professor Adams, the barons were seeking to undermine, so far as it concerned them, the whole fabric of the new judicial system, including the jury, the itinerant justice court, and the permanent central court of common pleas. According to the 14th century politicians, the barons frankly recognized the value of the judicial system, new and old, and in this clause were maintaining the rights of the subject against an arbitrary prerogative. The inquiry involves two separate but related questions. In the first place, assuming that the clause was intended to apply to the barons alone, was it only concerned with a trial by peers in the king's court? In the next place, ought we to limit the phrase Liber Homo to the barons? If the barons were not thinking of the ordinary freemen, they may nonetheless have been thinking of more than one judicial method. If they did include the ordinary freeman in their demand, they would naturally allow a variety of procedure. 1.
Nullus liber homo capiatur, vel imprisonetur, aut dissesiatur, aut ut lagetur, aut exuletur, aut aliquo modo destruetur, nec super eum ibimus, nec super eum mittemus, nisi per legale Iudicium Parium suorum, vel per legem Terrae.
The barons and their followers were in this clause included among the liberae homines. Indeed, John's letters of 10th May 1215 show that the baronial desire for protection was perhaps the original motive of the clause. These letters, addressed a month before the date of the charter, read as follows.
Sciatis me concessisse baronibus nostris, qui contra nos sunt, quod nec eos nec homines suos capiemus, nec dissesiemus, nec super eos per vim vel per arma ibimus, nisi per legem regni nostri, vel per Iudicium Parium suorum, in curia mea, donec consideratio facta fuerit per tres quos elegemus ex parte nostra, et per tres quos elegent ex parte sua, et dominum papam, qui superior erit super eos.
Note: the corresponding clause in the Articles of the Barons, paragraph 29, reads,
Ne corpus liberi hominis capiatur, nec imprisonetur, nec dissesietur.
End note. It does not appear, however, that the king is promising a trial by peers in his court as a remedy in all cases. Even though by the barons' men only their more important followers were intended, John is not likely to have given an undertaking that all charges against them would be brought before the supreme authority. Nor do the words,
per legem regni, vel per Iudicium Parium,
taken in their natural sense, suggest that the law of the realm and a judgment of peers are indissolubly connected, or, in this case, identical. Such a serious conclusion must be based upon a much stronger argument than the probable meaning of well. The word well is used about 60 times in Magna Carta, but never, so far as I can see, in an explanatory or accumulative sense. However vague or weak its disjunctive quality may be, it cannot suddenly be construed as et etiam or id est. As the author of the Dialogus de Scaccario points out, even et was frequently used at that time in a disjunctive sense. Unless the meaning of the terms themselves suggests a much closer connection between the ideas of the lex regni and the Iudicium Parium, the use of well can only suggest that they are not rigid alternatives. One would expect the king to mean that, without stating exactly the scope of the law of the realm, he would observe it. It might include a judgment of peers, or it might not. If the circumstances were peculiar, owing, for example, to the importance of the offender or the difficulty of the case, the judgment would not be arbitrary. The defendant's peers could be or would be called upon to see that justice was done. The practice of the time and the general meaning of the words used strengthen the probability of this interpretation. In many cases, a judgment of peers in the king's court was doubtless the normal method of procedure. A great baron's default of service, for example, might result in disseisin by such a judgment. But a judgment of peers was not the only legal way. During the sharp quarrel in 1205 between King John and William the Marshal offered to defend his fidelity against the most valiant man in the kingdom. "By God's teeth," swore the king, "that is nothing. I want the judgment of my barons." The Marshal was ready to stand this test also, but the barons shrank from giving judgment, and when John of Bassingbourn, one of the king's bachelors, ventured to speak, the Count of Aumale silenced him. "It is not for you or me to judge a knight of the Marshal's quality. There is no man here bold enough to put his default to the proof of the sword."
Si hardi qui vers lui montra le forfait.
The duel is distinguished in this scene from the Iudicium Parium. The barons regard the duel as the more appropriate test, while the king prefers the Iudicium. Note: Histoire de Guillaume le Maréchal, edited by Meyer, Volume 2, pages 109 to 112. 4 years earlier, the king had acted in an exactly contrary way. The Poitevin barons asked for a judgment of peers. John had tried to insist upon a trial by combat against picked champions of his own. Howden, Volume 4, page 176. End note. Did the lex regni mean the old form of procedure, such as the feudal trial by combat? Procedure was certainly part of the law of the realm, and some scholars have wished to limit the meaning of the phrases lex regni, lex terrae to this form of trial, excluding any wider sense, for example, process, and the methods of appeal and indictment which might precede the actual proof. I can see no reason for any such limitation in the 39th clause of the Great Charter. The lex terrae, which is substituted for John's lex regni, was certainly used of the ancient forms of proof, but in Norman and in Anglo-Norman law it was more frequently used in the sense of the general body of law operating through familiar processes. The word terra was used sometimes to denote a holding, as in the phrase terrae Normanorum, but also to denote a district subject to public law, whether the local patria or the regnum as a whole. Its substitution for regnum in the clause under discussion shows that lex terrae was here intended to apply to the customs of England, and probably to cover also any varieties of local customs, such as those recognized by the justices in Kent and Herefordshire. And it may be noticed that the phrase lex terrae was commonly used of actions and procedure generally, for example, of the possessory assizes, a writ of right, and the proceedings in outlawry. The phrase judgment of peers, on the other hand, had a more limited and precise meaning. It implied a particular kind of court, a court of doomsmen. The judgment must be delivered on behalf of a company of men who were of the same race or nationality or status as that of the accused or party. It involved the equitable principle which underlay the recognition and the accusing jury. Indeed, the processes of inquiry and judgment met in the jury of arbitrators, of which we have an example in John's letters of May 1215. But the judgment of peers was not the same as, and did not include, the recognition and the presentment. The Jews in England claimed the judgment of their peers, but they objected to a mixed jury of recognitors. Note: a comparison of John's charter to the Jews, Rotterly Cartarum, page 93, with a case in the year 1224 in Bracton's notebook, Volume 2, page 706, case 918, makes this clear. End note. A solemn trial in the Curia Regis in the presence of the magnates of the realm, the ordinary session of the shire court, perhaps also the trial of possessory actions before justices, enforced by local knights, involved a judgment by peers. The proceedings before the justices on air did not, I think, involve this kind of judgment, but the lex terrae would be enforced in all alike. A contemporary change in Norman procedure illustrates very clearly the distinction between the lex terrae and the Iudicium Parium. After the conquest of Normandy, King Philip Augustus took the trial of ducal pleas in the bailiwicks out of the hands of justices, and gave it to local men. The Custumul says,
Assisiae vero tenentur per barones et legales homines, par per parem judicari debet.
The procedure of the court and the law enforced by the court were not affected by the change. The lex terrae was observed both before and after, but henceforward a trial, according to law, would in Normandy involve a Iudicium Parium. In England this was not necessarily the case. The phrase lex terrae, then, though not excluding a judgment of peers, suggests so many varieties of law and procedure that a demand for a judgment of peers in every possible case could hardly be expressed in words so mild and general as per Iudicium Parium vel per legem terrae. I have pointed out that even a great baron accused of default did not regard the judgment of his peers as the most natural or obvious way of meeting the charge. Moreover, other clauses of the Charter indicate that the barons used more explicit language when they wished to emphasize a demand for a Iudicium Parium. Disputes about land on the Welsh border were to be settled per Iudicium Parium secundum legem, in accordance with the law of England, Wales, or the March, as the case might be. Note: Magna Carta, section 52, sections 55, 56, and the Articles of the Barons, section 25. The phrase per Iudicium Parium secundum legem does not mean that judgment of peers is according to law, but that the judgment by peers must be in accordance with the law. Those writers who identify the phrase with the phrase per Iudicium Parium vel per legem terrae seem to have overlooked this distinction. End note. The conclusion is forced upon my mind, at least, that the 39th clause was intended to lay stress not so much on any particular form of trial as on the necessity for protection against the arbitrary acts of imprisonment, disseisin, and outlawry in which King John had indulged. If we turn to some leading cases of the next 20 years, a period during which the Great Charter was solemnly renewed, fresh in men's minds, and acknowledged as authoritative, this view is confirmed. There is the same insistence upon protection, the same concern for the observance of law, and also the same hesitation or indifference about the actual constitution of the court. The king acknowledges that he has disregarded the forms of law. It may be in his own court, or it may be in a shire court. Redress is given by the magnates of the realm, if the case is of great importance, or by a judge in the royal following. Maitland was fond of reminding us that the distinctions between the royal courts were but vaguely defined in the 13th century, and with similar indefiniteness we find coram rege cases decided now by the assembled magnates and now by a single justice. One such case concerned a great Yorkshire house. The desirable manor of Cottingham, which had been much improved, first by William, then by Nicholas de Stuteville, was claimed by Nicholas's co-heiresses on their father's death in 1233, but it had been for some weeks in the possession of his nephew Eustace, a man of some importance in the affairs of the shire. This was clearly a case for an assize of mort d'ancestor and for a writ of right. For some reason the king intervened, dispossessed Eustace, installed the heiresses and their husbands, and finally, per concilium magnatum de curia sua, took the manor into his own hands. Eustace had offered large sums for a judgment, and in 1234, at Wallingford, on the octave of Trinity, 25th June, his claim was heard by William Raleigh. The king was present, and admitted that he had acted on his own initiative in disseizing Eustace without due process of law.
Sine summonitionne et sine judicio.
Eustace was ready again with his offer of £1,000. The fine was accepted, and judgment was given that he should be reinstated, pending a settlement of assize of mort d'ancestor and writ of right, secundum legem Terrae. Eustace de Stuteville seems to have come to an arrangement with Hugh Wake, one of his rivals, and was clearly doubtful of his claim. But the king had disseized him without a judgment, and the decision at Wallingford points to the legal process by assize and writ, to a possessory and proprietary action, as the means of summons and judgment. £1,000 was a large sum, yet a royal admission of error in the royal court was perhaps worth the money. The case appears on a roll of pleas which followed the king before W. de Raleigh. Eustace was apparently restored not by Iudicium Parium, but by one of the king's judges. The other claimants were disseized by an administrative act of their peers, but in Eustace's history there is no mention of such a judgment. Stress is laid not on it, but on summons, judgment, assize of mort d'ancestor, writ of right, the law of the land. A more famous trial of the same year illustrates the proceedings per legem Terrae in the case of outlawry. The decrees of outlawry declared by King Henry against the great Hubert de Burgh and also against Gilbert Basset and other companions of Richard Earl Marshal were annulled by a judgment of their peers, declared by the mouth of the same William Raleigh who decided the Cottingham case. The king, says the record, desired to show justice, and on 23rd May 1234 called together all the magnates then present in his court at Gloucester, including Edmund, Archbishop of Canterbury, bishops, earls, and others. This judgment ended the political crisis, during which the Earl Marshal, before his violent death in Ireland, and Gilbert Basset, had made the claim to be tried by their peers, and had been met by Peter de Roche with the well-known retort, "There are no peers in England." One would expect, therefore, a deliverance by the court at Gloucester on the question as to whether a baron could be outlawed without a judgment of his peers. But the judgment contains nothing of the kind. It reverses the decree of outlawry in Gilbert Bassett's case, 1. Because the act which provoked the king, the rescue, namely, of Hubert de Burgh from sanctuary at Devizes, was done in the course of war, occasionae guerrae, and was not therefore an ordinary criminal offence. 2. Because the proceedings of outlawry in the Shire Court of Wiltshire were irregular. And only in the third place, 3. Because Gilbert and his friends had been prepared to stand their trial in the king's court. The decree against Hubert de Burgh was annulled on the ground that escape from prison was not in itself punishable by outlawry. In both cases, stress is laid on the proceedings in the Shire Court, that is to say, on the lex terrae. Note: the phrase is explicitly used in another outlawry case, Notebook, Volume 2, page 75, case 85, of the year 1220. Certain persons who had refused to answer a writ and whose guilt was clear were condemned, if they continued to resist the royal officials, to be outlawed in comitatu secundum legem terrae. End note. The magnates clearly imply that these barons, distinguished though they were, could have been lawfully outlawed if they had fled.
Per appellum rationabile, aut per sectam domini regis, ubi fama patriae accusaret.
Bracton, as Maitland points out, probably had this judgment in mind when he stated that outlawry at the king's suit or command is a nullity, unless an inquest has been taken by the justices and the fugitive has been found guilty. Elsewhere, Maitland describes the judgment in Hubert's case as an important step in constitutional history, since it made indictment or appeal a necessary preliminary to outlawry. But was not the court simply enforcing the principle laid down in the Great Charter? Was it not interpreting the principle to mean that the lex terrae in a case of outlawry was the process in the Shire Court involving either the indictment or the appeal? 2. I have suggested that the barons did not claim a judgment of peers as an essential and universal remedy even for themselves. Their words do not imply this claim, and actual practice did not enforce it. The lex terrae might be trial by combat, as in the Marshal's case in 1205, or proceedings in a possessory action, as in Eustace de Stuteville's case, or indictment or appeal, as in the case of Gilbert Bassett and Hubert de Burgh. It did not involve a Iudicium Parium. That was either an alternative or a last resort, a solution of a judicial or political deadlock. But it is not clear that the barons were thinking only of themselves. Indeed, the conviction that this clause asserts a claim to the judgment of peers in all cases has, I think, been father to the thought that the words Liber Homo do not include the ordinary freeman. Students of the Charter have felt that a claim to the judgment of his peers by the ordinary freeman was either unnecessary or absurd. They have urged also that the barons had no special interest in the judicial rights of the ordinary freeman, and in the manner of King Charles I liked to speak of themselves as freemen. The substitution of the words Liber Homo in the 39th clause for the Barones et homines sui of King John's letters had no special significance. First, let us look at the use of the words in the Charter. The freeman appears 6 times. In the 15th clause he is protected against unlawful and unreasonable aids levied by his lord. In the 21st, against amercements which might shatter his social position. In the 30th, against forced contributions of horses and wagons for carrying purposes. In the 34th, against the loss of his court by a writ praecipe. In the 39th, against arbitrary imprisonment, etc. And in the 27th clause, regulations are laid down for the distribution of his chattels if he should die intestate. If we set aside the 34th and 39th clauses for the moment, the Charter clearly safeguards the ordinary freeman. Limits are set to the power of his lord. local officials are to respect his freedom, judges are to permit his neighbors to immerse him fairly, his relatives are not to suffer when he commits that last sin of intestacy. In 2 of these clauses the ordinary freeman is explicitly distinguished from the baron. In the 27th and 30th he is primarily intended. Is it credible that in the 34th and 39th clauses the same phrase, Liber Homo, can exclude him? Note: the only argument in favor of exclusion is that in the 34th clause, where the freeman's court is protected against the writ praecipe, only a baron's court could be intended, but could not any manorial court suffer through the writ? End note. Recent exponents of the Charter have not, I think, allowed sufficient weight to the fact that the document was not a baronial manifesto, but a carefully drafted statement of a settlement, in which churchmen, citizens, and statesmen who had large experience of public affairs took part. Archbishop Langton and several of the barons on each side were not likely to overlook the growing significance of the freeman in English society, or the danger which the community of the realm would run if his economic and legal position were not protected. By the close of the 12th century, the freeholder was an important element in every feudal state of civilized Europe. In most countries it is probable that he did little more than represent a general economic tendency towards fixed services and money rents, and that affranchisement was a privilege of more or less sentimental value, not affecting the actual position of a serf. In England, the freeman, however slightly his economic status might differ from that of the villein, was becoming essential to the state, as the state was more and more defined in laws and institutions. Within the economy of the manor, the freeman, or to speak more accurately, the free tenant, strengthened the wealth and dignity of the lord. On the one hand, enfranchised villeins were founding families. On the other hand, as the Domesday Book of St. Paul's records, old tenements were frequently resettled, or new tenements divided, among free tenants paying fixed rents. Note: the Domesday of St. Paul's, Camden Society, passim, the free tenants, tenants ad censum, tenants at a rent of new essarts divided by the farmers of the manors, for example, pages 12 and 36, are as numerous as the other tenants. A forester, a smith, a merchant, and a Templar's relicta were among the tenants of the essart at Wickham, page 37. End note. It was to the common interest that these men should not be broken, and the 39th clause of the Charter, in protecting them and their tenements against illegal interference from the king and his officials, in my opinion, simply applied the general principle expressed in other clauses. We have seen that in the case of outlawry, the lex terrae required a charge, either by indictment or appeal in the shire court. There is some evidence for the view that the 39th clause met, in addition, the desire of the freeman for protection against administrative proceedings at the king's command, and especially against imprisonment without the prospect of a trial in the local court. The contest between the principles of order and liberty had already begun. The natural instrument of order was the prison. During a political crisis or an epidemic of criminal unrest, it was convenient to issue commands for a summary inquiry and for the imprisonment of suspected persons during His Majesty's pleasure. The well-known Edictum Regium of 1195, preserved in the Chronicle of Roger of Howden, was in fact a command of this sort, a Crimes Act, disregarding the usual procedure. During King Richard's absence in the Holy Land, the country had been much disturbed, and Hubert Walter, the new justiciar, was determined to restore order. The Great Inquiry of 1194 did not meet the situation. The justices had probably been too busy to get through the ordinary police business. Indeed, Roger of Howden tells us that a very important inquiry into the administration of sheriffs and local officials was postponed. Hence, in 1195, Knights were appointed to deal with crime. A sworn obligation was imposed upon all males of 15 years and upwards. The inhabitants of each district, Balia, swore that they would keep the king's peace, join in the hue and cry, deliver all who were guilty or suspected of robbery and theft to the knights appointed. The knights passed on the malefactors to the sheriff, who was not to release them save at the command of the king or justiciar,
non deliberandos nisi per regem aut eius capitalem justitiam.
The duty prescribed to the king's subjects was very similar to that which they performed in the 100 Court, but the procedure was different. The presentments were received by special commissioners, and the imprisonment of those presented followed as a matter of course.
Per sacramentum fidelium hominum devis nato,
says Roger of Howden.
Multos caperunt et carceribus regis incluserunt.
No mention is made of judgment in the shire court before the justices. The trustworthy men were not the jury of presentment, and the accused had no opportunity of alleging their general good character and of submitting to the proof. It is probable that the ordinary methods of attaching and trying criminals had broken down. They broke down periodically during the Middle Ages, but they were quite definite and must have been well understood. Suspected persons were arrested by the sheriff and his bailiffs, sometimes by the tithing man or in the hue and cry. They might be locked up in the king's jail or entrusted to the custody of the tithing, or they might be handed over to their relatives or pledges who would be made responsible for their appearance. They were presented, whether in captivity or not, at the sheriff's turn, and again at the shire court before the justices on eyre. If they were of bad repute and had been arrested in the act, they might be punished according to the discretion of the court without further inquiry, that is to say, without going to the ordeal or other proof. Yet even in such a case, the assize of Clarendon admitted the right of the accused to find a warranty.
Si non habeat warrentum, non habeat legem.
Other suspected persons, those, for example, of decent repute who had been found in possession of stolen goods, went to the ordeal, and after the abolition of the ordeal, were given the opportunity of placing themselves super patriem, of standing by the verdict of a jury. In all this process, imprisonment was merely an incidental affair. It was not yet a common form of punishment after conviction, and only gradually became so general as a form of detention as to necessitate commissions of jail delivery. The distinction between the normal procedure and the drastic action taken by Hubert Walter in 1195 was to be of the greatest importance in future history. Was it realized at the time? At first sight, the answer seems to be decidedly in the negative. It is not likely that any opposition was made to the particular edict of 1195. The royal duty of good government included the maintenance of the public peace. These malefactors were persons of ill fame, and were arrested after sworn inquiry among their neighbours. Whether they were tried or not in the future would be a matter of general indifference, and could be left to the royal discretion. Moreover, the king was the source of justice. The man committed to jail per mandatum domine regis would in the 12th and 13th centuries have found none to liberate him. By Bracton's time, a sheriff who released on mainprise a man who had been arrested by the king's command, or on command of the justiciar, would have defied the law of England. And although this rule, it is true, applied to prisoners awaiting trial, there was nothing to compel the king to bring them to trial. It must be admitted that administrative action such as Hubert Walter's was regarded as within the lawful scope of authority. Also that persons imprisoned by the king's command could, before the law of habeas corpus had been painfully hammered out, be tried at the king's pleasure. The Edictum Regium of 1195 is the first of a long series of formal acts enforcing what may be termed the administrative law of the prerogative, a prerogative which still exists in king and parliament. Yet I believe that even at the close of the 12th century, the desire to emphasize the extraordinary nature of this reserved power was both felt and expressed. This desire is expressed, I think, in the 39th clause of the Great Charter. The Charter did not succeed in abolishing the prerogative right of imprisonment. It was more successful in stretching the protection of the law over the free tenement, but it did assert the principle that the free man must normally be accused and punished in a special manner, however awkward or inefficient that manner might be. From the days of Henry II, the two methods of keeping the king's peace, the one per legem terrae, the other by administrative action, may be traced in medieval England. 1. It is clear that Henry II anticipated the action of Hubert Walter, probably with much less formality. The proof is to be found in the action of Queen Eleanor after Henry's death in 1189. She sent commissioners through England to liberate prisoners. The orders given to these commissioners carefully distinguished various kinds of persons who were in jail. Offenders against the forest law were to be set free and pardoned. Persons imprisoned per commune rectum were to find pledge for their appearance, in case an appeal should be brought against them. If they could find no pledge, they were to be sworn to appear. Various other classes who had been subject to legal process were also enumerated. They were in most cases to be released under conditions. But one group was, like the offenders against forest law, to be freed unconditionally.
Et ut omnes alii qui capti essent et retenti per voluntatem regis vel justitiae eius, qui non essent retenti per commune rectum, comitatus vel hundredi vel per appellationem quieti essent.
Clearly, in 1189 the king's prisons contained persons who had been imprisoned by decree, not in accordance with the procedure defined in the assizes of Clarendon and Northampton. Unimportant people who should have been presented at the 100 Court had not escaped Henry's attention. However salutary this direct intervention may have been, it was felt to be anomalous. In order to show that a new reign had begun, the Queen Mother declared an act of grace. 2. 2 years later, restrictions were imposed by the barons on the justiciar's power of administrative disseisin. The critics of William Longchamp admitted the right of the king to disseize a vassal of his property without a rigid observance of the new procedure, but as a rule the lawful customs and assizes of the kingdom must be observed.
Sed et concessum est quod episcopi et abbates, comites et barones, vavasores et liberi tenentes, non ad voluntatem justitiarum vel ministrorum domini regis de terris vel Catalis suis dissesientur, sed judicio curiae domini regis secundum legitimas consuetudines et assisas regni tractabuntur, vel per mandatum domini regis.
2 points are noticeable in this passage. The free tenant, who is distinguished from the baron and vavasor, was explicitly included, and protection was particularly desired from the royal officials. The demand was extended in 1215 to protection against the king, and was defined still more clearly in 1217, in a passage which recalls the wording of this treaty.
Nullus liber Homo, dissesietur de libero tenemento suo, vel libertatibus, vel liberis consuetudinibus suis, nisi per legale Iudicium Parium suorum, vel per legem Terrae.
3. Disseisin was more easily dealt with than imprisonment. We have seen that between 1189 and 1215, Hubert Walter systemized the practice of imprisonment per mandatum regis and forbade release.
Nisi per regem aut eius capitalem justitiam.
In John's reign, this practice, recognized as anomalous in 1189, became a nuisance. John was, for one thing, not concerned to take the opinion of his victim's neighbors into consideration. He was after booty, not justice. He spared neither small nor great, and he was compelled to surrender this prerogative in 1215. As Mr. McKechnie has reminded us later, opponents of the jurisdiction of the King's Council interpreted the 39th clause of the Charter in this way. They insisted upon the necessity of indictment or presentment by good and lawful people of the neighbourhood in which the crime was committed. Coke borrowed the same construction from Edward III's statutes when he translated per legem terrae by the words due process of law. The phrase, indeed, is a very fair equivalent to Queen Eleanor's
per commune rectum comitatus, vel hundredi, vel per appellationem.
On this view, the clause comprehended the criminal procedure of the 12th century. It said, in effect, unless the case is so anomalous, or the accused so important, that a trial in the King's Court by the magnates of the realm is desirable, he must be dealt with in the usual way, by presentment or indictment, in hundred or shire courts, with recourse to the customary proofs. Note: neither baron nor freeman got matters all his own way. In the 13th century we have state prisoners who did not find much help in Magna Carta. End note. In 1241 the sheriffs were instructed by Henry III to keep suspected persons
in prisone nostra donec a nobis aliud haburis mandatum.
In 1264, Simon de Montfort went further than Hubert Walter had gone in 1195. In the king's name, he placed every shire under a single custos pacis, who was instructed to use the whole strength of the shire for the arrest of criminals and disturbers of the peace. The arrested persons were to be kept in custody
donec aliud inde praeceperimus.
But Simon's action was taken under very abnormal conditions. On the whole, the principles laid down in the Charter were observed with remarkable continuity. I have already pointed out how Henry III was obliged in 1234 to reverse an unlawful disseisin and the unlawful outlawry of certain barons. The freeman was also protected. The royal officials, for example, had reason to be very prudent and circumspect in their dealing with suspected persons. A rash imprisonment might involve them in heavy damages. Note: Notebook, Volume 2, page 366, 542, cases 465-705. In the latter case, a sheriff was declared in misericordiam for wrongful imprisonment, even though the sheriff said that if murder had been committed, the accused were the guilty persons. End note. The periodic revival of disorder, in fact, was encouraged by the conditions which made officials and communities alike unwilling to prosecute their duties. A false step was so expensive. The government tried to deal with disorder by reforms in the police organization, but did not, except on rare occasions, as in 1241 and 1264, interfere with procedure. The police reforms were no more an infringement of the Charter than was the growth in the practice of imprisonment pending trial, or the rule that a man so imprisoned by the king's command could not be repleaved. Yet these reforms have probably been confused with the occasional edicts interfering with the Lex Terrae, although in reality they maintained continuity in procedure. The 13th century conservators of the peace, whether they were sergeants elected by the shire, or knights appointed by the king, or important barons invested with special powers, were concerned mainly with the visum armorum and the process of arrest. Just as the headboroughs and constables kept the peace in township and manor, so the conservators assisted the execution of the common law in hundred and shire. The elaborate writ of 1242, which assigned knights in each shire, refers explicitly to the subsequent trial of suspected persons per legem terrae, thus correcting the action taken in the previous year.
suspectos autem de die per quoscumque arrestatos recipiant vice comites sine dilacione et difficultate et salvo custodiant, donec per legem terrae deliberentur.
One of the objects of the Statute of Winchester, which codified previous legislation in 1285, was the more conscientious and exhaustive presentment of malefactors by the local juries. The conservators were gradually given judicial functions and developed into the justices of the peace, but they still administered the common law, the lex terrae. Hence, when Stubbs traced a connection between Hubert Walter's Milites Assignati, Earl Simon's Custos Pacis, and the justice of the peace, he was, I venture to think, suggesting a misleading confusion between the exceptional and the normal in the history of criminal law. So far as their police duties were concerned, the connection between these officials is clear, but it is easy to forget that whereas the justice of the peace had behind him the assizes of Arms and Clarendon, the officials appointed in 1195 and 1264 had not. The peculiarity of the measures taken in 1195 and 1264 lay not in the method of arrest, but in the imprisonment during the king's pleasure. The commissions issued to the justices of the peace, on the contrary, from the period when they combined the functions of conservators and justices until the year 1590, directed the enforcement of the Statute of Winchester, that is to say, of the final definition of the system laid down in the assizes of Arms, Clarendon, and Northampton. The justices were so circumscribed by the lex terrae that in the 15th and 16th centuries they could not order an arrest until the accused had been indicted in open sessions of the peace. In Edward III's reign the practice was more elastic, but well within the limits of the traditional system. According to the Commission of 1357, the justices were to arrest, after inquiry,
per sacramentum proborum et legalium hominum,
and to determine the cases,
secundum legem et consuetudinem regni nostri Angliae.
The Statute of 1360 ordered them to pursue, arrest, and punish evildoers
selon la loi et coutume du royaume.
The lex terrae constantly broke down in the time of justices of the peace, as it had constantly broken down in hundred and shire. The difficulties are clearly described in the Statute of Winchester, and in the petitions to the judges on eyre, to council, to the chancellor, and to the Parliament. The folk of the district would not present, officials grew slack and corrupt. The justices in their turn were too often either overworked or open to unjust influences. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the king's ministers or council tried to remedy matters by decrees for laying criminals by the heels. In the 14th, the council began to hear and determine petitions on its own account, began, in short, to lay the foundation of that judicial control which was later to develop into the courts of Star Chamber and requests. It was under these new circumstances that Parliament, appealing to the Great Charter, raised its voice on behalf of the lex terrae, the system of indictment and presentment. The party of law, not for the last time in our history, was not the party of order, even though it was the party of progress. In the 14th century, the important phrase was lex terrae. In the 17th, the party of law and progress fastened on the phrase Iudicium Parium. In this paper I have tried to show that however badly the contemporaries of Pym and Selden may have blundered, there is a good deal to be said for their 14th century predecessors. In 1215, neither baron nor freeman was concerned primarily with a judgment of peers, so much as with justice. The Iudicium Parium ran through a good part of English procedure, but it was not universal. From the baronial standpoint, it was especially important as a last resort, in cases where justice had not been done and the law was uncertain. The barons had no intention of excluding from the lex terrae any part of the new judicial system, neither the Court of Common Pleas, nor the justices in eyre, nor the presentment of the grand jury. They were demanding, as they demanded at Merton a few years later, that the practices of English law should not be changed. In the same spirit, they desired that sheriffs and other local officials should be men acquainted with the lex regni, and on the whole they got their way. The peculiarity of English history is not that the common law is supreme, but that it is so practised as to seem supreme, and that other expressions of the sovereign power, whether the equitable jurisdiction of the King's Council in the 14th century, or a Defence of the Realm Act in the 20th, are universally admitted to be temporary and abnormal. If King John had not grossly abused his power as the source of justice, it is quite possible that this tradition would never have been formed. The policy of efficiency practised by men like Hubert Walter, Thomas Cromwell, and Francis Bacon might well have gathered momentum and swept aside the prejudices in favour of the common law. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Magna Carta and the Common Law by Charles Howard McIlwain, Professor of History and Government, Harvard University. In estimating the importance of Magna Carta, what we chiefly need is a history of the document in the period after 1215. One of the most significant points in that subsequent development is the famous confirmation by Edward I in 1297. This confirmation is in part as follows, quote, "Know ye that we to the honour of God and of the Holy Church, and to the profit of all our realm, et à profit de tout notre royaume, have granted for us and our heirs that the great Charter of Liberties, le grand Chartre des Franchises, and the Charter of the Forest, which were made by common assent of all the realm, lesquelles furent faites par commandation de tout le royaume, in the time of King Henry our father, shall be kept in every point without breach, soit tenus en tous leurs points sans nul blêmissement. And we will that these same charters shall be sent under our seal to our justices, both to those of the forest and to the rest, and to all sheriffs of shires, and to all our other officers, and to all our cities throughout the realm, together with our writs, in the which it shall be contained that they cause the aforesaid charters to be published, and have it declared to the people that we have granted that they shall be observed in all points, and that our justices, sheriffs, mayors, and other officials, who under us and by us have to administer the law of the land, qui la loi de la terre dessous nous et par nous ont à guier, shall allow the said charters in pleas before them, and judgments in all their points, that is to say, the great Charter of Liberties as common law, and the Charter of the Forest according to the assize of the forest for the relief of our people. C'est à savoir la grande Charte des Franchises comme loi commune, et la Charte de la Forêt selon l'assise de la Forêt, à l'amendement de notre peuple. 2. And we will that if any judgments be given from henceforth, contrary to the points of the charters aforesaid, by justices, or by any other our ministers that hold pleas before them touching the points of the charters, they shall be undone and holden for naught. Et voulons que s'il nul jugement soit donné désormais en contre les points des chartres avant dites, par justice et par nos autres ministres, qui contre les points des chartres tiennent plaide devant Dieu, soit défaits et pour néant tenus. 3. And we will that the same charters shall be sent under our seal to cathedral churches throughout our realm, and there remain, and shall be read before the people twice in the year. 4. and that archbishops and bishops shall pronounce sentences of greater excommunication against all those that by word, deed, or counsel shall go against the aforesaid charters, or that in any point break or go against them, and that the said curses be twice a year denounced and published by the prelates aforesaid. And if the same prelates or any of them be remiss in the denunciation of the said sentences, the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, for the time being, as is fitting, shall reprove them, and constrain them to make that denunciation in form aforesaid." End quote. Under the first of these sections, the King's Justices are directed to administer Magna Carta as common law, comme loi commune. The sense hereof, says Coke, is that the Great Charter and the Charter of the Forest are to be holden for the common law, that is, the law common to all, and that both the charters are in amendment of the realm, that is, to amend great mischiefs and inconveniences which oppressed the whole realm before the making of them. End quote. This paper is an attempt to explain still further the sense hereof. But the most difficult part of the explanation, as usual, lies in that part of the provision whose meaning seems at first the most obvious, loi commune. No tolerably prepared candidate in an English or American law school will hesitate to define an estate in fee simple, says Sir Frederick Pollock. Quote, "On the other hand, the greater have been a lawyer's opportunities of knowledge, and the more time he has given to the study of legal principles, the greater will be his hesitation in face of the apparently simple question, 'What is law?'" End quote. One's opportunities of knowledge would have to be great indeed to be even in slight degree commensurate with his hesitation in attempting to define common law, with all that it implied in 1297. But defined it must be in some fashion before we can understand the real significance of Magna Carta in the later Middle Ages. Some examination of contemporary records has convinced me that Coke's interpretation is in the main the correct one, but one of his statements seems also to show that it is correct in a sense possibly somewhat different from the one he had in mind. This is his inclusion without comment of the Charter of the Forest with Magna Carta as the common law. What, then, is the law common to all? What made it common in 1297? How did this conception of a common law and the mass of corresponding rights actually come into existence? And finally, what light is thrown by an explanation of these things upon the history and character of Magna Carta itself? For a considerable part of the period when the common law was taking form in England, there may be observed in the writers on law a certain struggle between the Roman idea of lex and the medieval conception of law as immemorial usage. The judges of those times, who were generally in orders, were better acquainted with Roman legal conceptions than many of their brethren of a much later time. Their knowledge and reverence for these ideas, coupled with the necessity they were under of administering a law of a different origin, at a less advanced stage of development, but with roots so deep in the traditions and habits of the people that its binding force was unquestionable, these are the chief explanation of apparently incompatible statements concerning the basis and extent of the royal authority, which even the Audiciones in a text like Bracton's cannot wholly explain. In the field of private law somewhat the same struggle is to be seen between lex and consuetudo, the one a product of the classical period of Roman law, the other a growth of the Middle Ages out of roots that are quite different. The medieval desire for unity led the jurists of the time to make interesting attempts to reconcile these conflicting conceptions. Constantine's famous dictum, "Consuetudinis ususque longaevi non vilis auctoritas est," they gladly fasten upon, but it will not fully serve their needs until it is practically inverted. So the author of Glanville feels it necessary to apologise to his learned readers for an English customary law which he never thinks of questioning. Footnote: the customary law, consuetudo, he also calls jura regni, but he will not admit a sharp distinction between it and lex, though it is mainly unwritten, for he is not ignorant of the popular origin of lex even in Rome. Leges namque Anglicanas licet non scriptas, leges appellari non videtur absurdum, cum hoc ipsum lex sit, quod principi placet, legis habet vigorem, eas scilicet, quas super dubiis in concilio definiendis, procerum quidem concilio, et principis accidente autoritate constat esse promulgatas. Tractatus de legibus et consuetudinibus regni Angliae prologus. Confer Justinian Institutes 1, 2, 3, with which Glanville, in common with nearly all the medieval English juristic writers, prefaces his treatise. End footnote. Glanville is quoted word for word by the author of Fleta, but without acknowledgment. Bracton also begins his treatise with the usual liberal quotations from the Institutes, and borrows from Glanville the sentence identifying consuetudo with lex, but his treatment of the subject is fuller and much more valuable. It is clear that these medieval writers are faced with a consuetudo, a lex non scripta, which is binding much as lex was binding in the later Roman Empire. In order, then, to apply their favourite texts in support of the existing law, they are under the necessity of including within lex what was certainly not included in Justinian's time. The outstanding fact is that custom had really become law. It was accepted by common usage, pro lege. This is almost the central fact in early English law, but we moderns, like the Romans of the later empire, are so prone to identify lex and law that we can hardly appreciate the difficulty in which Glanville and Bracton found themselves. Glanville's apology for consuetudo was directed at the classicists and is easily understood by ourselves. To a 12th century Englishman, if unlearned in Roman law, it probably had very little meaning. But consuetudo was a thing well understood. Evidence of its importance and its binding character is abundant. Glanville himself, in the passage quoted above, though he is paraphrasing the Institutes, cannot say, as they do, that in England the law is what the people or what anyone constituebat. Instead, he has to say that it consists of those things quas super dubiis in concilio definiendis, procerum quidem concilio, et principio accidente autoritate, constat esse promulgatas. It is something already in existence which may indeed need defining, but can only be promulgated, not made. The celebrated excommunication of 1253 mentions only those who violate the liberties of the Church, Magna Carta, the Charter of the Forest, vel antiquas regni consuetudines approbatas. It is not difficult to prove that these ancient customs of the realm were of binding force, even of supreme binding force. So the author of the Mirror of Justices, who may certainly be trusted as an interpreter of contemporary words and phrases, though we can no longer believe all his stories, declares that the article in the Statute of Marlborough concerning Redecessors is reprehensible because no special ordinance ought to exceed common law. Car nul mandement spécial ne doit passer comme un droit. And we find the justices of both benches required to take oath that in case they receive letters from the king commanding anything contrary to the law, they will enforce the law notwithstanding such letters. The Parliament Roll of the year 1330 contains an interesting petition by several nobles, setting forth that they were entitled to lands escheated at the time of the suppression of the Templars, which lands, however, had been handed over by a statute irregularly procured by the dispensers to the Hospitallers. They pray that this statute be annulled, and quote the opinions of the judges against it. Les dites justices disaient apertement et expressément que le roi ni ne dévote ni ne le peut faire par loi, non pas pour ce les dits Hugh et Hugh, pas pour qu'il avait firent faire un statut, si qu'on peut par le statut, que les hospitaliers eussent les terres de Templiers, et en lequel le statut peut être trouvé que les justices ne s'assentirent point, car ils ne peuvent pour leur serment par la déshéritance du roi et de ses gens, et disaient que ce sont contrariés à loi, is que c'est les statuts se fit contre loi et contre raison. In 1341, during the struggle between Edward III and his Parliament, the king had been compelled to make certain important concessions in return for the parliamentary grants. But when these had to be put in the form of a statute, the Chancellor, Treasurer, and some of the justices protested that they would not enforce them, en cas que même les statuts fussent contraires à les lois et usages du royaume, lesquels il fut sermenté de garder. The reasons they assign are significant whether they were sincere or not. For the year 1347, there is a petition on the Parliament Roll against a judgment made in Parliament, which is declared to be contre les lois du royaume et les usages approuvés. In 1397, Parliament annulled the award of Parliament convicting Hugh Despenser, and seemingly endorsed the charge that the act of Edward III affirming this award fut fait contre droit, loi et raison, que les statuts quant à les dix articles, nem droituel ne raisonnable, ne dut être de force par la loi, était en contre droit et raison, et en contre la loi de la terre. 2 years later, on the accession of Henry IV, the new king declared qu'il n'est pas son entente ne volonté pour tourner les lois et statuts ne bons usages, mais pour garder les anciennes lois et statuts ordainés et usés en temps de ses nobles progéniteurs selon son serment. The pronunciatio, by which the Parliament of the first regnal year of Henry VI was opened, declares the purpose of the session to be the enjoyment by all classes of their liberties and franchises which have not been repealed, ne par la commune loi rappellable. And the statutes of the next year open with a confirmation of all such franchises, bien usés et n'ayant rappelé, ne par la commune loi rappellable. Some of these examples undoubtedly arise out of factional and even revolutionary struggles, but the frequent and repeated insistence upon the supremacy of the common law as a justification, even though it may be at times an unjust action that is justified, seems to show conclusively the position occupied by the common law. It was, in a very real sense, a fundamental law. But if this law was really supreme, it becomes the more necessary to try to discover the points in which it differed from other rules or enactments, to ascertain as nearly as we can just what was common law. From the passage quoted above from Bracton, it appears that custom has the force of law in England, approbata more utentium, and that these consuetudines are either plures et diversae, i.e. particular customs, or common custom, which is consuetudo regni Angliae. Thus he speaks of the king's retaining an outlaw's lands for a year and a day, sicut esse debet secundum consuetudinem regni nostri Angliae, or of waste, contra consuetudinem regni nostri, or of an inquest secundum consuetudinem regni Angliae. So he declares, et sicut papa ordinare potest in spiritualibus quod ordines et dignitates, ita potest rex in temporalibus de hereditatibus dandis vel heredibus constituendis secundum consuetudinem regni sui. Habet enim quod libet regnum suas consuetudines et diversas, poterit enim una esse consuetudo in regno Angliae, et alia in regno Franciae quantum ad successiones. In Bracton's day, the organisation and powers of Parliament were still undeveloped, and the terminology of legislation was not yet fixed. His favourite term for enactments is constitutio, in which he shows his Roman and canon law training. He refers to the Statute of Merton as nova constitutio, and to a violation of it as fraus constitutioni. He says also that a writ of novel decision will not issue where a tenant has granted so much of his estate in Francalmoin that his lord had lost his service, quia hoc est contra constitutionem. In another place he asserts the same rule, propter constitutionem libertatis. These constitutiones are in addition to consuetudines, which are in use throughout the realm. Hence many things are controlled by the law and custom of the realm. It is no accident that the writs appointing the justices for an assize of novel decision command them to do justice secundum legem et consuetudinem regni nostri Angliae. Judges are so to conduct themselves, says Bracton, ut constitutiones sed eorum edicta, iuri et consuetudinibus approbatis, et communi utilitatis sint convenientia. These are the rules to which Bracton refers as lex terrae et regni consuetudines and ius commune. Whether customary or statutory, it is the law common to the realm, as distinguished from particular law. So in discussing waste, Bracton says, et quid debeat adjudicare ad vastum, et quid non, propter magnitudinem et parvitem, habet quae libet patria suum modum constitutionem et consuetudinem. And modus, he says, following the familiar doctrine of the Roman lawyers, though in a sense probably never meant by them, and here speaking of grants, legem dat donationi, et modus tenendus est contra ius commune, et contra legem, quia modus et conventio vincunt legem. Of the law of succession, he says, item poterit conditio impedire descensum ad proprios heredes, contra ius commune. And because it is given to all in common, it is called common law, says the author of the Mirror of Justices of the law with which he deals. References to the common law became more frequent as the 13th century closed. For example, it is said to be en contre la commune loi for a subject to inflict the death penalty on a criminal. Later, in the reign of Richard II, the Commons complain of royal interference with la loi de la terre est comme un droit. It is not necessary to multiply instances further, though they are many. The general connotation of common law is beyond doubt. Its exact meaning becomes clearer, however, when we take note of the special law that contemporaries were wont to contrast with it. At times we find la commune loi thus designated to distinguish it from enactment. Footnote: thus a litigant was told in 1 Edward II, "You are not aided by the common law, nor by special law, par la commune loi, ni par loi spéciale." In the next year another was informed that he must rely either on common law or on special law, par la commune loi ou par loi spéciale, variant par ancienne loi ou par nouvelle loi, and that neither the common law nor la nouvelle loi will help him. In 1377 the Commons petitioned for the observance and confirmation of la commune loi et auxun les spéciales lois et statuts et ordonnances de la terre made for the common profit and good governance of the realm in the times preceding. End footnote. Or it might be the law of the Church that was contrasted with it, the lex forestae, les lois d'armes, the laws of the court of the constable and marshal, the law of the staple, Roman law, or the lex parliamenti. But the special law found most often in contrast with loi commune is the consuetudo, less frequently the lex, of some particular region or district which differs in its provisions from the lex et consuetudo regni. In the second regnal year of Edward II, it was argued that a manor which formed a part of the king's ancient demesne was tel lieu que n'est pas à la commune loi. In a case in 1307, certain tenements were declared to be divisible selon la coutume de Everwick, York. Cases of the law of Kent are numerous. For example, it was said in the Common Pleas in the 20th regnal year of Edward I that certain tenements are not transferred from the common law to a special law, changé hors de la commune loi en la spéciale loi, unless the partibility of the tenement could be proved. Here the special law is a customary one, le usage du pays. Wales and the Marches naturally give us many examples in the Middle Ages, particularly before the enactment of Statutum Walliae. For tenements in Wales and the Marches, Article 56 of the Great Charter of John guarantees to Welshmen and Marchers trial by peers, secundum legem Walliae and secundum legem Marciae, respectively. In the 25th regnal year of Henry III, a Welsh litigant pleads quod nescit placitare secundum consuetudinem Angliae, and obtains a continuance ad deliberandum. In 1281, Edward promised Llewellyn that the laws of Wales and the Marches should not be disturbed, and informed him that the judges had been so instructed. The Statutum Walliae itself, while asserting Edward's right to declare, interpret, increase, and take away from these particular laws, especially in pleas of the Crown, expressly accepts the law of succession to lands, contracts, procedure, etc., which are to remain as they were, quia aliter usitatum est in Wallia quam in Anglia, et a tempore cuius non extitit memoria. In a case arising upon a disseisin in the 19th regnal year of Edward I, the defendant answers quod tenementa non sunt in comitatu, Hereford, sed sunt in Marcia Walliae, et debent in Iudicium de duci secundum legem Marciae, et non per legem Angliae, juxta statutum de Runnymede. Et quod non sunt in comitatu et ideo, non deberent tractari per legem communem. The point was conceded. 2 years later, Richard Fitzalan declares he is a Baron of Wales, ubi est consuetudo approbata, that the barons should submit their disputes to the arbitration of a friend of both parties. In 1321, a number of persons in Wales petitioned the Chancellor to issue a writ to the Justice of North Wales to do justice secundum legem et consuetudinem parcium millarum. The law of the Scottish March, of course, was on the same general basis. In 1249, a commission consisting of 12 English and 12 Scottish knights were sworn to the observance of the leges Marciarum. It seems clear, then, that common law is the lex et consuetudo regni Angliae, usitae et approbatae communi utilitati convenientes, and that the basis of consuetudo, as of lex, is that it is approved, if not by express enactment, more utentium. This law is common because it is ius regni Angliae, enforced and observed de consensu magnatum et rei publicae communi sponsione. Special custom is such as in like manner observatur in partibus, and it might be added by certain classes or estates of the people, ubi fuerit more utentium approbata et vicem leges obtinet. And special leges are those expressly assented to by the particular persons so bound by them. So we return to Coke's dictum that the common law is the law common to all. If our difficulties ended here, it would seem rather unnecessary to labour a point so apparently obvious at such length as I have done. But Magna Carta was not only common law, it was also enactment, and constantly referred to as such. In order to understand its real significance, we must first examine the larger question of the relation of enactment in general to the loi commune. And to make this difficult question as clear as possible, it seemed necessary as a preliminary to restate much that is obvious in connection with the common law itself. The next problem that meets us, then, is the relation of enactment to the law, particularly the common law, in medieval England, and this is a problem of great difficulty. As indicated above, the names of enactments of law for the realm were variable until they became stereotyped by the general acceptance of Parliament's enacting power. The author of the Leges Henrici, speaking probably of Henry I's famous writ for the holding of the shire and hundred courts, says the practice, founded in ancient custom, had lately been confirmed by a record, vera nuper est recordacione firmatum. The constitutions of Clarendon are spoken of in the preamble to the document as ista recordatio vel recognitio cuiusdam partis consuetudinum et libertatum et dignitatum of the king's predecessors. Similarly, the assize of Clarendon is termed haec assisa, as is also the assize of the Forest in 1184. John's Charter of Liberties itself is called this present charter of ours. Bracton speaks, as we have seen, of the Statute of Merton as nova constitutio, and elsewhere refers to a change in the law of dower made by it as brought about nova superveniente gratia et provisione. In a case in the 43rd regnal year of Henry III, one of its sections was referred to as Provisio de Merton. The Edictum de Kenilworth is well known, and it was so called by contemporaries. The Statute of Winchester is cited by the author of the Mirror of Justices as La Constitution de Winchester. In the reign of Henry III, the word statute begins to be prominent, but at first hardly in any technical sense, and alternative with other terms. For example, in the 39th regnal year of Henry III, the statement is made that a rule in Concilio apud Merton provisum fuit et statutum concerning the procedure on a writ of right post illam constitutionem. So, in the 52nd regnal year of Henry III, mention is made of the pardon for transgressors in the time of the recent war, occasione provisionum seus statutorum exoniae non observatorum. By the time of Edward I, however, it is evident that statute is becoming a technical term, and the other names cease to be applied to the same enactments. So the author of the Mirror, in the 3rd chapter of his first book, Des Premières Constitutions, tells us that Alfred ordained pour usage perpétuel that his nobles should assemble at least twice a year pour parlementer sur le guimont du peuple Dieu. Par celles les statuts, he says, divers ordinances were made in times subsequent. The Statutum de Marleburg is referred to in pleas of the 5th and 6th years of the reign. In Michaelmas term, the 13th and 14th regnal years of Edward I, judgment was given under a rule quod constitutum fuit per regem per secunda statuta West Monasteriensia. It is unnecessary to continue further a list which grows rapidly longer after this date. Statute has now become the usual word for a certain kind of enactments of Parliament, and it is sometimes applied to acts such as the one known as De Asportatis Religiosorum, which are known to us only in forms not usual in statutes, some of them being found only in the form of writs. The uncertainty of some of these so-called statutes may be due to a looseness in the application of the term which disappeared later, when the word invariably conveyed one definite and technical meaning. Statutum seems to be a popular rather than a technical term before the reign of Edward I, and it is possible that the non-technical employment of it may have survived longer in isolated cases, to the confusion of the modern historian. End of section 8. Section 9 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Magna Carta and the Common Law by Charles Howard McIlwain, Professor of History and Government, Harvard University. Part 2. Our real difficulty arises with the question, what was the real nature of these statuta after the meaning of the word had been fixed? And how did they differ, if at all, from the law that preceded them, and from enactments which were not termed statutes? The subject of the relation of enactment to the law which precedes, as that relation was understood in the later Middle Ages, is a subject that has received a good deal of attention in recent years. We have passed beyond the naive view that men of the Middle Ages must have understood that relation just as we understand it today. We are trying to discover what the men of that time really thought about it. For example, Mr. Lapsley's view that the well-known Declaration of Parliament in 1322, seeming to require the participation of all the estates of the realm in binding legislation, applied merely to such constitutional arrangements as had been effected by the ordinances of 1311. Or Professor Merriman's interpretation of Parliament's legislative functions as the repealing rather than the enacting of law. As an alternative interpretation, I submit an explanation which might be summarized as follows. First, enactments of substantive law in England in the later Middle Ages were made for the general purpose of affirming the law already approved or of removing abuses which hindered its due execution. Pour sûrement garder les lois over due exécution et astif remède pour abusion de la loi en usurpation. Such affirmance implied frequent interpretation, the supplying of additional penalties to secure proper execution, and even supplemental enactments for the same purpose. This eventually led to changes in the law itself, but such changes came gradually, and in the main only incidentally, and were not the main purpose of enactment. Repeal of the laws used and approved is in the beginning not thought of. It comes very gradually, and in the guise of the removal of provisions which have wrongfully interpreted or added to the old law and tended to the introduction of abuses rather than the removal of them. The substance of the old law itself is in theory not repealable, at least in early times. When statutes are repealed, the oft-repeated reason is that they are against the law of the land or prerogative. Repeal is strictly, in the beginning, nothing more than a remedy pour abusion de la loi en usurpation. Occasionally, in times of disorder, whole parliaments were repealed in the 14th and 15th centuries, but the reason alleged is usually that their summons is irregular or their acts unlawful. It is only at a comparatively late period that the repeal of statutes is openly avowed as one of the purposes of Parliament. Even then, such a power is hardly considered as reaching the central principles of the common law. On the contrary, an examination of parliamentary rolls of the 14th and 15th centuries will show that the first business of a parliament is the reenactment or affirmance of the whole body of the fundamental law, including the statutes of the king's predecessors. This is nearly always stated among the purposes of the parliament in the pronunciationes, and it is almost invariably prayed for first among the petitions of the commons. It would not be beyond the truth to say that in this period Parliament was, in its legislative capacity, above anything else, an affirming body, for such affirmations en bloc are almost invariable. It is only in the latter part of this period that the Commons, in their petition for the affirmance of preceding enactments, begin to add the significant phrase "et n'y en repellez." There is a remarkable and possibly not accidental similarity between these repeated affirmations at the opening of each Parliament and the earlier proclamations of the King's peace at the beginning of each reign. Second, participation in the enactment of such laws is based on the theory that the binding enactment of a law can be made only by those whom it touches. It must be a law approbata utentium, to use Bracton's phrase. If an enactment is to bind the clergy must assent. To one binding the baronage, the barons must assent. A provision affecting merchants only is binding on account of their consent alone, and the law of particular districts is recognized as valid more approbata utentium. But likewise, what touches all should be approved by all. Footnote. This famous sentence appeared in the writs of summons to the clergy for the Model Parliament of 1295. The writs begin as follows: Sicut lex justissima provida circumspectione sacrorum principum stabilita hortatur et statuit, ut quod omnes tangit ab omnibus approbatur, sic et nimis evidenter ut communibus periculis per remedia provisa communiter obvietur. The lex here referred to is probably from Justinian's Code 559-5, where nothing of a political character is referred to, but only the common action of several co-tutores, appointed under a will or otherwise. The original words are ut quod omnes similiter tangit ab omnibus comprobatur. It is interesting to note that in the supplementary title De Regula Juris, at the end of the Sext, published 3 years after Edward's writs in 1298, Boniface VIII includes this maxim as Regula 29, quod omnes tangit debet ab omnibus approbari. End footnote. And what touches all is the law common to all, the lex communis, lex terrae, lex regni. On this basis of consent, Glanville had tried to fit feudal conditions into Roman terms by saying that the people had enacted a law that had been approved by immemorial custom, much in the same way that Roman lawyers ages before him had interpreted the uti legacit of the 12 tables in the development of the law of testamentary succession. If this were true, it would not be absurd to assimilate English custom with Roman lex. It certainly was observed pro lege. All this is clear enough for local and particular customs, but what of the common law? how can it really be said to be enacted, affirmed, and approbata utentium omnium? For much of the 13th century, the baronage, lay and ecclesiastical, made good their claim that they alone were the populace, that all included none beyond themselves. Populace is frequently used in that sense at that time, and their assent seems to have been considered the assent of the realm. But by the 14th century this was changed. Other communes besides theirs were making themselves felt in the national councils, the Communitas Bacellariae Angliae, and the communities of the towns, who considered themselves a part of the Communitas Angliae to which the Lex Communis applied. It is a striking fact that Edward's principle that what touches all should be approved by all was carried no further than those communities until the Reform Bills of the 19th century. Those had a right to participate in the enactment of common law to whom common law applied, and by the 14th century the communes of the counties and the towns were able successfully to vindicate in Parliament their claim to be a part of the populace to which that law and all provisions affirming it were common. It is clear that such a principle could not be enforced, and could indeed hardly arise, before the composition of Parliament was settled on the basis which it retained until the legislation of the 19th century. Naturally, while that composition was still unsettled, this principle was doubtful. Even if a law must be utentium approbata, how could the whole Communitas Angliae consent in Parliament? At first, apparently, while the composition of Parliament fluctuated, there was doubt as to the validity of an enactment until it had been proclaimed locally throughout the realm. Only gradually did the theory arise that the whole of England was constructively in Parliament, that they were all assumed to be there, consenting to what Parliament did. The theory of representation was complete in the 14th century. The fact that much of the representation was only virtual need give us little concern when we remember that this remained equally true for 500 years after, and that to a certain extent it is true today. This theory, then, did not necessarily give to the estates in Parliament alone the right to legislate for particular persons, classes, or places. That might be done by the king by charter, or otherwise with the assent of those only who were affected. Neither did it require the assent of all the estates in Parliament, unless that assent was given to some enactment which touched them all. The one thing that obviously did touch them all was an enactment affecting the Lex Communis. To that the assent of all was necessary. Third, this theory of the participation of the estates in enactment, if true, will in part explain the nature of the enactments of Parliament themselves. Statutes are enactments of law perpetuellement à durer. If this law happens to be common, then all must assent. But the real distinction between statute and ordinance, which gave Coke so much trouble, does not arise from the difference between enactments of common law and other enactments, nor from the fact that the King, Lords, and Commons must all unite upon a statute, while this is not necessary for an ordinance, as Coke thought. The real difference is that a statute, in its original meaning, is an affirmance of law. If it is in affirmance of the common law, it shares the nature of the law it interprets, and I have tried to show that one of the characteristics of that common law is its permanence and its supremacy in the realm. Like the law it authoritatively interprets, a statute in affirmance of the common law is permanent also. It has become, in a sense, a part of that law. Statutes affecting law other than common are for a long time less numerous and less important, and the name statute was probably applied to them later than to acts for the whole realm, and on the analogy of the latter. But the essential characteristic in all cases seems to be the purpose on the part of those enacting that their work shall endure for all future time, a characteristic that parliamentary statutes were conceived to have because their origin was traceable to the affirmance of a law that was permanent, extending a tempore cuius non extitit memoria. This theory is weakened somewhat in the 15th century, but it is safe to say that this is the general conception of parliamentary legislation from the 13th century on. Statutes are enactments perpétuellement à durer. It is their permanence that makes them statutes and necessitates somewhat greater formality in their promulgation than is necessary in acts of a character less permanent and therefore less important. Ordinances, on the other hand, are temporary provisions which are not considered to affect the permanent law unless they are reenacted in form of a statute, as they often were. The essence of a statute, then, is permanence. That of an ordinance is its temporary character. Statutes in affirmance of the common law had to be assented to by all. So had ordinances if they touched all the estates represented in Parliament. Both statutes and ordinances are found that touch fewer classes. When they are, only those classes so affected need assent in order to make them binding law for them. These distinctions are, like the conception of affirmance, much clearer in the 14th century than in the 15th, when many of the older ideas of Parliament's functions are becoming blurred, and precedents are beginning to form which are later to furnish the basis for the modern theory of legislative sovereignty. These are the three chief points which the contemporary records seem to me to indicate in regard to the nature of enactment. Before taking up their bearing on the history and nature of Magna Carta, I shall set forth a few of these records under the three headings mentioned above. And first under that of 1. The affirmance of common law. In this connection, nothing is more significant than the words of the preambles of Edward I's two remarkable statutes of Westminster, which, more than anything else he did, justify the application to him of the title the English Justinian. Footnote: the enactments of the Statute of Westminster first, 3 Edward I, 1275, are said to be made because the king desired, quote, to redress the state of the realm in such things as required amendment for the common profit of Holy Church and of the realm, and because the state of the Holy Church had been evil kept, and the prelates and religious persons of the land grieved many ways, and the people otherwise entreated than they ought to be, and the peace less kept, and the laws used, and the offenders less punished than they ought to be, by reason whereof the people of the land feared less to offend. End quote. The second, 13 Edward I, is in some respects more explicit, as is also the Statute of Gloucester, 6 Edward I, 1278, and many others of this reign, so remarkable in this respect. Edward's preambles are much more instructive than later, when parliamentary enactment had become a matter of course, prefaced by stereotyped phrases or by none at all. End footnote. One statement in the preamble to the second statute is particularly interesting. It recites the fact that at Gloucester, in the 6th year of the reign, certain statutes had been passed, but that certain cases remained undetermined. Quidam casus in quibus lex deficiebat remanserunt non determinati, quaedam enim ad reprimendum oppressionem populi remanserunt statuenda. Hence the present statute. Commenting on this, the author of the Mirror says, quote, what is said in the second Statute of Westminster as to the failure of law in divers cases is open to objection, because for all trespasses there is law ordained, though it may be disused, forgotten, or perverted by those who know it not. And the first 3 articles are no statutes, but merely revoke the errors of negligent judges." End quote. The first of these 3 articles is the important enactment De Donis Conditionalibus, which certainly does do nothing but restore the law as it was before judicial decision modified it. In his biting comments on this and the other important enactments of the early part of Edward's reign, the same author says, for example, 1 is no statute but the revocation of an error. Another affirms rather than repeals an error. Another, though it is but common and ancient law, gives insufficient remedy. Another is merely the revocation to right law of a prevailing error. Another is a novelty injurious to the lords of fees. Another seems rather error than law. Another, no statute but lawless will and pleasure. Another is founded upon no right. Another is not founded on law, while others are just humbug, truth, for they are not regarded. He also refers to Alfred's laws as a statute, under which, quote, "divers ordinances were made by divers kings down to the present time, which ordinances are disused by those who are less wise, and because they are not put in writing and published in definite terms." End quote. The form of the coronation oath, which remained with but few modifications until the accession of William and Mary, was probably used first at the coronation of Edward II. It was certainly used at the coronation of Henry IV. In it there is one promise that was not demanded before. Quote, "Concedis justas leges et consuetudines esse tenendas, et promittis per te eas esse protegendas, et ad honorem Dei corroborandas quas vulgus elegerit, secundum vires tuas. Respondebit concedo et promitto." End quote. This is the oath so much referred to by the King and by Parliament in the 14th and 15th centuries, and its importance is very great in the history of enactment. The celebrated ordinances of 1312 provide that all the statutes made en amendement de la loi et au profit du peuple by the King's ancestors soient gardés et maintenus si avant comme être devient par loi et raison, provided they are not contrary to the Great Charter, the Charter of the Forest, or the present ordinances, and that if any statute were made contre la forme susdite, soit tenu pour nul et tout autrement défait. 2 entries on the Parliament roll for 1343, during the struggle of the King and Parliament, are instructive on this point. It was agreed that the statute of 2 years before, the 15th regnal year of Edward III, soit de tout repellé et anéanté et perdé nom de statut, comme celle qui est préjudicielle et contraire à loi et usage du royaume et aux droits et prérogatives de notre Seigneur le Roi. But as there are certain articles embraced in the said statute which sont raisonnables et accordant à loi et à raison, the King and his Council agree that these articles, together with others agreed upon in the present Parliament, soient faits et statuts de nouvelles, on the advice of the justiciers et autres sages, et tenus à toujours. In the same Parliament, the Commons pray that the statutes concerning grants be observed. The King replies that since he perceives that le dit statut fut contre son serment et en blêmissement de sa couronne et de sa royauté, et contre la loi de la terre en plusieurs points, it should be repealed. But he wishes that the articles of the said statute be examined, and that such as are found honorables et profitables pour le roi et son peuple soient aurait fait en nouvelles statuts et gardés des sorts. In 1347, the Commons petitioned that a plaintiff recovering damages on a writ of trespass should have execution on the defendant's lands, but were answered by the king that this could not be done sans statut, upon which he desires the advice of his council, and will do what seems best pour son peuple. In 1348, the Commons prayed that the king would give no response changing their petitions as a result of any bill presented in Parliament in the name of the Commons. By advice of the prelates and grands, the king replied to these petitions, touchant de la loi de la terre, que les lois eues et usées en temps passé, ne le procès d'icelle usé ce en arrière, ne se pourront changer sans en faire nouvelle statut. À que chose faire le roi ne pouvait donc, ne encore peut entendre par certaines causes. Mais, à plus tôt qu'il pourra entendre, he with his council will ordain touching those articles and others, touchant amendement de loi, according to reason and equity, for all his lieges and subjects, and for each of them. A very important entry occurs in the roll for the 25th regnal year of Edward III, where the Parliament interprets the law of succession. Notre dit Seigneur le roi, veuillant que tout doute et avoir fuisse out, et la loi en ce cas déclare et mise en certaine, fit charger les prélats, comtes, barons et autres sages de son conseil, assemblés à ce Parlement, à faire délibération sur ce point. Les queues d'Anasson ont dit que la loi de la couronne d'Angleterre est est toujours tielle, laquelle loi notre Seigneur le roi, les 10 prélats, comtes, barons et autres grands, et toute la commune, assemblée et l'endit Parlement, approuve et affirme pour toujours. For much of the 14th and 15th centuries, the parliaments are regularly opened by a pronunciatio, such as the one which states, among the chief reasons for the summons, que les statuts faits en arrêt pour amendement des lois de la terre et du peuple ne sont pas gardés ni usés en leur effet. Another which urges that the good laws and customs be guarded and preserved, and violators punished. Another asking the Commons for information comment ces lois de sa terre et les statuts sont gardés et exécutés. Or one which announces that it is the will of the king that the laws seraient tenus et gardés, and promises that by letters under the secret seal or privy seal or otherwise, la commune loi ne serait disturbée, ni le peuple en leur poursuite aucunement délayé. For the same period, the petitions of the Commons usually begin with a prayer, such as the one in 1379, which asks, among other things, that the common law of the land be held as used in the time of the king's ancestors. As seen in many of the instances given above, affirmance and interpretation often go together in reenactments of the law, as well as supplementary provisions of great importance. But Bracton was expressing the conception of his time in distinguishing what adds to the law from what is contrary to it. Non destruitur quod in melius commutatur. So, he says, a writ is quashed if contra jus et regni consuetudinem et maxime contra cartam libertatis. Si autem praeter jus fuerit impetratum, dum tamen fuit ratione consonum et non iuri contrarium, erit sustinendum, dum tamen a rege concessum et a concilio suo approbatum. The general business of a parliament was well stated in the pronunciato of the Parliament of the 38th regnal year of Edward III to be les lois, coutumes et statuts et ordonnances en son temps et en temps de ses ancêtres fait maintenir, et si nul soit que besoigne d'éclairation, ajustement ou heurtement, selon le cas, temps et nécessité, en semant de leur bon avis et conseil déclarer, ajouter, retraire et amender. The great importance of affirmance in enactment is also illustrated in the limits which were set to the king's dispensing power. The one kind of statute with which he might not dispense was the kind passed in affirmance of the law. End of section 9. Section 10 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Magna Carta and the Common Law by Charles Howard McIlwain, Professor of History and Government, Harvard University. Part 3. 2. Participation. It would be rash to say that the principle underlying the participation of the various classes represented in the English Parliament came entirely from feudalism. There are precedents in Rome and precedents in England and on the continent after the fall of the Roman Empire of quite another kind. But these came to the men of the later Middle Ages through a feudal channel. To put it in another way, feudalism is the stage through which English institutions had passed and were still passing at the time when the common law was forming and the functions of Parliament developing, and the participation of the estates in legislation can no more be understood without taking this into account than can the existence of these estates themselves. Behind them all lies the curia of the lord, in which the laws of the fief are found and applied by all the tenants who owe suit there and have the corresponding right to be tried only by the pares curtis. The court of the king was the curia regis, and the laws found there by its suitors were the lex terrae. But while tenants-in-chief alone might find those laws, they had not made them. For a long time, the barons were able to make good their claim that they were the populace, and through that fiction might alone interpret and enforce the law. But this fiction never destroyed the underlying theory that law was approved consensu omnium utentium, and just so soon as other classes became strong enough, they asserted their right to assent to enactments affecting themselves. Precedents might be found as early as the preamble to Alfred's laws, and the indefinite right of the people to ratify the election of a king, as it appears in the Norman period, a right to be traced back, no doubt, to much the same origin as the similar procedure in the choice of the popes before the constitution of the papacy was definitely formed. But it seems best to go back no further than the 13th century. A beginning might be made with the clear statement of Bracton, who mentions the leges Anglicanae et consuetudines, quae quidem cum fuerint approbatae consensu utentium et sacramento regum confirmatae, mutare non poterunt nec destrui sine communi consensu et concilio eorum omnium, quorum concilio et consensu fuerunt promulgatae. Enactment and interpretation by the king and his curia are permissible without this concilium omnium, since they do not destroy but only improve the law. In melius tamen converti possunt, etiam sine eorum consensu, quia non destruitur quod in melius commutatur. So also things nova et inconsueta, et quae prius usitata non fuerint in regno, si tamen similia evenerint per simile judicentur. si autem talia nunquam prius venerint, et obscurum et difficile sit eorum Iudicium, tunc ponantur Iudicia in respectum usque ad magnum curiam, ut ibi per consilium curiae terminentur. When, however, anything is enacted, it is communi consensu omnium in theory, even though not in fact. We know that the barons alone enacted what Bracton calls quaedam constitutio quae dicitur constitutio de Merton. Yet he says one of its articles provisuum est et concessum ab omnibus. The sentence of excommunication pronounced in 1253 against violators of Magna Carta, or the liberties of the Church, vel antiquas regni consuetudines approbatas, is followed by a ratification under the seal of the king and certain magnates, concluding with a warning that if any additions are made to the document, Dominus Rex et predicti magnates omnes et communitas populi protestantur publicae, quod in ea nunquam consenserunt nec consenciunt, set de plano eis contradicunt. It seems pertinent in this connection also to refer again to the form of the coronation oath, which seems to date from 1307, under which the king promised to hold, protect, and strengthen the just laws and customs, quas vulgus elegerit. The word vulgus was not used by accident, nor elegerit either. The consensus omnium includes theirs, in theory at least, even though it be often merely the tacit assent to immemorial custom. Participation in grants need not detain us. The word consuetudines, customs, had in the Middle Ages, as it has now, a double meaning, and undoubtedly it was the desire for a larger participation in grants rather than in enactments that led to the application by Edward I to the Magnum Concilium, in larger measure than before, of the old principle that what touches all should be approved by all. The vindication of the right of consent to grants was understood and is understood now. For participation in legislation, more proof is needed, but fortunately it exists. For example, in 1364, the rolls of Parliament refer to certain good purveyances and ordinances passed with assent of duc, comte, baron, noble et commune, et tous autres que la chose touche. Some of these are referred to later in the roll as estatuts. In 1354, the Commons complain of the ordinance of the staple lately passed in the Council at Westminster. They insist that such matters can be determined only in Parliament because they really concern the King and all his people. They declare that they have inspected these provisions et qu'elles leur semblèrent bonnes et profitables pour notre Seigneur le Roi et tout son peuple, soit affermées en ce Parlement et tenues par statut à durer pour toujours. À quelle prière le Roi et tous les grands s'accordent unement, et saint autrefois, que si rien soit ajouté, soit ajoute, ou que rien soit à ouster, soit ousté en Parlement, quelle heure que métier on sera, et ne mis en autre manière. In 1363, the rolls say et ici le Parlement continue sur traiter de diverses choses, touchant si bien les pétitions baillées par les communes et autres singulières personnes, comme les besognes du roi et son royaume. In 1371, the Commons recite the statute ordering que nulle justice par mandement de grand ou privé s'il ne laissera de faire commune loi et droit aux partis, and pray that it be observed, and que par commandement du roi ne priez des gens privés, n'autre la commune loi ne soit délayée ni bestornée. In the 51st regnal year of Edward III, the Commons petition not to be bound by any statute or ordinance made without their consent, and that statutes made in Parliament be annulled only there, et ceux de commun assent du Parlement. They pray more especially that they be not bound by any statute or ordinance granted on petition of the clergy to which they have not consented, ne que vos dites communes ne soient obligés par nulle constitution, qu'ils sont pour leur avantage sans assent de vos dites communes, car eux ne veuillent être obligés à nul de vos statuts ni ordonnances faits sans leur assent. The response is, soit cette matière déclare en especial. Probably because it might be a nice question whether the matters objected to were not really things which touched only the clergy rather than tout son peuple, and therefore such as might rightly be determined without the Commons' assent. In the midst of the troubles of the year 1381, an interesting entry is found in the Rolls of Parliament. The Chancellor, en plein Parlement, asks the opinion de tous et les hocs on the repeal of the manumission recently granted to the serfs, to which the Lords Spiritual and Temporal, the knights, citizens and burghers, responded with one voice in favour of the repeal, ajoutant que telle manumission ou franchise des naïfs ne peut être fait sans leur assent qu'on le craindre intéresse. 8 years later, the Commons petitioned that neither the Chancellor nor the Council, after the dissolution of Parliament, should make any ordonnance en contre la commune loi, ni les anciens coutumes de la terre, et statuts devant ces heures ordonnées, ou à ordaigner en ce présent Parlement, inscourge la commune loi à tout le peuple universel. The proclamations for the publication of statutes or of Magna Carta and the pronunciationes and petitions in Parliament also furnish considerable general evidence on this point. In all these, the matters upon which the whole Parliament has acted are expressly stated to be articles pour le commun profit du peuple et du royaume, as in the royal proclamation of the confirmation of Magna Carta in 1297, or a grant à son peuple pour le prix de son royaume in the Articuli Super Cartas of 1300. So, a mandate to the Justice of Chester in 1275 orders him to publish in Chester certain provisions and statutes enacted by the magnates for the good of the realm and for the relief of the people. Such expressions are common later in the prononciation du Parlement, but they are not found after Edward II's reign in cases where the Commons have not assented. For example, in 1351 there is mention made of les statuts faits pour amendement des lois de la terre et du peuple. In 1378, of the good laws and customs of the realm. In 1397, loi juste et honnête universellement, par que si bien les grands comme les petits dussent être gouvernés. The king wishes to know if any of his subjects have been hindered in obtaining remedies par la commune loi et sur s'être conseillés par tous les états du Parlement, et en faire bonne et due remède en ce présent Parlement. In 1414, the king desires the preservation of les bonnes lois de sa terre, and also asks Parliament pour faire autre loi de nouvelles à l'aise et profit de ses lièges. The language is somewhat different from what would have been thought of a century earlier, but the principle is the same. The petitions of the Commons, like the pronunciationes in the king's name, seem to make this distinction also. In 1341, the Commons pray for the observance of Magna Carta and des autres ordonnances et statuts faits pour profit du commun peuple, entendant les points de la dite charte, ensemblement ou les autres perpétuellement à durer. Again, in 1368, they petition for the maintenance of the charters et tous les statuts faits devant César pour profit de la commune. The next year they ask that the statutes be maintained, si bien les statuts de la forêt, comme tous autres statuts, lesquels doivent suffire à bon gouvernement, s'ils soient bien gardés. Very important is the careful answer of the Archbishop of Canterbury in 1399 to the prayer of the Commons to be excused from taking part in the judgments of Parliament. It is true, he says, as the Commons have set forth, that they need not take part in Parliament's actions, sauf qu'en statut à faire, ou en grant et subside, ou telle chose à faire pour, comme un profit du royaume, le roi veut avoir spécialement leur avis et assent. This evidence of the necessity for the advice of the Commons on matters pour commun profit is supplemented by proof of the converse, that matters which were clearly not of this character, which affected particular classes only, needed no ratification by the Commons to make them binding law for those whom they did affect. So we find a regulation of the exception of naïveté by Le Conseil en Parlement in 1347, and an accord in 1331 by which the Lords agree que nul grand de terre will aid any robber, but give aid to the justices in punishing them. In the 51st regnal year of Edward III, to a request of the Commons for an ordinance regarding foreign merchants, the King answers that he and the magnates will consider and ordain what is best. Matters specially affecting the clergy are among the most valuable on this point. In 1389, the two archbishops made a protestation in full Parliament that they do not assent to any statute of that Parliament, nunc noviter edito nec antiquo pretenso innovato, which is in restriction of potestas apostolica, or the liberties of the Church. In 1397, the prelates protest that they cannot assent to any enactment of the king or the temporal lords touching the rights of the Pope. There is no mention of the Commons. The Commons had in fact petitioned that the king would, with the advice of such sages and worthies as he pleased, at the next Parliament ordain such changes in the statute of provisors as seemed reasonable and profitable in their discretion. In the same year, a committee of Parliament, consisting of lords and knights, but commissioned par vertu et autorité du Parlement de l'assent des seigneurs spirituels et temporels, annulled the Duke of Hereford's patent. In 1433, the Commons prayed for a modification of the statute of the Staple of Calais, and were answered that it should be done as they desired. Savons toutefois au roi, père et autorité de modifier même les statuts qu'on lui plaira, par avis de son conseil, selon ce que mieux lui semblera pour le profit du roi et du royaume. 3. Varieties of parliamentary enactment. Enactments of Parliament are referred to in contemporary official records under various names: provisiones, établissements, stabilimenta, constitutiones, accords, awards, ordinationes, statuta, and a number of others. Most of the treatment of the points vital to this paper may be included, however, under the last two of these, and that treatment need not be very long, after the many excellent discussions of this subject from the 17th century to the present. Footnote: see among others, Fourth Institute, Prin, Irenarchus Redivivus, animadversions on Coke's Fourth Institute, Whitelock, Notes upon the King's Writ, Roughhead's Preface to his edition of the Statutes, Introduction by the Commissioners to the Statutes of the Realm, also reprinted in Cooper's Public Records, Hargrave and Butler's Notes to Coke on Littleton, Amos's Notes to Fortescue's De Laudibus Legum Angliae, Gneist, English Constitutional History, English translation, Maitland, Constitutional History, Hatchek, Englisches Staatsrecht, Anson, Law and Custom of the Constitution, 4th edition. End footnote. The treatises referred to above quote or cite most of the important precedents in the Rolls of Parliament, and it would therefore be useless to give here more than a few of these. In 1324 was passed the statute concerning the lands of the Templars, which was afterwards objected to as against law. The statute was made by the king and magnates only, but it was declared to be concordatum provisum et statutum pro lege in hac parte perpetuo duratura. 2 years later, the king replied to a petition of the Commons that certain ordinances should be viewed and examined, et les bonnes soient mises en statut, et les autres soient oustées. The Statute of Purveyors, passed by the King, Lords, and Commons, is followed by 5 additional articles, which are to be in force without change until the next Parliament. Just following these articles there is a note on the statute roll, et memorandum quod in Parliamento predicto concordatum fuit, quod articuli predicti non tenerentur pro statuto. Probably the most conclusive entry in the Rolls of Parliament occurs in 1340, where a committee is chosen consisting of knights and burgesses as well as lords, who are instructed to look over the records of that Parliament from day to day, and cause mettre en statut les points et les articles que sont perpétuels, lequel statut notre Seigneur le Roi, par raison de tous en dit Parlement estant, commanda d'engrosser et en sceller et fermement garder par tout le royaume d'Angleterre. Et sur les points et articles qui ne sont mis perpétuels, uns pour un temps, si à notre Seigneur le Roi, par raison des grands et communes, fait faire et en sceller ces lettres patentes. In the 15th regnal year of Edward III, an interesting case occurs. Apparently, the previous petitions of Parliament had been assented to, but not authenticated as statutes by the Great Seal. Now, as a condition of the payment of an instalment of a previous grant, the demand is made that these be affirmed as granted by the King. C'est à savoir les points à durer par statut et les autres par châtre ou patent, et livrés aux chevaliers des comtés sans rien payer. The word ordinance does not occur. In 1344, the Commons pray that the provisions, ordinances, and accords made in a previous Parliament soient affermés par statut perpétuellement à durer. In 1347 they petitioned that a provision already agreed on in Council without delay be made selon la forme de l'statut, and the King promises that that article and the points contained in it soient tenus et gardés en tout point selon la forme des statuts en fait. The Statute of Provisors in 1350 cites Edward I's Statute of Carlisle, lequel statut tient toujours sa force. A perfectly clear instance is found in 1354. William de Charichel, the Chief Justice, announces among the causes of the summons the permanent fixing of the staple. The Council had made certain provisions or ordinances which had been published throughout the realm, and that Council had included prelates, lords, justices, sergeants, and others of the commune. But now, pour ce que notre Seigneur le Roi et les autres, si bien grands comme communes, qui lors étaient au dit conseil, verraient que la dite stable se tendrait et durait perpétuellement, et royaume et terre avons dit. Si à même notre Seigneur fait sommandre son Parlement à ce jour de lundi, au fin que les ordonnances de la dite table soient récitées en même le Parlement, et si rien soit à ajuster, qu'il soit ajuste, et soit à durer perpétuellement comme statut en Parlement. Another case, equally important, is found in the first regnal year of Richard II. The Commons in that year prayed the king that the petitions of the recent Parliament, which were pour profit de son peuple, no doubt to distinguish them from the bills presented by individuals, should be now shown to the Commons, and that such as had been assented to in the form le roi le veut soit affermé pour statut. Ce qu'est dit aux communes touchant partie des dites pétitions, que ce ne fut que ordonnance et ne mis statut, que ce puisse être voué et rehearsé aux communes, et ce qui raisonnable est qu'il soit ordonné pour statut. The next year the Commons pray that bills of private persons receive no response, but that their own petitions be answered, a remedy ordained before the dissolution of the Parliament, and upon that, et sur ce, du statut soit fait en ce présent Parlement, et en s'il est à demeurer en tout temps à venir. In the third year of the same reign, the Commons petitioned that an existing ordinance soit mise en statut en affirmance du sel, and the king replied, soit même l'ordonnance tenue et gardée pour statut. In 1399, mention is made of certain statutes quae semper legarent donec auctoritate alicuius alterius parliamenti fuerent specialiter revocata. Many instances might be given to show that this distinction between statute and ordinance, apparently perfectly clear as to form at least in the time of Edward III, was becoming much less so in the 15th century. These illustrations seem to show that there was a double difference between a statute and an ordinance, a difference in subject matter and one of form and effect. Statutes were in the beginning affirmances of the ancient law. Other kinds of enactment were employed for temporary administrative measures. At the opening of Parliament, the whole body of the ancient customary law, together with the two charters and all previous statutes, was affirmed or confirmed. This was on the analogy of the earlier declarations of the King's peace at the opening of a reign, and it is the nearest approach medieval England shows toward a fundamental law. Before the days of modern written constitutions, this was the most authoritative way in which a fundamental law could be promulgated. After the affirmance came, as indicated in the Pronunciationes, the removal of abuses or of enactments contrary to or impeding the execution of this fundamental law, and the enactment of legislation supplemental to it, which might be of sufficient importance to be classed with that law itself, and therefore put into a statute or statutes. As we have seen, one of the chief characteristics of the law so affirmed, interpreted, cleared, or improved is its permanence. And the instances given above show clearly enough that the test of a statute is the question whether the enactment made by it is really incorporated into this law, along with it, perpétuellement à durer, and to be affirmed along with it in all subsequent parliaments. The inference is clear, then, that in the beginning probably all statutes were of this kind. But composed as they were of such subject matter, it is evident that their enactment is more important than other acts of a parliament. As such, they required a different mode of authentication than less important acts. They were sealed with the Great Seal, and engrossed upon the statute roll as a part of the permanent law, after which they were sent to the Chancery and the courts of the two benches, and also to Ireland and elsewhere in cases where this was necessary. Copies were also sent to the sheriffs of the counties, ordering their proclamation, preservation, and enforcement within the counties. This authentication was in the hands of the council, consisting largely of the judges, or in special cases of a committee, who went over the Parliament roll during or after the Parliament, which led to many omissions and some changes and additions, sometimes complained of by the Commons. Ordinances originally, as temporary law, were not affirmed generally at the opening of Parliament, as the charters, ancient law, and previous statutes were. They also required a less formal mode of authentication than statutes. Without a formal engrossment, they could be taken by the Council as the basis for royal writs, charters, or letters patent, by which they were published and their enforcement secured. As time went on, the distinction between the subject matter of statutes and of ordinances became less marked. The difference came to be regarded more as a difference of form, though the real distinction did not disappear until the 15th century. Thus, in case of an enactment such as the ordinance concerning apparel in the 37th regnal year of Edward III, where the subject was new, there might be a question whether this was fundamental or not, and the Parliament was asked whether it preferred the form of a statute or of an ordinance. S'il voulait avoir les choisissants accordées mis par voie de ordonnance ou de statut. They answered that they preferred the form of an ordinance in order that it might be changed if necessary at the next Parliament. In the 15th century the distinction seems to be largely disregarded, as temporary acts are termed indifferently statutes or ordinances. In the half-century embraced by the reign of Edward III, however, when the original distinction is still clearly preserved, there seems no doubt that a perfectly well understood difference existed between a statute perpétuellement à durer and an ordinance pour un temps. It would hardly have been necessary to enlarge so much on this point, but for the evident confusion existing even in the minds of the latest writers on this important subject. Thus Sir William Anson says, the ordinance is an act of the king or of the king in council. It is temporary and is revocable by the king or the king in council. The statute is the act of the Crown, Lords, and Commons. It is engrossed on the statute roll. It is meant to be a permanent addition to the law of the land. It can only be revoked by the same body that made it, and in the same form." End quote. He proceeds to prove this by an entry from the roll of 1340, which is certainly the clearest statement of the real difference to be found in the rolls of Parliament. But an examination of it shows, and this is corroborated by dozens of other instances, that the ordinances in this case, as well as the statutes, were assented to by King, Lords, and Commons. It proves his statement that the statutes were permanent law and the ordinances temporary provisions. It expressly contradicts his other assertion that an ordinance is necessarily, "an act of the king or of the king in council, in distinction from a statute to which the Commons' assent must be added." It is said in the excellent preface to Roughhead's edition of the Statutes that the real difference between the subject matter proper to a statute and to an ordinance lies in the distinction between ancient law and nouvelle loi, which is undoubtedly true, but I think hardly in the sense in which Roughhead meant it. He says many acts were not entered upon the statute roll, "for if the bill did not demand nouvelle loi, that is, if the provision required would stand with the laws in force, and did not tend to change or alter any statute then in being, in such case the law was complete by the royal assent on the Parliament roll, without any entry on the statute roll, and such bills were usually termed ordinances." End quote. But the term nouvelle loi, as used in the rolls themselves and in the yearbooks of the time, does not seem to mean new law so much as new enactment. Acts in affirmance are continually spoken of as nouvelle loi, in distinction to the ancient law lying behind it. and while the rest of his statement seems to be completely supported by the rolls themselves, this assertion and his inference based upon it seem to go too far. End of section 10. Section 11 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Magna Carta and the Common Law by Charles Howard McIlwain, Professor of History and Government, Harvard University. Part 4. One more point in regard to enactment seems in need of explanation before we are in position to form a true estimate of Magna Carta at this time, and that is the legal necessity and the legal effect of the publication of statutes. The sealing, engrossing, and publication are the outward marks of an early statute. The procedure is so fully described in the introduction to the Statutes of the Realm that it need not be repeated here. Their publication, however, was so important a part of the authentication of statutes in early times that a statute is usually referred to before the middle of the 14th century as statutum editum in a certain parliament or year. The theory of representation is found surprisingly early in England, but so long as the composition of Parliament was uncertain, publication in the counties must have been of even greater importance than it was afterward. It is probable that some doubt existed in this period as to the reality of the assent omnium utentium, unless a statute had been actually proclaimed locally throughout the realm. This probability is strengthened by the cases where the king, who alone could give effect to an enactment, saw fit temporarily to suspend its operation. In the later Middle Ages there is considerable evidence of the existence of a suspending power on the part of the king, notwithstanding the summary dismissal of it as pretended by the Parliament in 1689. It seems certain, however, that when the composition of Parliament settled down into its final form, such doubts, if they existed, were swept away by the full acceptance of the theory that the whole body of the people were constructively in Parliament, and therefore were bound by all its statutes on their mere enactment without publication, though the publication was actually continued until the invention of printing made it no longer necessary. This view was stated with vigour and clearness in the 39th regnal year of Edward III, in the case of Rex versus the Bishop of Chichester. The prosecution was under the Statute of Provisors, and Sergeant Cavendish, counsel for the bishop, set up as a part of his defence that this enactment was not binding because it had not been published in the counties. He was answered by Sir Robert Thorpe, the Chief Justice, quote, "Granting that proclamation was not made in the county, nevertheless every one is considered to know what is done in Parliament. For so soon as Parliament has concluded anything, the law presumes that every person has notice of it. For the Parliament represents the body of all the realm. Wherefore it is not necessary to have proclamation where the statute took effect before." End quote. It now remains to apply these deductions to Magna Carta and to Edward I's mandate requiring its enforcement by his judges as common law. John's charter was in form a royal grant guaranteeing rights, almost all of which had already existed by feudal custom or otherwise. It was granted primarily to his tenants-in-chief and their homines. It was a feudal rather than a national document, and the grantees were probably then conceived to include none lower than vavasseurs. But the reign of Henry III was, from the point of view of the development of institutions, almost a revolutionary epoch. the loss of Normandy and other influences brought about in this period a remarkable development in the idea of nationality, which is reflected in the growth of the National Assembly and in other respects. This influence can be seen in Magna Carta. In addition to the extension of John's articles on the forest into a new, separate and more detailed charter, Magna Carta itself was reissued 3 times, with new clauses defining, interpreting and enlarging some of the original articles of a permanent nature and omitting the parts obviously temporary. In addition, it was solemnly confirmed by an excommunication against all who should break or change it, and it was confirmed by the Statute of Marlborough. An examination of these documents and incidental inferences in other writings of this reign, official and non-official, leads to the conclusion that contemporary ideas of the nature of Magna Carta greatly changed during this period. It was now seen that this was more than a Carta Libertatum, it was a Carta Libertatis. Though originally granted only to feudal homines, it was now applied to all liberi homines. Though conceded at first as by royal favour, in this period it comes to be regarded as a solemn affirmance of fundamental rights, guaranteed to all and approved by all. For the year 1225, the Annals of Dunstable, in speaking of the reissue of Magna Carta in that year, say that in the Colloquium Generale in London, "post multas vero sententiarum revolutiones, communiter placuit quod rex tam populo quam plebi libertates prius ab eo puero concessas iam major factus indulcit." The sentence of excommunication in 1253 condemns all who shall violate, infringe, diminish or change the rights of the Church, the ancient and approved customs of the realm, et praecipue libertates et liberas consuetudines, quae in cartis communium libertatum et de foresta continentur. Bracton calls the third reissue of Magna Carta Constitutio Libertatis, or Constitutio merely, and as we have seen, Magna Carta is referred to officially in the 19th regnal year of Edward I as Statutum de Runnymede. The author of the Mirror of Justices mentions it as La Constitution de la Charte des Franchises. By 1297 it has become La Grande Charte des Franchises d'Angleterre, proclaimed pour le commun profit du peuple et du royaume, or Magna Carta Domini Henrici quondam regis Angliae, de libertatibus Angliae. Though to Pope Clement V it is only concessiones variae et iniquae. By the time the word statute has come to have a definite meaning, we begin to find that term also applied to Magna Carta. In the 15th regnal year of Edward III, the Commons strengthen one of their petitions by a reference to les points de la Grande Charte faits par les nobles rois et ses progéniteurs, et les grands du royaume sages et nobles à donc Pierre de la terre, et puis souvent confirmés de divers rois. Et puis multes des autres ordonnances et statuts faits pour profit du commun peuple entendant les points de la dite charte, ensemblement où les autres perpétuellement à durer, sans être enfreints, sinon par accord et assent des pierres de la terre, et ce en plein parlement. In 1432, the Commons appealed to the statute of the Great Charter, confirmed by divers other statutes. Thus it is clear that Magna Carta had come to be considered an enactment much in the original sense of a statute, in affirmance of ancient law. The quotation above from the roll of the 15th regnal year of Edward III brings this out clearly. It also shows that Magna Carta was regarded as common law, with its interpretations. It is such statements as this that enable us to put Magna Carta in its true setting in the 14th century. But there is another phrase in the same quotation from the roll of the 15th regnal year of Edward III, et puis moult. Magna Carta, while much the same in character as other statutes, in binding force is classed far above them. While it is said they may be changed in Parliament, this statement does not include Magna Carta itself. We shall see later that this distinction was constantly made. Magna Carta had, in fact, from the time of Henry III, been recognised as in some sense a law fundamental. Henry III's reissue of 1225 was the form considered final. We have evidence of this as early as Bracton's time. In a quotation given above, Bracton says a writ is to be quashed si impetratum fuerit contra ius et regni consuetudinem et maxime contra cartam libertatis. The author of the Mirror, in his 5th book, De Abusion, begins with Magna Carta, comme la loi de ce royaume, fondée sur 40 points de la grande charte des franchises, soit désusée damnablement par les guilleurs de la loi, et par statut plus fait contrario à aucun de ces points. He then proceeds to enumerate the default of the various articles of the Charter, implying that they are in affirmance of the law, fondés sur droit, though in some cases incomplete, défectif, but he has no doubt that they render invalid, destruit, any subsequent statute inconsistent with them. And, he declares, what is said of this statute, Merton, is to be understood of all statutes made after the first making of the Great Charter in the time of Henry III. For it is not law that anyone should be punished for a single deed by imprisonment or any other corporal punishment, and in addition by a pecuniary punishment or ransom. In the 14th regnal year of Edward I, the sheriffs of London had been violating the article of Magna Carta guaranteeing judgment by peers. Quote, et justicarii dicunt quod dominus rex hoc nullo modo concedere secundum magnam cartam Angliae, sed est ultra regiam potestatem et contra omnem justitiam, end quote, etc. The so-called statute De Tallagio non concedendo provides that if against the ancient laws and liberties, or against any article of Magna Carta, any statute had been published by the king or his predecessors, or any customs introduced, such statutes and customs, quote, vacua et nulla sint in perpetuum, end quote. We have seen that the confirmation which was actually enacted at that time declared null not previous acts, but jugement donné désormais. The terms of the letters patent of confirmation in 1301 are very interesting. There it is declared that, quote, si que statuta fuerint contraria dictis cartis, vel alicui articulo in eistem cartis contento, ea de communi consilio regni nostri modo debito emendentur, vel eciam adnullentur, end quote. The difference between this provision and that of the confirmation of 1297, as well as the possible relation of both to the provision in the so-called statute De Tallagio non concedendo, is very significant. By 1301, the normal way of obtaining the common counsel of the realm on the amendment or annulling of any law, the modus debitus, had certainly become an enactment by Parliament. An accord or judgment of Parliament was le plus haut, le plus solemne jugement de cette terre, an award fait en la plus haute place en le royaume. Whether, in dealing with Magna Carta, Parliament should act in its judicial capacity or in a legislative way by statute, no more effective sanction could be devised in those days. The Confirmation of 1301 must be considered as an honest attempt to secure enforcement, in the most effective manner known, of the provisions of Magna Carta. It would seem fair to say, then, that Magna Carta was considered a really fundamental law, and that the Confirmation of 1301 first authorized the manner of confirming it, which was regularly followed until all confirmations ceased. After this confirmation, no additions were made to the Charter, and it became the custom to confirm it as a matter of course at the beginning of each Parliament. This is as near to a fundamental law as the conceptions of medieval Englishmen could reach. We should not expect to find more. Parliament was not content in the years following merely to confirm Magna Carta. It occasionally declared in general terms that all inconsistent acts should be void. The famous ordinances of 1312 declared that any such acts soit tenu pour nul et tout autrement défait. In 1368, in response to the Commons' petition, the King promised that the charters should be observed and that any statute passed à contrarie soit tenu pour nul. The statutes of that year add these words to the usual confirmation. In 1376, the Commons complain of infringements of Magna Carta par sinistre interprétation d'aucun genre de loi, and pray that it be observed, notwithstanding any statute, ordinance, or charter to the contrary. The same request was made in another Parliament in the same year. A similar one is found in 1379. In the first regnal year of Henry IV, the Commons petitioned for the repeal of a statute of the King's grandfather, which they alleged to be expressément fait en contre la tenue et effet de la Grande Charte. In 1397, Parliament declared the award of Parliament against the dispensers void, as against law, right, and reason, and against Magna Carta. In 1341, the peers prayed that infringements of Magna Carta should be declared in Parliament, and par les pierres de la terre dûment redressées. During the 14th and 15th centuries, the practice continued of confirming Magna Carta, as is proved by both the Parliament and the Statute Roll. But it would serve no purpose to refer to any of these numerous confirmations, which are usually brief and stereotyped in form. The regularity of the practice was recognised in 1381, in a petition of the Commons praying, "Since by the Great Charter it was ordained and affirmed, communément en tous autres parlements, that law be not denied or sold to anyone, that therefore fees be no longer taken by the Chancellor for writs." The confirmations of these years vary in the comprehensiveness of their statements, but they almost invariably include Magna Carta, the Charter of the Forest, and former statutes. In the 15th century, the reference to these statutes, but not to the charters, is usually limited by the phrase "et n'y en rappelez." Sometimes the Commons try to go further than a mere confirmation. In 1341, they petitioned that all the great officers of the realm be sworn to observe Magna Carta and the other laws and statutes, that Magna Carta be publicly read and affirmed by oath, and that penalties be inflicted on sheriffs or other ministers of the king who failed to enforce its observance. In 1354, they petitioned for the reading of Magna Carta. In 1377, at the opening of the new reign, the Commons again asked that it be read in Parliament, and this was done. It was read again in the Parliament of 1380. Occasionally there is a demand that the Charter be not merely read, but officially interpreted. In 1377 this demand goes further. The Charter was not only to be read, but it was to be declared point by the members of the Continual Council, with the advice of the judges and sergeants or others, if necessary. The points, so declared and amended, were to be submitted to the Lords and Commons at the next Parliament, and then être encressés et affermés pour statut s'il sembla à eux qu'il soit à faire. Ayant regard comme le roi est chargé à sa couronnement de tenir et garder la dite charte en tous ses points. The king, in general terms, promised that it be read and observed, but ignored the request for interpretation. If space permitted, many instances might also be given of Parliament's solicitude, not merely for general confirmations of the Charter, but also for the observance of its specific provisions by the courts. Magna Carta in the later Middle Ages is looked upon and treated as an enactment in affirmance of fundamental common law, to be confirmed and observed as a part of that law. But undoubtedly all other enactments of such law are regarded as puis mult. The evolution of a constitutional law in America has generally been considered by British writers as without precedent in earlier English institutions. Such a view is hardly supported by a study of those institutions in the Middle Ages, before the modern doctrine of the legislative sovereignty of Parliament had taken definite form. But it seems hardly possible completely to identify the fundamental law of medieval England with the usual modern forms of such a law. In fact, the content of that law, of which Magna Carta is the best example, was not entirely nor mainly constitutional. Rigid constitutions are a development of modern times. To us, it seems natural to place the framework of government in a class by itself. We think of it alone as the fundamental law. We go so far as to make of fundamental and constitutional practically equivalent terms. This was not done in medieval England. For the Englishmen of that day, the fundamental law did indeed include the law of the crown, but it included also the law of the realm, and the second bulked larger than the first. Even what we might be tempted to call the law of the Constitution was in those days what it still remains in England and even in great measure in the United States, notwithstanding our written constitutions, quote, "little else than a generalization of the rights which the courts secure to individuals." End quote. Though this be true, an added interest is undoubtedly given to a study of the earlier manifestations of the idea of a law fundamental by the growing tendency in certain quarters in England, arising out of the recent and almost revolutionary constitutional changes, to demand that the structure of the state be placed above and beyond the possibility of change by the ordinary law-making organ. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Magna Carta Commemoration Essays. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Influence of the Magna Carta on American Constitutional Development by H.D. Hazeltine. Part 1. For 7 centuries, Magna Carta has exerted a powerful influence upon constitutional and legal development. During the first 4 centuries after 1215, this influence was confined to England and the British Isles. With the growth of the British Empire during the last 300 years, the principles of the Charter have spread to many of the political communities which have derived their constitutional and legal systems from England, and which have owed in the past, or which still owe, allegiance to the mother country. The earliest and perhaps the most important phase of this imperial history of Magna Carta is its effect upon the constitutions and laws of the American colonies and of the federal union that was established after their War of Independence. In this story of the Charter's influence upon American constitutional development, 3 separate periods should be distinguished. The colonial period, which began with the granting of the first Virginia Charter by James I in 1606, and which ended about 1760, was followed by the epoch of the American Revolution. With the Treaty of Paris in 1783, in which Great Britain acknowledged her former colonies to be free, sovereign, and independent states, the present period of national existence had its definite beginnings. Each one of these periods is closely related to earlier events and ideas in the history of England and of the colonies. Together, the 3 periods constitute American constitutional and legal evolution as a whole. But this American evolution is one that rests for its foundation upon the long centuries of English development that preceded its own beginnings, and that bears also, in a marked degree, the imprint of constitutional and legal changes in England during the period of colonization and even in later times. Indeed, rightly to understand the constitutional and legal history of the colonies and of the United States of America, in each period of which Magna Carta plays a role, we should not forget that the Englishmen who settled in America in the 17th century inherited all the preceding ages of English history. To them belonged Magna Carta and the common law. To them belonged the institutions and ideas that were inextricably bound up with Magna Carta and the common law. To them belonged the legal traditions of the Tudor age, the age that immediately preceded the period of colonization. The colonies did not fail to enter upon their inheritance, and the result has been that colonial institutions and principles, both of public and of private law, retained much of the Tudor and the pre-Tudor tradition, and that even today American institutions and principles bear the impress of its influence. For England, the 17th century was the first great age of the empire, the age of commercial and colonial expansion, not only in the West but in the East, and it was the age also of the momentous struggle at home between the Crown and Parliament, between the claims of royal prerogative and of parliamentary supremacy. In America, the century was preeminently the age of settlement and the growth of chartered colonies, either of proprietary or corporate character, this American development constituting one phase of English expansion. And it was likewise the age in which the results of constitutional conflict in England exerted their first influences upon the development of the colonial institutions and of colonial legal and political ideas. The growth of the colonies in America meant from the very beginning the extension of English institutions and laws to these little Englands across the sea. To their birthright of the English traditions of the 16th and earlier centuries was now added the gift of the constitutional and legal principles established in 17th century England, the England of Stuart kings, of Commonwealth and Protectorate, of Revolution. For the changes in the public and private law of England during the century directly and vitally affected constitutional and legal growth in the colonies. As the common law emerged at the end of the century, enriched by judicial decisions and constitutional enactments, the fundamental principles which they embodied were added to the common law heritage of Englishmen in the colonies. Thus, like Magna Carta itself, the great constitutional documents of the 17th century, such as the Petition of Right, the Habeas Corpus Act, and the Bill of Rights, have a colonial as well as a purely English history. To these statutes, as to Magna Carta, the colonists turned as the documentary evidence of the fundamental rights and liberties of all Englishmen, whether they resided in the homeland or in the English communities of America. Perhaps the most important feature of American history before the Revolutionary epoch was the gradual transition from chartered colonies to royal provinces, and owing to British colonial and commercial policy of the times, the tightening of imperial control through crown and parliamentary agencies. Although the constitutional changes in England during the 18th century, including the further development of parliamentary sovereignty, vitally affected the relationship between the colonies and the home country, yet they failed to influence in any marked degree purely colonial constitutional development. Footnote: Lowell, Government of England, Volume 2, page 472, expresses this forcibly when he says, "American institutions are still in some respects singularly like those of England at the death of Queen Anne. Thereafter, the changes in the British Constitution found no echo on the other side of the Atlantic, largely no doubt because, taking the form of custom, not of statute, they were not readily observed." End footnote. From the early 18th century down to the present day, American institutions have developed in the main along their own lines, largely upon the basis of English development in the 17th and earlier centuries, colonial development in the 17th century, and American political thought and constructive statesmanship of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. This striking divergence of American from English institutions, dating from the early 18th century, is in sharp contrast with the history of the law. Throughout the 18th century, though perhaps less in the period of the Revolution, English common law continued to influence the development of colonial legislation and judicial decisions. And even today, the American system of common law and equity is, in its fundamental characteristics, the same as that of England. So, too, in certain leading features of constitutional law, as distinct from constitutional institutions, such as the American system of 3 coordinate departments of government, and the power of the judicature to declare an act of the legislature null and void because in conflict with the written constitution, we see a striking persistence of English principles. Rights and liberties of Englishmen embodied in Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights, and other constitutional documents became vital features of colonial constitutional law, and have continued, throughout the revolutionary and national epochs, to the present day, to be essential elements of American constitutional law. The story of the influence of Magna Carta on American constitutional development is but one phase of the whole history of English institutions and law in America, and this in turn is but one chapter in the history of a further-reaching development, the extension of English laws and of English common and statutory law to the many political communities that have formed or still form parts of the British Empire. In studying Magna Carta in America, we are concerned, therefore, with one feature, and one only, of this whole vast process. But just as the influence of Magna Carta in England itself cannot be understood apart from the long history of the ever-changing body of rules and principles that go to make up the system of English common law, of which the provisions of Magna Carta form only a part, so, too, an understanding of the influence of Magna Carta in America can only be reached by considering this great legal document as but one of the many sources of English common law in its American environment. In the present paper, certain main features of the American development throughout its 3 periods will be suggested, but without any attempt at exhaustive consideration. Part 1. 1. From the very beginning, the colonists claimed that they were entitled as Englishmen to the law of Englishmen, the common law, as a great corpus juris, based on the decisions of the courts and on the statutory enactments of Parliament, a body of the rules of private and public law which secured to Englishmen their rights as private individuals in their relations one with another, and also their rights and liberties as subjects of the Crown. It was this common law of England which the various colonies, acting through their executive, legislature, and judicature, adopted or received, either partially or wholly, as the law adapted to the needs of English communities in America. Along with the English law thus received by the colonists, there grew up in the various American communities new rules and principles based on colonial customs, the reformative skill of colonial lawmakers, and, in the Puritan colonies of New England, natural or divine law. Footnote: in claiming the common law as their own, the colonists were but applying Coke's doctrine that the law and custom of England is the inheritance of the subject. End footnote. If, for the moment, we view the whole system of English common law as partly public and partly private law, even though English legal thought does not draw a sharp distinction between the two, we may the more easily grasp the early attitude of the colonists towards the law of the homeland. Reinsch has expressed this attitude in these words: English colonists, in their general ideas of justice and right, brought with them the fruits of the struggle for law in England. Most of the colonies made their earliest appeal to the common law in its character as a monument of English liberty, that is, considering more its public than its private law elements. Footnote: Hallam, Constitutional History of England, Volume 3, 1906, page 338. In quitting the soil of England to settle new colonies, Englishmen never renounced her freedom. Such being the noble principle of English colonization, circumstances favored the early development of colonial liberties. End footnote. Or, in Channing's phrase, so far as the English common law protected them from the English government and from royal officials, they looked upon it as their birthright. So far as it interfered with their development, it was to be disregarded. If we bear this fact in mind, we shall see more clearly that English constitutional statutes and cases were, as their birthright, of fundamental importance to the English colonists of America in their struggles with colonial and imperial authorities. In the earlier Stuart reigns, Magna Carta, as the greatest of all English statutes of liberty, was regarded by the colonists as a bulwark of their rights as Englishmen. As the 17th century advanced, the great constitutional struggles in England were reflected in the colonies, and the Petition of Right, the Habeas Corpus Act, the Bill of Rights, and the Act of Settlement, 1701, took their place beside Magna Carta in the minds of the colonists as statutory guarantees of the rights of Englishmen, both at home and away from home, in respect of life, liberty, and property. It is for this reason that we must view Magna Carta, in its history in the colonies, as only part, though a most valuable part, of the whole body of English constitutional law, the common law in its character of public rather than private law, and the common law as it is found in constitutional cases and constitutional statutes. As Englishmen, owing allegiance to the Crown and settling upon land claimed by England as under its sovereignty, the colonists were, it would seem, entitled to the rights of Englishmen embodied in Magna Carta and other sources of common law, without further sanction of royal charter or colonial legislation. But not only did royal charters to the colonists secure these constitutional rights, they were incorporated also in colonial legislation. 2. The granting of the first Virginia Charter by James I in 1606 marks the real beginning of English settlement in America, and the opening of a new era in the history of colonization in general. In this famous document, the final form of which was in part the work of Coke himself, the king not only claimed the right to colonize a large portion of the territory of the New World, but he asserted the principle that English colonists in this territory were to enjoy the same constitutional rights possessed by Englishmen in the homeland. This principle had been embodied in the Elizabethan patents to Gilbert and Raleigh, but the colonizing experiments of these adventurers under the Queen's authority had produced no permanent results, and it was not until after James's patent to the Virginia Company that the principle first took root in American soil. "Also we do," reads James's charter, "for us, our heirs and successors, declare by these presents, that all and every persons being our subjects, which shall dwell and inhabit within every or any of the several colonies and plantations, and every one of their children, which shall happen to be born within any of the limits and precincts of the said several colonies and plantations, shall have and enjoy all liberties, franchises, and immunities within any of our other dominions, to all intents and purposes as if they had been abiding and born within this our realm of England, or any other of our said dominions." It was this principle, repeated in many later charters to the American colonies, which gave to English colonization one of its most distinctive characteristics. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the colonists of other countries were not privileged to enjoy the constitutional guarantees of the inhabitants of the colonizing states themselves. On the contrary, colonists were viewed as persons outside the constitutional and legal system of the home country itself. It may well be questioned, as already suggested, whether the solemn declaration of the principle by English sovereigns was essential to the valid extension of English laws and constitutional privileges to the colonists. Rather, it is true to say that the colonists who settled on territory claimed by England, and who recognized their allegiance to the English crown, carried with them, whether the king willed it or not, so much of the English constitutional and legal system as was applicable to their situation. The government of Plymouth rested throughout its history upon the Mayflower Compact, not upon royal charter. Penn's patent as proprietor in 1681, unlike the other colonial charters, contained no provision to the effect that the inhabitants of the colony should be deemed subjects of the crown, and as such entitled to all the liberties and immunities of Englishmen. But as the territory of the colony was claimed by England, and as the allegiance to the crown was reserved, it would seem clear that the colonists were subjects, and as such entitled to all the privileges of Englishmen. This, at any rate, was the opinion of the great Chalmers in regard to Penn's patent. But, whatever view we may hold upon this question, a solemn enunciation of the principle in royal charters furnished a solid documentary basis for the claim of the colonists that they possessed the rights of Englishmen. Royal charters were held by the colonists to be solemn compacts between the king and themselves, and these solemn compacts constituted the earliest written constitutions of the colonies. Embodied as they were in these fundamental instruments of government, their constitutional rights as Englishmen seemed to the colonists unassailable. Time and time again, in their struggles with colonial and imperial authorities, the colonists relied upon their charters as the documentary evidence, the written title of rights secured to them, as to all Englishmen, by Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights, and the general principles of the common law. The declaration of the royal charters thus acted as a powerful factor in the spread throughout the colonies of English constitutional principles, including the rights and liberties secured by Magna Carta and its confirmations. 3. There is another feature of the royal charters which deserves attention: their expressed declaration that the colonies may legislate for themselves, so long as the laws thus enacted conform to the English legal system. Thus, by way of example, the Massachusetts Charter of 1691 explicitly says, "And we do further grant to the said governor and the great and general court full power and authority from time to time to make all manner of wholesome and reasonable orders, laws, statutes, and ordinances, directions and instructions, either with penalties or without, so as the same be not repugnant or contrary to the laws of this our realm of England, as they shall judge to be for the good and welfare of our said province." This grant of legislative power to the colonies produced important results, not the least of which was the growth of a body of colonial statutory law adapted to the needs of the new English communities across the sea. Both in form and in substance, much of this written law of the colonies was a reenactment of the common and statutory law of England, and thus conformed to English legal traditions and to the requirements of the charters. On the other hand, the colonial legislatures introduced into their laws and codes many new features, especially adapted to local conditions. Some of these features were archaic in character, while others, in their spirit of reform, were actually in advance of contemporary law in the mother country. In the Puritan colonies of New England, the law of God gave a peculiar color to the whole legal system, while in all the colonies, local customary law molded in important respects the decisions of the courts and the colonial legislation. Not all the resources of imperial control possessed by the Crown and Parliament could keep the growing American communities, with their novel conditions and special needs, within the strict confines of the legal system of the mother country. Incorporated in this statutory law of the colonies were many principles of English constitutional law, derived from the decisions of English courts and from the great charters and statutes of English liberty. Of special interest to us in our present study is the embodiment of various rights and liberties of Magna Carta in the colonial written law. Even in the Puritan colonies of New England, which in theory based their earlier legal system upon the Word of God, and which in fact of all the colonies departed furthest from English juridical models, we find important features of Magna Carta placed in colonial legislative enactments. Indeed, in these and other vital respects, English common law formed a greater element in Puritan law than the Puritans themselves at the time suspected, and than even present-day students of the system, attracted by the frequent citation of Scripture in decisions and statutes, are oftentimes aware. The laws of all the colonies deserve a long and detailed study, with special reference to their incorporation of the provisions of Magna Carta. But for our present purpose, it must suffice to draw attention to illustrative instances of this process. In early Massachusetts, the struggle for written laws, as opposed to the exercise of wide discretionary powers on the part of the executive and judicature, finally resulted in the enactment of the famous Body of Liberties. In the discussions that preceded this legislation, John Winthrop had argued, in his tract on arbitrary government, that it was unwise to place too great a restraint upon judges, who should decide cases in accordance with divine justice as revealed in the Bible. Still, even Winthrop admitted that for the purpose of restricting capital punishment, and of making men's estates more secure against heavy fines, it would be well to have a general law like Magna Carta. The general position of the colonists was that their liberties were not safe from arbitrary power, because these liberties were not embodied in positive law. Winthrop, in his History of New England, says, "The deputies, having conceived great danger to our state, in regard that our magistrates, for want of positive law, in many cases might proceed according to their discretion, it was agreed that some men should be appointed to frame a body of grounds of law in resemblance to a Magna Carta, which, being allowed by some of the ministers and the general court, should be received for fundamental laws." Accordingly, at the General Court, 25th May, 1636, it was ordered that a body of laws, agreeable to the Word of God, to be the fundamentals of this Commonwealth, should be drawn up and submitted to the General Court. As a result of this action, the Body of Liberties finally became the law of the colony in 1641. Although the Word of God figures prominently in this code, the lawmakers seem also to have followed in some sections the model of Magna Carta and of the English common law. Thus, for example, in its first section, the body of liberties echoes the spirit of Chapter 39 of Magna Carta by declaring that no man's life shall be taken away, no man's honor or good name shall be stained, no man's person shall be arrested, restrained, banished, dismembered, nor anyways punished, no man shall be deprived of his wife or children, no man's goods or estate shall be taken away from him, nor anyway indamaged under color of law, or countenance of authority, unless it be by virtue or equity of some express law of the country warranting the same, established by a general court, and sufficiently published, or in case of the defect of a law in any particular case, by the word of God. And in capital cases, or in cases concerning dismembering or banishment, according to that word to be judged by the general court. In 1646 there arose an important controversy as to the constitutional guarantees of the body of liberties and other Massachusetts laws, which involved a careful examination of the provisions of Magna Carta by the colonists. Certain residents of the colony, led by Robert Child, discontented largely by reason of the religious policy of the colonial authorities, addressed the general court, declaring that a settled government in accordance with the laws of England did not appear to them to have been established, and that they did not feel secure in the enjoyment of their lives, liberties, and estates as free-born English subjects. They petitioned, therefore, for the establishment of the wholesome laws of England, that they might thus be admitted to the liberties to which all free Englishmen were accustomed both at home and in the colonies. In their reply to the petitioners, the General Court compared at length the provisions of the body of liberties with those of Magna Carta and the principles of the common law. The court maintained that this comparison demonstrated the fact that English and colonial laws were in agreement in all fundamental particulars, and that indeed civil liberty in Massachusetts, under the body of liberties, was as well protected as it was in England under Magna Carta and the common law. The General Court also sent in 1646 an address to the Long Parliament, in which it was declared that the government of the colony was framed in accordance with the colonial charter and the fundamental and common laws of England, and conceived according to the same, taking the words of eternal truth and righteousness along with them, as that rule by which all kingdoms and jurisdictions must render account of every act and administration in the last day. They then tried to prove the truth of their statement by setting forth in parallel columns the fundamental and common laws of England and the laws of the colony. In this comparison, Magna Carta was viewed by the General Court as the chief embodiment of English common law. Connecticut, following the example of Massachusetts, early enacted a law embodying fundamental rights and liberties, and trial by jury, together with other English institutions and practices, became part of the colonial system. So, too, in 1647, Rhode Island adopted a code of civil and criminal laws, based in part upon English laws that were thought adapted to the needs of the colony. Prefixed to these laws was a reaffirmation of Chapter 39 of Magna Carta, prohibiting arbitrary arrests and punishments, and a declaration that by law of the land, lex terrae, was meant the law enacted by the General Assembly of the colony itself, not the law of England unless adopted by the Assembly as colonial law. The New York Charter of Liberties of 1683 was the first statute enacted by the colonial legislature after the English conquest of Dutch New Netherlands. This statute, framed expressly for the colony by the Duke of York, secures a jury trial to all inhabitants of the colony, and contains many of the provisions of Magna Carta, the Petition of Right, and the Habeas Corpus Act. Although the Charter of Liberties never received the royal assent, because it savored too strongly of popular freedom, and seemed to run counter to the Crown's prerogative and the legislative supremacy of Parliament, yet the colonists always claimed that it was operative in protection of their constitutional liberties. The Colonial Assembly of Maryland passed a bill in 1638 to recognize Magna Carta as a part of the law of the province. The act expressly declared that the inhabitants shall have all their rights and liberties according to the Great Charter of England. The act was, however, disallowed by the king, because the Attorney General expressed himself as uncertain how far the enactment thereof will be agreeable to the constitution of this colony or consistent with the royal prerogative. In 1712, the colonial legislature of South Carolina, by special act, adopted the English common law as a rule of adjudicature, and also 126 English statutes, selected by Chief Justice Trott as applicable to colonial conditions. Included among the English statutes thus put in force by the colonial legislature were Magna Carta and the other great English statutes which declared the rights and liberties of the subject. The similar adoption of English common law and statutes was effected by the legislature of North Carolina in 1715. A striking illustration of the attention paid to Magna Carta by colonial lawmakers is found in the history of Virginia. In the middle of the 17th century, a sharp controversy arose in this colony, as elsewhere in America, in regard to lawyers. In 1756, certain colonial acts hostile to lawyers were repealed, but in the following year a proposition for the ejection of lawyers was carried. Thereupon a new act was passed by the legislature, forbidding any person to plead or give advice in any judicial proceedings for reward. The governor and council did not look with favor on this act, but they promised to give their assent to the measure so far as it shall be agreeable to Magna Carta. An examination of the terms of Magna Carta was then made by a committee, who reported that they failed to discover in them any prohibition of the colonial legislation in question. These and other colonial acts and codes which might be instanced prove that the colonial legislatures, representing in general the wishes of the colonists as opposed to those of royal officials, embodied principles of English common law, including provisions of Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights, and other great constitutional statutes, in the written law of Englishmen within the oversea provinces. In general, colonial legislation, which is an important feature of the working of early American self-government, was subjected to imperial control by reason of the requirement that colonial acts must receive the assent of the Crown, acting through the royal governors and the executive authorities in England. That the royal veto, which remained in full vigor in the relations of the Crown to the colonies, long after its disuse in respect to acts of the English Parliament, was employed to safeguard the interests of the royal prerogative, is strikingly illustrated by the history of colonial acts which embodied Magna Carta and other English legal guarantees of the rights and liberties of the subject. Attention has already been drawn to the fact that the Maryland Act of 1638, enacting Magna Carta, was disallowed by the Crown because it might be inconsistent with the royal prerogative, and that the New York Charter of Liberties of 1683, embodying Magna Carta, the Petition of Right, and the Habeas Corpus Act, never received the royal assent. Similarly, Sir John Somers, by reason of the fear that it might prejudice the royal prerogative and the legislative supremacy of Parliament, advised the disallowance of the Massachusetts Habeas Corpus Act, on the ground that the right to that writ had never been conferred on the colonists by a king of England, and that the guarantee of a speedy trial in Magna Carta was inapplicable to the status of colonists. Various other acts of colonial legislatures, which merely repeated provisions of Magna Carta, were likewise vetoed by the Crown. Footnote: Bancroft, in his History of the Colonization of the United States, remarks, if the declaratory acts by which every one of the colonies asserted their right to the privileges of Magna Carta, to the feudal liberty of taxation except with their own consent, were always disallowed by the Crown, it was done silently, and the strife on the power of Parliament to tax the colonies was certainly adjourned. End footnote. It is clear that the exercise of the royal veto, which always in theory and many times in practice acted as a wholesome restraint upon unwise colonial legislation, and served to keep the law of the colonies in general harmony with English law, worked injustice to the colonists, and sought to deprive them of their rightful privileges and liberties as English subjects, including the guarantees of Magna Carta and other English constitutional statutes. The exercise of the royal veto, particularly when it encroached upon their rights and liberties as Englishmen, was irritating to the colonists, but proved in most, if not all cases, ineffective. By disregarding the royal veto, by enacting new measures essentially like the ones vetoed, and by other similar devices, the colonists practically nullified the royal prerogative of disallowance. Footnote. The disregard of the royal veto by the colonists is an excellent illustration of the way in which Englishmen in America, following the example of their kinfolk at home, were acquiring a constitution by robbing the Crown of its prerogatives. End footnote. In effect, therefore, much of the colonial legislation which incorporated the principles of Magna Carta and other constitutional features of the common law remained in force in the colonies. Indeed, the whole history of Magna Carta and English constitutional liberties, as incorporated in the Acts and State Papers of the later colonial period, the Revolutionary epoch, and the early national era, proves the persistence of the legal guarantees of the English Constitution in America. For the maintenance of what they viewed as the rights of all Englishmen, the colonists were not only willing to face the Crown and Parliament in constitutional struggles, but also in armed conflict. When the time of their independence came, the people still insisted, as we shall see later, on the incorporation of their fundamental rights and privileges in the federal and state constitutions, the parts of these instruments containing the Declaration of Rights being known as Bills of Rights. 4. It is worth noting that Magna Carta became a generic term, which included various documents of special constitutional significance. Attention has already been drawn to the fact that the Massachusetts Bill of Liberties of 1641 was framed, in Winthrop's words, in resemblance to a Magna Carta. The Act of the New York Legislature of 1683, which was known as the Charter of Liberties and Privileges, and the Pennsylvania Charter of Privileges, which was the fundamental law of the province from 1701 to 1776, and the most famous of all colonial constitutions, may also perhaps be reckoned in this category. The instructions issued by the Virginia Company in 1618 to Sir George Yeardley as governor are known to Virginian writers as the Great Charter, and the term is said to be found also in some of the land grants. But while this document was undoubtedly of great importance in the constitutional development of the colony, it is perhaps going somewhat too far to liken it to a Magna Carta. The use of the term Great Charter is instructive, however, as showing the influence of Magna Carta upon legal terminology. Another illustration may be taken from the history of the Carolinas. In 1668, the proprietors of Northern Carolina authorized the governor to grant land on the same terms and conditions as those that prevailed in Virginia. The colonists always referred to the instrument containing this authorization as the Great Deed of Grant, and regarded it as a species of Magna Carta. A point of even greater importance for our present purpose is that constitutional documents granted by colonial proprietors sometimes contain the clauses of Magna Carta itself. Thus, for instance, in the constitutions granted by the proprietors of New Jersey and Pennsylvania in the latter part of the 17th century, careful provision is made for the protection of personal liberty and of property, and the familiar phrases of Magna Carta reappear. Footnote. As William Penn seems to have had a hand in the framing of all these documents which embody the phrases of Magna Carta, it is instructive to observe that in 1670, when he was indicted in an English court for being present at an unlawful and tumultuous assembly in Gracechurch Street, and there addressing the people in contempt of the king and of his law and against his peace, Penn claimed for himself the rights of Englishmen as set forth in Magna Carta and its confirmations. Penn's case may be studied in the 6th volume of Howell's State Trials. End footnote. As a result of the constitutional struggles in England during the 17th century, the Petition of Right and the Bill of Rights similarly served as models for colonial constitutional documents, while after the American Revolution, the Bill of Rights, in which fundamental civil rights and liberties are declared, takes its place, as already observed, as an established feature of the constitutions of the federal and state governments. Thus, the very names of Magna Carta and the Bill of Rights were transmitted to America through the influence of the English Constitution, and terminology in this case, as so often in the history of institutions and laws, masked no mere shadow, but the very flesh and blood of living rights. 5. Hitherto we have considered the embodiment of the principles of Magna Carta in the written law of the colonies, in royal charters, colonial laws and codes, and colonial documents of constitutional significance. A further question suggests itself in regard to the unwritten law of the colonies. Were the provisions of Magna Carta incorporated in case law? In a Massachusetts case of 1687, the defendant pleaded that Magna Carta and the statute law secure the subjects' properties and estates. To this one of the judges replied, the rest of the court by silence assenting, "We must not think the laws of England follow us to the ends of the earth." But such a judicial utterance is characteristic of the general attitude of Massachusetts and of the other Puritan colonies. Their legal system, avowedly based on the law of God, contained many English features, but only in case they had been expressly adopted by the colonial authorities were they viewed as binding. It was but natural, therefore, for the Massachusetts judges to declare that they were not bound by Magna Carta itself, which, as a complete document, had never been adopted by the colony, but through the body of liberties, and possibly other colonial acts, certain provisions of Magna Carta were taken up into Massachusetts law. In general, we may say that principles of Magna Carta and the common law, actually adopted by the legislatures of the colonies as their own law, undoubtedly bound the colonial courts, unless such enactments had been effectively vetoed by the Crown. And in this connection it should not be forgotten, as we have already observed, that the veto of the Crown often proved of no avail in checking the growth of colonial statutory law, even though that law seemed to the Crown to be infringing upon its prerogative. In colonies where Magna Carta was adopted as a complete instrument, and where the royal veto, if it was applied, proved ineffectual, it would seem that the courts must surely have applied its provisions in the cases that came before them. It has been impossible to examine the court records, many of them still in manuscript, from this point of view, but it may be supposed that their careful study would disclose many cases where the courts applied the colonial Magna Carta, if one may be allowed the term, just as they applied in general the principles of the colonial common law. It may well turn out on further research that in at least 4 distinct ways the courts embodied the principles of Magna Carta in colonial case law. First, in cases interpreting and applying colonial legislation, such as the Massachusetts Body of Liberties, the Rhode Island Code of 1647, and the New York Charter of Liberties of 1683, which contained certain provisions of Magna Carta. Secondly, in cases interpreting and applying colonial acts which adopted the whole text of Magna Carta. Thirdly, in cases decided under colonial acts which adopted the whole of the English common law as the rule of colonial adjudicature. Fourthly, and in general, in decisions of the many courts that were engaged, together with other institutions of the colonies, in adopting and adapting, either consciously or unconsciously, such portions of the English law as best suited the legal requirements of the colonial communities. This view that colonial case law will be found on examination to embody principles of Magna Carta is strengthened by the well-known fact that in judicial proceedings of the period, parties frequently claimed the rights of every freeborn English subject. 6. There is abundant evidence that in the political and constitutional controversy of the colonial period, the rights of the colonists as Englishmen played a vitally important part. In these disputes, Magna Carta and other English statutory guarantees of the subject were relied upon as the source of political privilege and civil right. An illustration of this is to be found in the Dyer affair in New York, during the governorship of Edmund Andros. Complaints as to the administration of Andros, and even suggestions that New York officials had been guilty of peculation and extravagance, resulted in the Duke of York's summons to Andros in 1680 to return to England for the purpose of rendering an account of his doings. Before his departure from the colony, Andros had neglected to renew the customs duties. Learning that the duties had thus legally expired, colonial merchants declined to pay the imposts which the Duke's collector, William Dyer, continued to levy. Having seized a vessel and her cargo, Dyer was successfully sued by the owner for unlawfully detaining property which was not his own. And he was also indicted for high treason, the indictment charging him with having contrived innovations in government, and the subversion and change of the known ancient and fundamental laws of the realm of England, contrary to the Great Charter of Liberties, contrary to the Petition of Right, and contrary to other statutes in these cases made and provided. On appealing his case to England, Dyer was successful there, and Andros also exculpated himself. Despite all this, however, the colonists still refused to pay the duties levied on the authority of James. Channing, in his History of the United States, has drawn attention to the fact that this movement was the first colonial rebellion against taxation from England, and that the words of Dyer's indictment carry one backward to the times of the Puritan Rebellion in England, and forward to the days of Otis, Henry, and Dickinson in America. Looked at from the point of view of the rights of Englishmen away from home, the Dyer case is a striking instance of the colonists' dependence upon Magna Carta as the bulwark of their liberties. A further illustration may be taken from the history of Massachusetts. In this, as in other colonies, questions in regard to the governor's salary loom large in the political controversy of the times. The Assembly of Massachusetts insisted on making temporary salary grants, thinking by this means to secure a real control over the governor's actions. The governor's contention, on the other hand, was that permanent provision should be made for his salary, thus ensuring his free judgment in matters of legislation, on the analogy of English provision for the Crown by a permanent civil list. In one of Governor Burnet's messages to the Assembly in 1728 in regard to the salary question, he drew their attention to the provision in the colonial charter that they were to pass wholesome and reasonable laws which were not harmful to the English Constitution. The members of the Assembly caught up this reference to the charter, and contended that the governor himself had thus admitted that they possessed the rights of Englishmen. In support of their contention, they then proceeded to trace their rights as Englishmen, not only to the English legislation of the Stuart and Tudor periods, but also to the English Constitution in the time of Edward I and Henry III, and even to Magna Carta itself. The exciting events that followed did not result in a settlement of the controversy in Burnet's time, and only under his successor, Belcher, was it finally arranged that the governor, with the consent of the English government, should receive an annual grant, to be voted at the beginning and not at the end of the sessions of the Assembly. The course of this controversy thus forms an interesting chapter in the history of Magna Carta, as the foundation of colonial rights, in opposition to the claims of the Crown and of royal governors. 7. The importation from England, as well as the colonial publication of English statutes and documents, law reports and juristic treatises, diffused, especially in the 18th century, a knowledge of the common and statutory law, and thus acted as a very considerable factor in the extension of its principles, including the principles of Magna Carta and the English Constitution, throughout the colonies. Footnote: Nearly all the law books of the colonists were imported from England. Only 33 were printed in America before 1776. End footnote. Prominent among the books in the hands of the colonists were those dealing with the rights and liberties of Englishmen. Thus, among the first 7 books printed in the colonies were Hall's The Englishman's Rights, 1693, Pettit's Lex Parliamentaria, 1716, Somers's The Security of Englishmen's Lives, 1720, and the 5th edition of Henry Care's English Liberties or the Freeborn Subjects' Inheritance, 1721, the last of which contained Magna Carta, the Petition of Right, the Habeas Corpus Act, and various other English statutes, as well as some of the leading English constitutional decisions, and a general account of the liberties of the subject, trial by jury, and other constitutional matters. Both in public and in private libraries were to be found copies of yearbooks, English reports, Magna Carta and collections of English statutes, and the classics of English literature, such as the works of Glanville, Britton, Fortescue, Prynne, Bacon, Selden, Coke, Plowden, Hale, and Blackstone. In this way, the printed text of Magna Carta and the commentaries of the English jurists upon that text played their own special part in the legal education of the colonists, and thus in their adherence to the Charter's principles of constitutional liberty. 1 or 2 interesting facts will illuminate this textual power. Thus, in 1647, the governor and assistants of Massachusetts ordered the importation of 2 copies each of Coke on Magna Carta and various other books of English law, to the end that we may have better light for making and proceeding about laws. As early as 1687, William Penn published at Philadelphia an edition of Magna Carta, the confirmation of the charters, and the so-called Statute de Tallagio non condescendo, accompanied by an address to the reader wherein the colonists were exhorted not to give away anything of liberty and property that at present they do enjoy, but take up the good example of our ancestors, and understand that it is easy to part with or give away great privileges, but hard to be gained if once lost. As a silent teacher of English notions of liberty, not only in Massachusetts and Pennsylvania, but in the other colonies as well, the printed text of the Charter exerted its own unique influence upon the legal and political ideas and the actual institutions of the Americans. 8. Throughout the colonies there existed a deep distrust of the legal profession. Most of the colonial judges were laymen, and there was much colonial legislation hostile to lawyers as a class. In the course of the 18th century, however, the legal profession, many of its members trained in the English Inns of Court and in American colleges, began to take a more prominent part in colonial affairs. During the Revolutionary epoch, lawyers played a leading role in political and constitutional controversy, while in the early days of independence, when the federal and state constitutions were drafted and adopted, and the laws and institutions of the youthful republic were molded to fit the new conditions, some of the foremost statesmen and judges were lawyers of high distinction. The rise of a legal profession introduced a new and powerful factor in the growth of American legal ideas. Learned in the principles of English common law and in English constitutional ideas and practices, the early American lawyers exerted a professional and legal influence upon American development, and their share in the work of incorporating the principles of Magna Carta in colonial and revolutionary documents and in the constitutions of the federal era must have been considerable. Without pursuing this special topic further, in the present connection, we may yet note in a general way the services of the early American lawyers in the cause of the rights and liberties of the people. Warren, in his History of the American Bar, expresses the main point in these words: "The influence on the American bar of these English-bred lawyers was most potent. The training which they received in the inns, confined almost exclusively to the common law, based as it was on historical precedent and customary law, the habits which they formed there of solving all legal questions by the standards of English liberties and of the rights of the English subject, proved of immense value to them when they became, later, as so many did become, leaders of the American Revolution." Again, in another place, Warren remarks, "The services rendered by the legal profession in the defense and maintenance of the people's rights and liberties, from the middle of the 18th century to the adoption of the Constitution, had been well recognized by the people in making a choice of their representatives. For of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, 25 were lawyers, and of the 55 members of the Federal Constitutional Convention, 31 were lawyers, of whom 4 had studied in the Inner Temple and 1 at Oxford under Blackstone. In the first Congress, 10 of the 29 senators and 17 of the 65 representatives were lawyers." End of section 12.